Chapter 121. It should be known that under such a huge pressure, it was extremely difficult to produce a trace of new strength. Xiao Han relied on the indestructible golden body, a large amount of precious blood beast milk, and his unyielding will to increase the strength of his flesh shell to 7,000 ding. This was already not a small matter and was enough to move people. Even Xiao Mingchu was full of praise for Xiao Han. Currently, Xiao Han was in the 100 times gravity zone and could not display his full strength to his heart's content. 7,000 ding. Under the interference of the gravity, Xiao Han could display about 5,000 ding of strength. He was still lacking a trace of maturity. He needed to sharpen and improve further. For the next few days, Xiao Han would play and chase with the little kids, and he would tirelessly jump high and long jump high. Finally, after a month, 7,000 ding of strength. Eldest senior brother. I can finally display the maximum strength of my flesh shell under the heavy pressure. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Good. Junior brother Xiao Han, today, I will bring you out to hunt. You have stayed in the ancient village for a year and 7 months and have never left. Today, I will bring you out. Xiao Mingchu was also a little excited. Junior brother Xiao Han, listen carefully. When we get out of the village, something magical will happen to you. I hope you will not panic and stay calm. You must stay calm. Eldest senior brother, will such a miraculous thing happen to me? What is it? Xiao Han asked suspiciously. Let's go. You will know when we get out. Xiao Mingchu deliberately smiled mysteriously. Let's go. Brother Xiao Han, let's go out to hunt. Hunting is a very fun game. A group of kids clustered around Xiao Han and walked out of the village like a swarm of bees. Xiao Han. I will also go with you. Princess Mo Hen also quickly caught up. She tidied up the hair on her temples and smiled sweetly. It has been more than a year. I have never left the village. Hu Qinghe and the others also followed closely behind. Xiao Mingchu seemed to be in a very good mood today. He laughed heartily and said, all right, let's go out and play. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are responsible for hunting a big one alone today, ha 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 ha. All right. Eldest senior brother, watch out. My whole body is full of power now. Xiao Han laughed. Brother Xiao Han, let's race and see who can run out of the village first. Xiao Hu smiled mischievously. They rushed to the village entrance first. Little brat. Xiao Han exerted strength in his legs and leaped towards the entrance of the village. With a few leaps, Xiao Han was the first to charge out of the village, ahead of all the other brats. However, just as Xiao Han rushed out of the village, Hong, the air around them trembled. Xiao Han's body was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Wherever it passed, the hurricane caused the ground to crack and shatter. Countless black rocks were blown away and smashed into the ground. What? Young hero Xiao Han left the village. His blood energy surged, and his speed and strength increased by at least dozens of times. He disappeared in a flash. What is going on? Hu Qinghe was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Let's go out together. Xiao Mingchu laughed proudly. He led the group out of the village. At this time, Xiao Han, what? All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt that the strength of his body had increased by 100-fold, from 7,000 cauldrons. From 700 ding to 700,000 ding. Every cell in his body was filled with the mighty power of a demon god. Every single strand of his hair was filled with the purest power. His bones were golden and his internal organs were as hard as metal and could not be destroyed. As his blood flowed, a heavy hammering sound could be heard. Xiao Han stood in his original position, his hair fluttering despite the lack of wind. A terrifying invisible force spread out, sweeping in all directions, sending the black boulders flying one after another. Crackling sounds could be heard. Crack. Xiao Han clenched his fists and stepped forward with his right foot. Immediately, a gust of air burst out from his feet and revolved around his feet. The air gathered and did not dissipate. It rotated faster and faster. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body and formed a small tornado. Bang! 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 As Xiao Han strode forward, small tornadoes appeared one after another. These were formed by pure strength, and the ground was torn apart. Some of the smaller black stones were directly blown to ashes. Xiao Han felt that he was a wild beast of the great wilderness. He had the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas, to suppress the heavens, to break through the void, to break through reality and obtain formless power. Roar! Xiao Han let out a loud roar, and a black rock a few meters in front of him that was half a zhang tall started to make cracking sounds. Because of Xiao Han's roar, numerous cracks started to appear on the rock. Boom! Xiao Han punched out. The strength of hundreds of thousands ding exploded. This punch was enough to shake a mountain and break the air in a radius of tens of zhang. The next moment, Xiao Han's feet kicked off and he jumped hundreds of zhang high in an instant. When he landed on the ground, there was a loud, poochie sound. Hundreds of shocking cracks appeared on the black ground in a radius of tens of zhang. Smoke and dust filled the air. Smoke rose everywhere. Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. Was this still a human? They were truly savage beasts in human form. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, do you understand what I just said? Once you leave the village, miraculous things will definitely happen to you. You must not panic or get excited. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Mingchu quickly walked up from behind. A group of brats followed him. Brother Xiao Han, you're so strong. Eldest senior brother, my physical strength has increased to 700,000 cauldrons, 100-fold increase. 100 times. Xiao Han's voice trembled. He couldn't believe what was happening to him. Yes, I know. Xiao Mingchu walked over and hugged Xiao Han's shoulders. It's very simple. Junior brother Xiao Han, under the 100-fold gravity of the ancient village, you are still able to unleash 7,000 cauldrons of strength. In that case, if you leave the ancient village and return to a normal environment, your strength, speed, the toughness of your flesh shell, your organs, and even every cell in your body will be greatly enhanced. Everything had increased by 100-fold. Everyone in the village is in the same situation as you. However, your tempering in the ancient village has already reached the limit. You are already able to completely adapt to the 100-fold gravity. Therefore, if you continue to stay in the ancient village to cultivate, the effect will be minimal. The strength of your flesh shell can reach a few 100,000 cauldrons, which is comparable to the younger generation of those ancient desolate countries and mysterious clans in the depths of the great wilderness. It will be a contest of strength. Xiao Han immediately understood Xiao Mingchu's words. Under the 100-fold gravity of the ancient village, he could unleash 7,000 cauldrons of strength. If he were to leave the ancient village and return to a normal environment, the 100-fold gravity would directly increase his strength. It would directly transform into a sharp increase in strength. After more than a year of bitter training in the ancient village without a moment of relaxation, Xiao Han had obtained an unimaginable achievement. A physical strength of 700,000 cauldrons. This was too terrifying. Xiao Han couldn't help but be excited. His body trembled and he clenched his fists tightly. Eldest senior brother, I really didn't expect that I would improve so quickly. So huge. Every inch of my flesh is now filled with the strength to tear mountains and rivers. In the great wilderness, there are some Wan birds and giant beasts with ancient bloodlines. They don't know how to cultivate. It's impossible for them to cultivate true qi, but their physical strength is extremely terrifying. It can easily reach hundreds of thousands cauldrons, and their skin and flesh are indestructible. Now, your condition. Just like those great phoenixes and vicious beasts, Xiao Mingchu said concisely. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a ferocious beast in human form. Xiao Han's throat was choked and he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Xiao Mingqiu changed the topic. His expression and tone became extremely serious. Junior brother Xiao Han. N. Xiao Mingqiu's words immediately awakened Xiao Han from his crazy and narcissistic state. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are very proud right now, right? But I want to tell you that your current condition is nothing more than a good foundation. It's not worth being complacent. Xiao Mingqiu said in a serious tone. Junior brother Xiao Han, you probably think that your physical strength of 700,000 cauldrons is enough to fight against experts who have opened hundreds of true acupoints, right? You probably think that you are invincible, right? I don't dare. Xiao Han's expression returned to normal as he asked for guidance. Eldest senior brother, I don't dare to be arrogant. I hope eldest senior brother can tell me about my current battle strength. N. Xiao Mingqiu nodded slightly. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior brother Fang Ling probably told you that in the true qi realm, every true acupoint that is opened, the amount of true qi poured into each true acupoint is about 1,000 cauldrons of strength, right? Yes, senior brother Fang Ling said so. Xiao Han quickly said. N. Junior brother Xiao Han, true qi and physical strength must not be confused. Xiao Mingqiu said in a serious tone. In the true qi realm, no one would be stupid enough to directly transform true qi into pure strength to fight against others. True qi cultivation methods can greatly increase strength and attack speed. There are some true qi cultivation methods that, with just a little bit of practice, cannot be fought against with pure strength. Xiao Han nodded. Back then, when he fought against the clone of the golden armored devil, he used Dragon's Fury and increased his strength, but in the end, he was still unable to destroy the clone. This did not mean that the pure power of the golden armored monster's avatar was much stronger than the power of Xiao Han's dragon face wrath. Rather, it meant that the clone's true qi cultivation method was very profound and would not be destroyed by Xiao Han's pure strength. That's right, eldest senior brother, I understand now. The ferocious beasts of the great wilderness are powerful, easily hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of strength, but they can still be killed by human true qi realm martial artists. That is because the human true qi realm cultivates the true qi cultivation method. The killing power of the true qi cultivation method far surpasses pure strength. Xiao Han blurted out. Xiao Mingqiu nodded in satisfaction. Junior brother Xiao Han, it is good that you understand. In short, the strength of the flesh shell does not mean that the absolute battle strength is strong. It only means that the foundation is extremely good. For example, the Great Sun Crown Prince's unique cultivation method, the Great Sun Heart Sutra. You will not be able to fight against it with pure strength. That cultivation method is blessed by the gods and can sweep through the world. Also, in the true qi realm, there are some realms that you are not clear about. Let me explain them to you now. Xiao Mingqiu went on and on. You should know how many true acupoints are opened at the 5th level of true qi, right? Eldest senior brother, I know this. Opening 41 to 50 acupoints is the 5th level of true qi. Senior brother Dongfang Qin has opened 50 acupoints and senior brother Fang Ling has opened 48 true acupoints. Both belong to the 5th level of true qi realm. Xiao Han immediately answered. Xiao Mingqiu flicked his fingers. Junior brother Xiao Han, I will not tell you too much. The first 5 levels of true qi realm are nothing. But the 6th level of true qi realm is a huge chasm. For example, junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fang Ling are both at the peak of the 5th level, but it is extremely difficult for them to cross this chasm and enter the 6th level of true qi realm. Thus, their rankings on the monster hero ranking are not high. Once the 51st true acupoint is opened and you enter the 6th level of true qi, your life level will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The 6th level of true qi is also known as the expanded acupoint realm. As the name suggests, after reaching the 6th level of true qi, the capacity of the true acupoints in the body can be expanded by 10 times, dozens of times, and the strongest can expand their acupoints up to 100 times. Thus, after the expansion of acupoints, the true qi in the true acupoints of the body will be equivalent to hundreds of thousands or even millions of ding of force. Coupled with the cultivation of true qi divine arts, the battle strength that can be displayed will not be as simple as a few millions of ding of pure force. It can easily destroy an area and move the earth. In short, it is extremely easy for a martial artist at the 6th level of true qi to defeat someone below the 5th level of true qi. Junior brother Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu said sincerely. The martial way is broad and profound, and it is endless. Do not be complacent and arrogant. The 6th level of true qi is the expanded acupoint realm. The 7th level of true qi is the talisman realm. For the current you, these are still too far away. You still need to continue cultivating. After many fortuitous encounters, you will be able to become a famous person in this world. Which of the younger generation of those mysterious ancient countries and powerful tribes does not have a physical body of hundreds of thousands or millions of ding? With your current physical strength, it is not enough to contend against junior brother Fang Ling's sword Qi Immortal Lotus and junior brother Dong Fang Qin's Devil Bird Divine Art. Yes, I understand. The more Xiao Han listened, the more ashamed he became. He blushed for his complacency just now. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, no matter what, your current foundation is extremely good. Your physical body is as strong as a fierce beast. Breaking through the acupoints will be much easier than before. Go hunt. Hunt some Luan and giant beasts with your own hands. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Go. You can hunt most of the strange beasts in the periphery of the Great Desolate. P.S. Today is the weekend. I accompanied my wife during the day and went shopping. Writing was very boring and took up almost all of my daily time. I usually have no time to accompany my wife, but on the weekend, I have to accompany her no matter what. Thus, I only have 2 chapters today. I will not forget to add more chapters. It is written in black and white, I can't deny it. Please rest assured. The subsequent plot will become more and more exciting. Xiao Han's foundation is very solid now, isn't it? Chapter 122. After listening to Xiao Ming's warning, Xiao Han's impetuous state of mind finally calmed down. He deeply understood that there was no limit to the path of martial arts. The strong were as many as the trees in the forest. He was still too young and inexperienced. At best, he had built a solid foundation. He could not be complacent. He could not stop cultivating. Otherwise, before he climbed to the peak, he would die prematurely. Let's go, junior brother Xiao Han. Let's go hunting. Xiao Mingqiu took Xiao Han and walked towards the great wilderness outside the village. A group of wimpy kids followed behind. After leaving the ancient village, the strength and speed of the children's flesh shell increased by 100 times. They were like a group of small wild beasts coming out of their nest. Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and the other family members followed behind. My old flesh shell and all the functions of my body have actually improved. Hu Qinghe was surprised. Although Princess Mo Hen and the others drank a liter of stinky lake water before entering the ancient village and were not affected by the mysterious pressure of the village, they had lived in the ancient village for more than a year. Now that they came out, the quality of their flesh shell had also improved. It was just that it was far from being as terrifying as Xiao Han. Leaving the village, phew. I can feel the true meridians again. As they walked, Xiao Han's soul finally connected with the true meridians in his body. They could not be separated. Puff. 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 14 true meridians were beating violently and violently, filled with vitality. Each true meridian was filled with true qi like a great river. Moreover, the 15th true meridian was also showing signs of exploding. Rays of divine light flowed on the surface of Xiao Han's body, making him shine brightly. The 100 dried-up demon veins on the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm had already been restored and filled with a glass-like pure demon power. The 2 demon emperor crystals were shining brightly. My strength and vitality have reached the highest peak in history. If I want to break through my meridians now, I wonder how many true meridians I can break through at one time. Can my realm directly soar to the third level of true qi? Xiao Han was simply restless. In this 1 year's time, there was indeed a qualitative breakthrough. Xiao Han knew that if he hadn't met his eldest martial brother, he would have been hunted down and killed by countless Daoist heroes. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't try to break through your meridians for the time being. Let's go hunting today. Xiao Mingqiu smiled when he saw Xiao Han's eyes shining with a strange light. There are still a few months left for you. Don't be impatient. I understand. Xiao Han also smiled. Everyone stepped out of this desolate area without any traces of humans or beasts. Returning to the great wilderness. Gua gua, there were all kinds of birds flying across the azure sky. Dong dong dong. Dong, dong, dong. Roar. Roar. Behind the primitive forest and the stone mountain, the roars of mutated beasts could be heard from the swamp. Junior brother Xiao Han, take the children and go hunting. I won't make a move today. I'll take a nap first. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mingqiu's body moved slightly and he leaped onto an ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall. Lying on the branch of a tree, he took out a sharpened black stone and carved runes on the bone arrow. He was happy to be idle. Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and the other family members did not dare to go far in the Great Desolate. They did not have the ability to hunt. They all sat under the shade of the trees and enjoyed the scenery. Ha ha ha. Little tiger, leopard, let's go hunting. Xiao Han smiled and called out to the children. Let's go. Big brother Xiao Han. Why don't we compete and see who can catch more prey today? The children suggested. Okay. Xiao Han naturally would not refuse even though it was his first time hunting. But he did not want to lose to the children. Boom, although the children were young, they were all outstanding hunters in this great desolate area. They dispersed in a hubbub and went to find suitable prey for themselves. With Xiao Mingqiu overseeing, there was naturally no need to worry about the children encountering danger. Xiao Han simply let go of his hands and feet and walked forward step by step. His ears pricked up and he used his hearing to the limit to listen to the strange sounds in all directions. In the east side of the forest, there was the sound of trees being crushed and broken. It seemed like there was some big fellow causing trouble there. I will go and take a look first. Xiao Han smiled and his body swayed. With a flash of a shadow, Xiao Han had already shot out hundreds of feet, directly breaking into the deep forest. As expected, Xiao Han saw a gigantic creature. It was a man-bear. It was 5 to 6 zhang tall and its whole body was pitch black. Its fur was like needles and its eyes were fierce. There was a golden horn on its head that was surrounded by lightning. It was hugging a huge tree and shaking it. There was a huge bird's nest on the tree. It was unknown what kind of giant one it belonged to. It seemed that the man-bear wanted to take advantage of the giant one's absence to steal the bird's eggs and feast on them. He, this is this young master's first prey. Tonight, I will eat bear paw. When Xiao Han saw the man-bear, all the strength in his body exploded. A gust of wind blew past and broke all the young trees in the forest. Die. Xiao Han was like a wild beast and fiercely pounced towards the man-bear, wanting to kill and tear it apart. Ho! The bearman cried out in fear. His fierce eyes were filled with panic and fear. He had actually run away. Bang! 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 The man-bear spread its legs and ran out of the forest. It was unknown how many ancient trees were broken and it was a complete mess. Xiao Han chased closely. With a jump, he could jump hundreds of zhang away. Just like the man-bear, his body casually broke the huge trees. The man and the bear began to chase. It was as if two fierce beasts were fighting each other. Rushing out of the forest, the man-bear's speed was extremely fast. The bear's body tore through the air and formed a wave of qi. It ran for its life. It seemed to have a premonition of the human strength and fierceness. It actually did not dare to turn back. Don't run. Xiao Han chased anxiously. However, he did not release his true qi. He wanted to use pure physical strength to hunt. After all, when he was competing with brats did not know how to use true qi. If Xiao Han relied on true qi to catch up to and kill his prey, it would be too shameful. The man bear madly ran to a 10,000 meters tall stone mountain. With a leap, it actually scuttled into a pitch-black cave at the bottom of the mountain. Then, it quickly pushed a huge rock and blocked the cave entrance. Damn it! Xiao Han stopped his footsteps. In an instant, boom! Xiao Han's body flashed. With his body of flesh and blood, he smashed into the stone mountain. In an instant. Caw 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 caw, the mountain was smashed open with numerous cracks. It was a shocking sight. However, the man bear still hid in the cave. It could not come out anymore. Xiao Han cursed his bad luck. He shook off the stone fragments from his hair and went around the stone mountain. A few hundred zhang away, a huge golden pangolin appeared in Xiao Han's vision. The pangolin was 10 zhang long. Its entire body glowed with a golden light. Its eyes were cold as it looked back at Xiao Han. They stared at each other. The pangolin is not bad either. Xiao Han's 2 legs stepped on the ground. His body turned into a blur as he directly rushed over. A tornado rose into the sky. Gigi, the pangolin let out a cry of shock. Its 2 claws dug into the ground. In an instant, it actually dug a hole and dived into it. Pung! Xiao Han jumped a few times and landed on the ground. A large part of the ground was shattered. However, the pangolin had already shrunk and dived deep into the ground. It can't be. Is hunting so hard? Xiao Han was speechless. Gua gua gua, a bird's cry came from above Xiao Han. He looked up. In the sky, there were dozens of huge birds circling. Each of these huge birds was as big as a manor. They covered the sky and cast a terrifying shadow on the ground. They were similar to eagles. Their bodies were covered with black scales. The scales were dense, as if they were made of molten iron. They shone with a cold metallic luster. Their ferocious aura was shocking. Come down. Xiao Han licked his lips. He raised his head and provocatively hooked his finger. Those huge eagles kept circling, but did not dare to fly low. At this moment, one of the huge eagles finally could not hold back. It began to dive down, trying to get close to Xiao Han and test him. 200 zhang above the ground. 150 zhang above the ground. 100 zhang above the ground. Die for me. Xiao Han leaped up and shot up into the sky like an arrow piercing through the clouds. The air suddenly exploded. It was like shooting a mountain cannon. Gua! The huge eagle was hit by the violent airflow caused by Xiao Han's flight. All the scales on its body contracted. It let out a miserable cry. Its body instantly rose 10 zhang high in the sky, causing Xiao Han's attack to miss. Your reaction is really fast. Xiao Han waved his fist in the air, but in the end, he could not hit the huge eagle. He angrily fell down, smashing the ground. Gua gua gua, a few of the huge eagles flew down and circled provocatively. Xiao Han's embarrassment turned into anger. He directly picked up a 1,000 boulder from the ground and used all his strength to throw it upwards. This time, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. With a pu sound, it smashed into one of the huge eagles in the sky. Scales flew everywhere and the eagle's blood flowed. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. With a flap of its wings, the boulder was smashed into powder. Although Xiao Han's strength was great, after throwing the boulder for 100 zhang, its strength was weakened. It was not enough to smash down a huge eagle. It seems that these ferocious birds and wild beasts can feel my strength. Therefore, they are very afraid of me. When they smelled my aura, they fled without a trace. Xiao Han calmed down. If this is the case, it will be very difficult for me to hunt prey. I'm afraid I will lose to the children. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the ground and thought. No, I cannot act recklessly. I have to think of a way. Xiao Han's eyeballs turned. Suddenly. That's right. I will block all the functions of my body. A light flashed in Xiao Han's mind. With a thought, he activated the tortoise breathing technique. In the next moment, Xiao Han's ferocious aura was sealed. The sound of metal clanging when the blood surged was sealed. Even the strong smell emitted from his cells was sealed. This caused Xiao Han's vitality to become ordinary, like an ordinary person. After putting on the disguise, Xiao Han swaggered around the wasteland. Gua, a ferocious bird's cry came from above his head. Only to see, a huge ferocious bird that was over 100 zhang long, with beautiful wings and fiery light around its body, circled above Xiao Han's head, letting out a bloodthirsty and cruel cry. In the next moment, Gua, the ferocious bird screeched and began to dive down. Its claws were like hooks, suffused with a cold and deathly luster. It wanted to catch Xiao Han and eat him like a snack. This is my first prey. When the ferocious bird was only 10 zhang away from him, Xiao Han moved. Boom! The aura in his body suddenly broke through the tortoise breathing technique seal. The ferocious power surged like a tide, rolling like thunder. The river water beat against the shore, the ground was flattened, and smoke rose everywhere. Bang! Xiao Han's body was covered in golden light. He jumped up and punched. A tornado rushed out and directly hit the belly of the ferocious bird. The almost invincible power smashed a huge hole on the belly of the ferocious bird. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Pooh! 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 The ferocious bird hovered in the air. Its huge body kept twitching and spasming. Its body was like a firecracker exploding. The blood of the bird was flowing wildly, and its vitality was extinguished. He had killed a giant Yuan with just the strength of his flesh shell. Ha 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 ha. I've finally killed my first prey. It's actually a Yuan. I heard from senior brother that Yuan is harder to kill than the ferocious beasts on the ground. Xiao Han put the corpse of the Yuan on the ground and rolled his eyes. This method is not bad. Let's see how many prey I can catch today. Xiao Mingchu lazily and leisurely sat on the branch of an ancient tree. His legs swayed as he opened his soft eyes and smiled. This kid is really a natural hunter. He can actually hide his strength and aura. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. The beautiful pure mountain range was like a poem or a painting. The profound pure palace. The sect master of the pure sect was sitting in the pavilion reading a book. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were standing in the pavilion. Sect master, it's been almost 2 years. I wonder where junior brother Xiao Han is. Dongfang Qin said worriedly. The sect master slowly put down the book in his hand and looked far away. He's still alive. However, I don't know his situation at the moment. He seems to have escaped far away from the southern region. In a few months, this year's Devil Hero Trial competition will begin. Sect Master, junior brother Xiao Han is only 17 years old this year. If he gives up this year's Devil Hero Trial competition, he can still participate in the next Devil Hero Trial competition at the age of 22. Before the age of 30, he can participate. It doesn't have to be this year. Fang Ling suddenly said. The sect master looked at Fang Ling. Sect master, the mortality rate of this year's Devil Hero Trial competition is very high. It's called the most terrifying one in history. Fang Ling frowned deeply. I heard that the ancient countries in the depths of the great wilderness and those hidden powerful tribes have produced a group of young geniuses in recent years. They want to rise and will participate in this year's Devil Hero Challenge competition. Oh. Those guys in the depths of the great wilderness. Dongfang Qin's pupils shrank and said cautiously. When I participated in the Devil Hero Trial competition, I also met some young people from the Great Wilderness. They are extremely terrifying, cruel and perverted. They drank the precious blood of ancient species and grew up with countless ferocious birds and beasts. They were born with a barbaric and noble bloodline. When they were young, they could tear a ferocious dragon with their bare hands. Sect Master, if you let junior brother Xiao Han compete with these perverted fellows, I'm afraid. The sect master waved his hand. Xiao Han has no way out. Now, the entire southern region and even the devil heroes of other regions are hunting for him. Rumor has it that he once sneaked into the wedding procession of the Fire Beacon Empire's emperor. At the border of the Blazing Sun Empire, he encountered another demon emperor and seemed to have a fortuitous encounter. He is now a hot prey. I don't know if he has improved. This. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling exchanged glances and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Chapter 123. Xiao Han had found his own way of hunting that was effective and could be done once and for all. He was like the most cunning and terrifying hunter. He used the tortoise-breathing style to seal his power, attracting the attacks of all kinds of ferocious beasts and great luan in the great wilderness, and then counterattacking. In just a few hours, Xiao Han had killed 4 great luan, 6 giant eagles, 2 mad rhinoceroses, 3 striped tigers, 5 giant wolves, and 2 golden crocodiles. Xiao Han carried these preys to a wasteland and met up with the kids. The preys that were piled up like a mountain emitted a bitter aura of the great wilderness, illustrating their ferocity and tyranny when they were alive. All the preys that the kids had hunted could not even compare to half of what Xiao Han had hunted. Big brother Xiao Han, you are so powerful. The kids looked at Xiao Han with eyes full of worship. Big brother Xiao Han, this is your first time hunting and you have returned with great rewards. You have hunted so many ferocious birds and giant beasts, you are as powerful as big brother Ming Chu. In the future, big brother Xiao Han will hunt for the ancient village every day. Xiao Han laughed with satisfaction. Princess Mo Hen and the others also ran over to congratulate him. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu, who was lying lazily on the towering ancient tree, slightly moved his eyes, and his right ear trembled a few times. His mouth curled into a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Next, it seems like something is going to happen, junior brother Xiao Han, I have something to do and will leave first. You guys wait here for me for a while. Emin, let's do this. Junior brother Xiao Han, remember to protect the children. After saying this, Xiao Mingchu leaped and disappeared in the sky with a few flashes. Eldest senior brother? Xiao Han looked up in confusion. He then said to the kids. Let's play here for a while. He thought, what is eldest senior brother trying to do? Dozens of miles away. Dozens of giant bulls with 4 burning hooves came from the depths of the great wilderness. This was a giant bull with immemorial bloodline, the flame bull. An adult flame bull was 4 zhang long and 1 zhang above the ground. The bull's eyes shot out golden light, and its whole body was surrounded by colorful lights, looking extremely magical. They were tamed as mounts by some powerful tribes in the great wilderness. In the great wilderness, tribes that had flame bulls as mounts ruled over a territory and had hundreds of millions of people supporting them. They were not to be trifled with. At this moment, more than 10 barbarians with monstrous blood chi were riding these flaming bulls as they galloped as fast as lightning. These barbarians were wrapped in beast skins, and their appearances were extremely rough. Their bodies were like mountains, and they were more than 2 meters tall. Their auras were powerful and terrifying, and with just a slight glare, hundreds of beasts would tremble. True chi was still flowing on the surface of their bodies, and they were sparkling, adding to their divine might. The one riding in front of the barbarians was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He was extremely handsome with fair skin and exuberant chi and blood. His long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and his eyes sparkled like gems. His expression was cold and arrogant. His eyes flickered with wildness and cruelty, as well as an innate arrogance. His temperament was like that of an untamable beast. Jiang is the youngest and bravest warrior in our Dehua tribe, and one of the most outstanding sons of the tribe leader. At the age of 16, he could already hunt a flood dragon by himself. His future was limitless. It is very likely that he will lead the Dehua tribe to glory in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. A barbarian looked at the back of the young man who was riding on the bull, and his eyes were filled with admiration and amazement. Another barbarian nodded and said, Jiang will become a talent, and he will rise. He was born with great valor, and the strength of his body can topple the mountains and overturn the seas. He hunts ferocious birds and wild beasts like picking up grass. What's even rarer is that he has opened his true meridian, and cultivated to level 2 of true qi. He is like a tiger that has grown wings. There are many youths in the great wilderness who have strong bodies, but there are not many who can open their true meridian. Jiang is a super genius of the Dehua tribe that only appears once in 100 years. This time, he will go to the outside world and participate in the Devil Hero trial. If he can become a Devil Hero, he will be able to learn the most powerful true qi divine technique. It will benefit the entire tribe. Yes, true qi divine technique is something we lack in our tribe. Another barbarian sighed. The true qi divine technique is still in the hands of the Devil Hero. We, the children of the great wilderness, who can become a Devil Hero, do not have unparalleled skills. Jiang will become a Devil Hero this time. There is no need to doubt this. The youths in the outside world are as weak as lambs in front of Jiang. Ha 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 ha. The young man turned around and smiled. Uncles, those people in the outside world treat us, the children of the great wilderness, as barbarians. Jiang will make them pay. In this Devil Hero trial, Jiang must personally kill all the competitors and stand out. Jiang likes to kill those who think highly of themselves. In fact, they are very weak. They are not even as strong as the birds and dragons that Jiang casually tore apart. Ha ha ha. How ambitious. One of the barbarians smiled, but he also reminded Jiang. However, Jiang, you can't be too complacent. Although the youths in the outside world are physically weaker than us, in terms of true qi cultivation, their talent and physique are better than us, the children of the great wilderness. I heard that those sects have many true qi divine technique manuals that we covet. Humph. Uncle Qin Huan has underestimated Jiang. Jiang is not afraid of those sect disciples at all. He will kill them like pigs and dogs. Uncle Qin Huan, just wait and see. Viciousness flashed across Jiang's eyes. Ha 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 ha. A burst of unrestrained and coarse laughter immediately reverberated in the wilderness. Dong 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 dong, the ground shook. There seems to be a group of giant beasts galloping towards us. Xiao Han's ears twitched a few times. Brother Xiao Han, there are 17 giant beasts. No, 18. Little Tiger crouched down and put his right ear to the ground to listen. Then, he blinked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded and licked his lips. Get ready to hunt. He. I haven't killed enough today. Not long after, dust billowed in front of them. The sound of hooves stomping on the ground was getting closer and closer, like rolling thunder. Xiao Han, seems to be a human. Oh. No, it's a human riding a wild beast. Princess Mo Hen covered her eyes with her hand. It's a tribe in the great wilderness. Princess, be careful. Hu Qinghe quickly reminded. These are the tribes in the great wilderness? Sure enough, each of them is full of vigor and their aura is like that of a humanoid beast. Their flesh shells are very strong. If I didn't cultivate in Stone Village, just based on my physical body, I would indeed be too weak and frail in front of these people. Xiao Han quietly activated the tortoise breathing style, sealing all his strength and sharp aura, making him look very harmless. Alright, children, we can't hunt anymore. They seem to be people from some tribe. Do you know these people? Xiao Han asked in a low voice. Brother Xiao Han, we don't know these people. In the outskirts of the great wilderness, there are only our ancient village and a few small tribes. They are riding flame bulls, a very strong type of wild beast. Their eyes can spit fire, but their hooves and tendons are very delicious. In the past, Brother Mingchu had hunted a flame bull and let us try it. It's very delicious. That's right. Especially the bull's eyes. When you eat it, you can't help but swallow your own tongue. Little Tiger swallowed his saliva while staring at the flame bulls. More than 10 children stared at the flame bulls with saliva dripping from their mouths, automatically filtering out the riders on the bulls. Goo goo, a few of the children's stomachs were still growling. They were full of appetite. A group of gluttons. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. The children of Stone Village could eat a lot and were also very gluttonous. However, he couldn't just go and steal other people's mounts, right? Xiao Han hurriedly called out to the children. All right, children, let them go. Don't stare at other people's bulls, it's very rude. Oh. The children were still quite obedient and reluctantly moved their gazes away. However, the dozen or so flaming oxen stopped, and vaguely formed an encirclement, surrounding Xiao Han and his group. Just now, I heard that someone wants to eat a flame bull. A young man had an extremely cold expression on his face as he looked at Xiao Han and the group of brats with a condescending gaze. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants that he could kill and take away. It was the young genius of the Dahua tribe, Jianghu. His eyes emitted a frightening light that was overbearing. So it's a group of little reptiles that live in the outskirts of the great wilderness. But their tone is very arrogant. His gaze turned and looked at the outstanding beauty Princess Mo Hen. His gaze was very aggressive and possessive. It unscrupulously swept across Princess Mo Hen's exquisite and curvaceous body and then loudly said, "Uncles, what do you think of this woman? In the Dahua tribe, you can't find such a beautiful woman. Moreover, she's not a child of the great wilderness. Obviously, she's from the outside world. I seem to have heard people call her princess. Maybe she's the princess of some kingdom from the outside world. That's great. She can be my concubine." The men of the great wilderness regard having beautiful women from the outside world as an honor. This kind of woman is enough for me to show off in front of my brothers. They will be jealous of me. Father will also agree with my taste. The barbarians all nodded and expressed their agreement with Qin Jiang's words. Qin Jiang thought for a few breaths and then said with a commanding tone, "Little reptiles, leave your prey and atone for your rudeness. Then kneel down. After we leave, you can stand up. That woman, you will follow me now. You will become my private property and a beautiful feather that I can show off in the tribe." Ah. Xiao Hu widened his eyes. "This brother, why do you want to steal our prey? And you want us to kneel? Moreover, Princess Mo Hen is not your private property. You can't take her away." Hee. The people of the great wilderness are really a bit interesting. Xiao Han silently licked his lips. The killing intent in his heart was out of control. Presumptuous. This is too presumptuous. Hearing Qin Jiang's insulting words and insulting Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Jiang. The true qi in his body surged, and the 35-pointed star true acupoints emitted a red glow. A surging true qi river soared into the sky. Oh! Qin Jiang was stunned. Immediately, his eyes burst out a beam of light that made people tremble. He said sternly, "It seems that these lowly people should all be killed." Xiao Han looked left and right and suddenly realized. No wonder eldest senior brother found an excuse to escape. It turned out that he had predicted that something would happen. He didn't want to show up and see how I would deal with it. Really? The next moment, Xiao Han took a step forward and shouted. "Eldest senior brother, I know you are nearby. I want to ask you something. I am going to start a massacre and crush all these barbarians. If possible, eldest senior brother doesn't need to say anything. If I can't kill them, I hope eldest senior brother can say something to stop them. I will count from 1 to 3. If eldest senior brother doesn't say anything, I will start. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Han shouted 3 times. The wilderness was empty. Xiao Mingchu's voice was not heard. Xiao Han nodded and said to himself. Okay, eldest senior brother, I understand what you mean. Immediately, Xiao Han raised his head and looked at Qin Jiang and the barbarians. I'm sorry, all of you will die here. Yes, all of you will die. The Peerless Tang Sect. Chapter 124. Xiao Han glanced around. There were a total of 18 people. Their bodies were all extremely strong, and all of them had cultivated true qi. However, their true qi realms were not very high. This seemingly arrogant young man had opened 16 acupoints and was at the 2nd level of true qi. The rest of the barbarians were also at the 2nd level of true qi. Only one was at the 3rd level. In terms of the quality of true qi, these people could not be compared to Nan Gongyi. Nan Gongyi was a hero after all. He had gone through the trials of blood and fire. Not any random group of people from the great wilderness could be stronger than Nan Gongyi. How dare a group of people like this clamor in front of me? They are all looking for death. Moreover, great senior brother has gone into hiding. It is obvious that he wants me to compete with the people from the great wilderness. Why should I be polite? Xiao Han sneered in his heart. His fighting spirit was boiling. Kids, back off. Tonight, we can eat the flaming bull. Xiao Han waved his hand at the kids, signaling them to back off. Xiao Han, you have to be careful. They have the numbers advantage, and they are barbaric and powerless, Princess Mo Hen shouted worriedly. Hu Qinghe and a few other true Qi realm guards stood guard in front of her, on full alert. Oh. You are not a child of the great wilderness. Qin Jiang looked at Xiao Han coldly. And you are very weak. You. Before he could finish his words, suddenly. Boom. Xiao Han's aura suddenly exploded. His powerful and domineering aura rose to its peak without any preparation. There was only a distance of 100 feet between him and Qin Jiang. With the strength of Xiao Han's body, he could completely ignore this distance. In less than a breath's time, Xiao Han's figure dashed forward and was already in front of Qin Jiang. Strong winds blew and clouds surged. Die! Xiao Han punched out. The tornado around him roared, and even the flaming bull that Qin Jiang was riding fell to the ground. Qin Jiang did not even have the chance to activate his true qi. In the blink of an eye, he roared and punched out with his right fist. He fought Xiao Han with pure physical strength. Bang! Their fists collided. It was as if a meteorite had collided, and the sky collapsed. Caw 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 caw, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on the ground. Ah! Qin Jiang let out a heart-wrenching shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, his beast skin clothes were shattered into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, his jade-white skin was covered in terrifying and shocking cracks like porcelain. The cracks spread all over his body like a centipede. Pooh! Puff! Puff! Pft! Qin Jiang's body began to explode. Pucci, the flaming bull that Qin Jiang was riding on, was smashed into a pile of minced meat. In just one exchange, Xiao Han had used the pure strength of his body to directly smash a man from the great wilderness who was famous for his strong body. Xiao Han said disdainfully as he landed on the ground. His aura surged and the blood in his body surged. His physical body only has about 100,000 ding of strength, yet he dares to jump around? In the outside world, it might be able to move people, but in front of me, it's not even worth mentioning. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. There was silence between heaven and earth. The next moment, roar. No. Qin Jiang was killed. The young genius of the Dahua tribe died. How did this happen? This time, Qin Jiang was going to participate in the hex trial. He was destined to become a hex, a rising genius. Why did he die here? This is unforgivable. This is completely unforgivable. The tribe leader will go crazy. A group of barbarians let out mournful cries. Cuckoos and blood-weeping apes wailed as if they were mourning the death of their parents. The next moment, more than a dozen true energy attacks blasted towards Xiao Han at the same time. They wanted to blast Xiao Han into pieces. Ha 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 ha. The true energy cultivation method that you barbarians cultivate is really weak. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed loudly. The next moment, hum. 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 Rays of golden light bloomed from the surface of Xiao Han's body. The golden bone texts flashed everywhere, beautiful and magnificent. At this moment, Xiao Han seemed to be bathed in a blazing golden sea. His skin seemed to be dyed gold, and his eyes were shining with golden light. He was like an inviolable god. Between heaven and earth, faint sounds of Zen and Sanskrit could be heard. Indestructible golden body. This was the indestructible golden body that Xiao Han had cultivated for 1 year and 7 months under the terrifying pressure of the ancient village. Things were different now. It was no small matter. The indestructible golden body complemented the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell. The stronger the flesh shell, the more powerful and blazing the indestructible golden body. Now, Xiao Han was using 700,000 ding of flesh shell strength to activate the indestructible golden body. It was simply heaven-defying. Bang! 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 Rays of dazzling true energy attacks bombarded Xiao Han like raindrops, but they were swallowed by the golden light and disappeared without a trace. What kind of *T true energy cultivation method is this? It's not even as good as my spirit turtle true energy. All of you, die. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and he had already flashed in front of a barbarian. Boom! With a punch, the barbarian was blasted into meat paste. Xiao Han's body turned in the air and forcefully changed direction. From left to right, he continuously bombarded the barbarian. It was like entering an unstoppable realm. Like a hot knife through butter, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. My body is as strong as a treasure. The indestructible golden body dominates the wilderness. My internal organs are as deep as the sea. A punch and a kick can destroy the world. If I meet a demon hero who cultivates a powerful true energy cultivation method, I might not dare to attack directly. But you barbarians of the wilderness, your bodies are not as strong as mine, and your true energy cultivation methods are inferior. I can kill you like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Xiao Han was like a human-shaped beast, flashing in and out. His speed was extremely fast. In just a dozen breaths' time, the barbarians were all dead. None of them, who were arrogant just now, survived. Bang! Xiao Han's feet landed on the ground, and every step he took shattered the ground. A bunch of clowns. Wow! Big brother Xiao Han is so strong. The little brats cheered. Kill these evil people. Hu Qinghe's body trembled as he said to Princess Ingken. Your Highness, now, young hero Xiao Han's battle strength is simply shocking. With just this body, I'm afraid he can fight against Nangang Yi. Too strong. He's ridiculously strong. Clap clap clap, the sound of hands clapping rang out. Xiao Mingqiu leisurely strolled over from afar. Junior brother Xiao Han, the strength of your flesh shell complements this simple yet powerful body refining technique, bringing out the best in each other. A normal true energy realm martial artist cannot break through your defense. Xiao Mingqiu walked over. Eldest senior brother is too kind. Xiao Han's heart was much calmer now. He knew that the world was big, and the strong were as many as the trees in the forest. Thus, he was not arrogant at all. It's just that the true energy cultivation method of this group of barbarians is too inferior. That's why my little brother can ignore their attacks. Moreover, although their bodies are strong, they are not as strong as me, who has undergone 100 times the gravity training. Speaking of which, it's not that my little brother is strong, but that they are too weak. That's right, eldest senior brother, where did this group of people come from? If he killed them, would he leave behind future troubles? Will it bring disaster to the ancient village? Junior brother Xiaohan, I don't know where these people came from. The great desolate territory is vast and boundless. There are countless tribes and ancient countries, as many as the eternal sands. The people you killed were all trash. Their bloodlines were extremely inferior. Come to think of it, they were nothing more than a self-proclaimed noble tribe in a remote area of the great desolate. In this bitter and desolate land, they were arrogant and tyrannical. They were arrogant and ignorant, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. No one could control them. Just now, that young man even wanted to participate in this year's hex selection. He is really ignorant to the extreme. This kind of person belongs to the category of cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if they are killed by you. Sooner or later, they will die in the cruel hex selection. Xiao Ming-chu spoke frankly with assurance. Just now, I heard someone coming, so I deliberately avoided them to see if there would be a dispute. The people of the great desolate territory are very unreasonable. These people really want to bully you. I also want to take this opportunity to test junior brother Xiao Han's combat strength. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, eldest senior brother, you are really something. You actually used a group of barbarians to test my combat strength. Originally, I was going to take you to the depths of the great desolate territory to find opportunities to fight with people and test your combat strength. But now, it seems that there is no need for that. This year's hex selection will start in a few months. There is no need to go to the great desolate territory. If you get into a difficult battle and waste time, it will not be good. Xiao Ming-chu smiled. These barbarians appeared at the right time, ha ha ha. They saved me the trouble of taking you to the depths of the great desolate territory to train. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, go back. With your current combat strength, if you were in the previous hex selection, you have a 90% chance of standing out and becoming a hex hero. Even if this is the cruelest in history, you should at least have a 50% or 60% chance of winning. Stay in the ancient village for another month, and I will tell you some of my experiences in the hex selection. After that, I will take you back to the Pure Cloud sect. Prepare to participate in this year's hex selection. Yes, senior brother, I have been away from the sect for almost 2 years. I want to go back too, ha ha ha. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Xiao Ming-chu released his true qi, burning the corpses on the ground into nothingness, leaving no traces. After that, everyone carried the prey they had hunted today, returning to the village with a bountiful harvest. Ancient village. Night. The sky was filled with stars, and the full moon shone with a noble and otherworldly beauty. The villagers lit up a special bonfire and roasted delicious flaming cows, luan, and dire beasts. They even danced to liven up the atmosphere. Xiao Han chomped on the luan meat as he chatted with Xiao Ming-chu. Oh right, junior brother Xiao Han, tonight, you should start breaking through your meridians. Let's see how many meridians you can break through with your body that is comparable to a dire beast. Xiao Ming-chu's expression was full of anticipation. Yes. Senior brother. Tonight, I will break through my meridians in seclusion. Xiao Han wiped the grease off the corner of his mouth. Night. Xiao Han left the ancient village, a few miles away from the village. He sat cross-legged. There were a few large carriages beside him, filled with true qi spirit stones. Those were Princess Mo Hen's dowry. Now, they had become Xiao Han's private property. Xiao Han's eyes were focused on his nose was focused on his heart, and his mind was immersed in the position of the 15th acupoint. Start breaking through. Let's see how many meridians I can break through. To be continued. Chapter 125. After living in the ancient village for more than a year, Xiao Han had cut off the connection between his soul and his true meridians. His true qi was completely blocked. He focused on training his flesh shell. Now, his flesh shell had been tempered 100 times, like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharpness. It was time to shift the focus of his training to true qi. Breaking through the meridians. Xiao Mingqiu once said that the stronger the body, the easier it was to break through the meridians. Keng. In the night sky, a blade light flashed. A strand of blade intent was shot out by Xiao Han. Opened the 15th true meridian. Puff. The blade intent that could cut through the void directly broke through everything. The 15th true meridian was opened. From within Xiao Han's body, the beautiful sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon was heard. Xiao Han continuously sensed the true meridians in one go. His spirit was crystal clear, without any impurities. At this moment, he was in the best state. Sensing the location of the true meridian was like looking at the lines on his palm. Life and death, honor and disgrace, it didn't matter. More than a year's worth of accumulation exploded all at once. To his heart's content. Puff. 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 The 16th. The 17th. The 18th. The 19th. The 20th. The peak of the second level. The 21st true meridian was about to break through to the third level. This was a natural moat. If he could break through it, it would be a smooth journey. If he couldn't break through it, it might become a long-term shackle. Qi. 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 The 21st true meridian was sealed. It was very stubborn and blocked. It couldn't be easily broken through. Xiao Han used his spirit as a blade and sliced. Charge. To no avail. Then, he used the blade intent that could break all laws to kill. The 21st true meridian began to loosen. It was on the verge of collapse. Roar. This was a crucial moment. Xiao Han roared loudly. All the muscles, bones, and skin in his body. All opened up. The power of his body was like a star shining, like the sun and moon in the sky, like a river flowing through the land. The indestructible golden body emitted golden light and densely packed bone runes bloomed. The chanting and Zen intent resounded. The next moment, bang! The 21st acupoint had completely and utterly exploded. True Qi Stage 3. After breaking through this barrier, Xiao Han charged straight in and attacked the root of the problem. His acupoints exploded consecutively. Puff. 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 Number 22. The 23rd. The 24th. The 28th. Until the 28th true meridian was opened. Only then did the blazing momentum of breaking the wind and breaking the waves, as well as the determination to forge ahead, begin to gradually weaken. In the end, all banners and drums ceased. The 29th acupoint was temporarily unable to be opened. Even so, Xiao Han's true qi realm skyrocketed from the second stage to the peak of the third stage. From 14 true meridians, it charged to 28 true meridians. It was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps it could be said that the stronger one's physical body was, the easier it would be to break through the true acupoints. However, it was not as easy as eating and drinking. Between the physical body and the true qi, there seems to be a complementary relationship, but it is very subtle. After all, they belong to two completely different fields. Like well water and river water. It could raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. Xiao Han was very satisfied. His level of life, thinking, spirit, and bearing had all made great progress. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was shrouded in a dazzling light. True qi light columns were rising above his head. It was a spectacular sight. In his body, there were 28 five-pointed stars shining brightly like stars in the sky. Who? Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. The peak of the third stage of true Qi, coupled with an extraordinary flesh shell. I won't be considered cannon fodder if I participate in this year's Monster Hero tryouts, right? I, Xiao Han, will also compete with the most outstanding talents of the generation in the East, South, West, and North regions. And I will not be afraid of the young generation of the ancient countries and powerful tribes in the depths of the wasteland. The next moment, in his heart, the 4 broken seals slightly throbbed and trembled. As Xiao Han's true Qi realm increased, some martial arts light cocoons, as expected, burst out. Indestructible golden body. 51 to 60 movements. Emperor's divine fist 6 style. Broken mountains and rivers. 9 revolutions divine art 2nd revolution. As for the 7 fragment blade technique, Xiao Han had not comprehended the 3rd form, fragmented will form. Therefore, the seal with the traces of the 7 fragment blade technique did not trigger new martial arts light cocoons for the time being. The fragmented will form was related to the breaking of the blade intent, nirvana rebirth, breaking the old and establishing the new. This was not a trivial matter, and Xiao Han was not confident yet. He needed an epiphany and an opportunity in the future. He could not rush it. At this moment, the sky had already turned white. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental strength was haggard. After a night of opening meridians, Xiao Han's mental strength was like a sponge being sucked dry. At this moment, his eyes were heavy, and he was drowsy. Let's go back to the ancient village and rest for a day. Xiao Han stood up and took out some supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones from the carriage beside him. He inserted them into the true meridians, filling the newly opened true meridians with true Qi. Back to the village. Back in the ancient village, Xiao Han went straight into a stone house and fell asleep. Xiao Mingchu sat on a stone bench, chiseling talisman characters on the bone arrow. He looked at Xiao Han, his eyes showing appreciation and gratification. He murmured, "Good boy, you have consecutively opened more than 10 true meridians, and you have also reached the peak of the 3rd level true Qi. In today's world, among the younger generation, you are amazing and will not lose to other enchanting geniuses. My more than a year of training was not in vain. Perhaps, in the future, our Pure Rain sect will rise up to have a super demon hero." Xiao Han slept in the stone house for the whole day. He was only woken up by Princess Mo Hen at night. After dinner, Xiao Mingchu called Xiao Han over. The 2 brothers sat on the stone bench and chatted. "Junior brother Xiao Han, I will soon bring you out of the ancient village, out of the great wilderness, and back to the southern domain. This year's Demon Hero trial will begin as scheduled. You should be very unfamiliar with the Demon Hero trial, right?" Xiao Mingchu said with a faint smile. "Yes, eldest senior brother, I've never heard of the Hex contest. More than a year ago, my strength was low, and I did not have the qualifications to know about this." Xiao Han also smiled. "Well, now, I'll tell you about the Hex Hero preliminaries. So that you will not be confused when you participate. You don't know anything." Xiao Mingchu quickly sorted out his thoughts. Then, he talked incessantly, "Junior brother Xiao Han. The Demon Hero is the most powerful and the most amazing genius among the human true Qi realm. He is the best of the best after a narrow selection. The main responsibility of the Demon Hero is to hunt the demon race, so that this world will not become a paradise for the demon race. Apart from killing demons, the Demon Hero can also go on some adventures. For example, exploring some ruins and secret realms. Once you become a Demon Hero, you will be clearly separated from ordinary martial artists. Holding the Demon Hero order. You can ignore the laws and restrictions of the secular world, do whatever you want without being oppressed by the rules, and even crush the rules. Seriously, the laws of the Empire and the sect's dogma are all bullshit to the Demon Hero. Also, the Demon Hero can enter some mysterious worlds that ordinary martial artists will never be able to explore and understand. The Demon Hero can also participate in the games and tests set by the strongest people in this world, and obtain unimaginable rewards. The Demon Hero is worshipped and envied by all. Moreover, every Demon Hero is extremely rich. Because the demon hero can enter all kinds of secret realms to explore, if they are blessed with luck. They can obtain all kinds of true chi and secret techniques. They can even obtain clues to become immortal. For example, the unique technique of the Great Sun, Son of Heaven. The Great Sun Heart Sutra was found by this guy hundreds of years ago when he entered an ancient ruin and found in the murals on the ancient wall. He cultivated this technique, and his battle strength increased exponentially, and his aura swallowed the 9 provinces. In the end, he established a sect and founded the Sun God Palace in the blazing Sun Empire. The demon hero gained both fame and fortune. In this world, there are many powerful true chi techniques that ordinary martial artists do not have the opportunity to learn. They will not be passed down to the world. For example, the few major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, each sect's most powerful technique was obtained by the sect leader of the demon hero from the secret realms and ancient ruins when he was adventuring. Basically, he will not teach it to his disciples. It is kept secret. For example, our sect leaders ate 9 great true chi. However, junior brother Xiao Han, the sect leader favors you very much. Maybe he will teach you this unprecedented 8-9 great true chi in the future. But your current realm and mental cultivation are not enough. Xiao Han listened with great interest, and became more and more fascinated by becoming a demon hero. Xiao Han also understood. So, in this world, demon hero was the core. If one could not become a demon hero, they were destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. They had no fate with endless adventures and excitement. Xiao Mingqiu continued to narrate, junior brother Xiao Han, the demon hero trial is held every 5 years. The most basic conditions to participate in the trial are, first, you must not fear the demon clan, and even desire to kill the demon clan. Second, you must be a true chi realm martial artist under the age of 30. As for the rules of the trial, it is set by the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. The Demon Hero Tower is the authority that manages all the demon heroes in this world. The people who participate in the Demon Hero trial are mainly composed of 3 parts. The first is the outstanding talents recommended by the sects in the East, South, West, and West regions, as well as the outstanding rogue cultivators in the Jianghu who meet the requirements. The second is the young generation born in the ancient countries and powerful tribes in the depths of the great wilderness. The third, well, in recent years, some of the older generation of demon heroes in the demon hero domain in the central region are also trying to cultivate successors. They will select some babies from the world with extraordinary talent, and start to cultivate them from an early age. Now, these enchantresses personally cultivated by the older generation of demon heroes have also begun to appear, and all of them are extremely strong. Some of the best will participate in this year's demon hero trial, and these people are extremely terrifying. Tsk tisk. Xiao Han was shocked. Eldest senior brother, in this case, the weakest of the 3 parts of people who participate in the demon hero trial should be the young people selected by the sects in the East, South, West, and West regions, and those rogue cultivators in the Jianghu. I feel that the talents cultivated by the older generation of demon heroes in the central region are entrusted with important tasks, and that is the most dangerous part. Isn't that right? Xiao Mingqiu looked slightly disdainful and dissatisfied. Those old antiques think that the 4 regions can't produce the strongest demon heroes, so they decided to cultivate a new generation of demon heroes. But fortunately, there are not too many babies selected by them, and some of them have already died in the cruel and harsh training during their growth. But those who can survive are indeed extremely dangerous people. They have received all kinds of training, and have received trial opportunities that ordinary martial artists can't imagine. Therefore, this year's Demon Hero trial is the most terrifying, difficult, and demanding one in history. It has the highest mortality rate. Junior brother Xiao Han, I have to say that you are very unlucky. You have encountered the cruelest Demon Hero trial in history. But if you can stand out, you will definitely rise in the future. Your achievements will surpass mine. Next, I will tell you some things that may happen during the Demon Hero trial. Listen carefully. Xiao Mingqiu's voice became serious. I'm all ears. Xiao Han did not dare to neglect. To be continued. Chapter 126. Xiao Mingchu said solemnly. Junior brother Xiao Han, the content of the Hex Hero trial is all-inclusive. All-inclusive? Xiao Han was stunned. Senior brother, what do you mean? Xiao Mingchu said. Junior brother Xiao Han, you probably think that the Hex Hero trial is a group of contestants fighting each other and the winner is decided in the arena, right? Isn't that the case? Xiao Han became more and more confused. According to his understanding, the Hex Hero trial should indeed be a fight between the strong and the weak. It's not that simple. Xiao Mingchu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful expression. The content of each Hex Hero trial is different. This is a high-level secret of the Hex Hero Tower. The content can't be leaked in advance. However, according to the situation of the previous competitions, fighting spirit, battle of courage, forming a team to hunt and kill a high-rank demon general, maze, breakthrough, disguise, arena competition, death game, survival in the desolate wasteland, there were too many contents in the competition. It doesn't mean that you will survive if you have a strong combat power or a high cultivation level. Sometimes you need to rely on your brain. Of course, there's also luck. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have to know that after becoming a Hex Hero, your main responsibility is to hunt down demons. This requires a Hex Hero to have very strong judgment, wisdom, analytical ability, and deduction ability. So, in the Hex Hero trial, these aspects will also be taken into account. Xiao Han was speechless. I remember that the Hex Hero trial I participated in lasted as long as a year. There were layers of checkpoints, natural selection, rounds of elimination, and there would be people dying in each round. In the last round, there were 800 people left and they entered a virtual space created by a powerful person. It was a maze, and the slightest mistake could lead to one's death. It was also filled with all kinds of spiritual illusions and demons disguised as participants. I was very lucky to be able to find one of the few ways to survive in such a huge maze. Xiao Mingchu's face revealed an expression of lingering fear. After a pause, he continued. I talked to junior brother Dong Fangqin. The last round of his Hex Hero trial was to enter a demon town and hunt down demons within a specified time. The contestants also fought and killed each other, and finally, the contestants collected the most demon corpses. The one with the most wins, and the last round of junior brother Fang Ling's batch was relatively simple. It was an arena battle. Xiao Han understood. The content of each Hex trial was different. Therefore, it was not very meaningful to spend energy to collect information about previous competitions. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have to remember that it's good to have allies in the Hex trial. In reality, some of the contestants did not have the strength to win alone. However, they had found the right ally, which was why they stood out. Roping in allies that were helpful to him was also a way of survival. But I have to warn you, do not easily trust any of the participants. The Hex Hero preliminaries were very cruel. Seriously speaking, all the contestants were competitors. There was a price to be paid for rashly allying with others. There were many who would stab others in the back, stepping on the corpses of their allies at the critical moment. This is very scary, Xiao Mingchu warned earnestly. Yes, eldest senior brother. I understand now. If there were no special circumstances, would definitely not look for allies. Between life and death, perhaps no one else could be relied on other than oneself. I wouldn't dare to expose my back to anyone. Xiao Han agreed. Also, you must know how to conceal your strength. Don't expose all your trump cards at the beginning of the competition. However, I believe that it's extremely easy for you to do this. You have a special skill that can hide your aura and power, which will make people think that you are a rookie and let down their guard. This is very beneficial for you, Xiao Mingchu laughed. Also, you know some demon techniques, but don't use them easily unless it's a critical moment. Otherwise, you will become the target of covetous and besieged. Xiao Mingchu looked at the night sky leisurely and murmured, in this Hex trial, it is said that the death rate will reach 90%. Those who can survive are the elites of the elites. I don't know if junior brother Xiao Han will have the last laugh. In short, it could only be summed up in one sentence, by fair means or foul. In the hex trial, in order to survive, you must do whatever it takes. Also, you must be as calm as a rock and have sharp judgment. Well, junior brother Xiao Han, go and practice by yourself. Before returning to the southern region, I will try to tell you some of my experiences. I hope it will help you. Yes, senior brother. After saying goodbye to Xiao Mingchu, Xiao Han left the ancient village alone and went to the area outside the ancient village where he could sense the true acupuncture point. Under the cool and bright moonlight, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. It seems that the hex trial is more difficult than I thought. I must hurry up and practice. No matter what, the stronger I am, the greater the chance of survival. Sometimes, luck also belongs to the strong. If I am not strong enough, even if I am lucky, I will not be able to grasp it. Xiao Han began to practice the various martial arts skills deduced in the light cocoon. First was the 51 to 60 movements of the indestructible golden body. These 10 movements were very complicated. Every movement was beyond common sense. Moreover, it involved the arrangement and use of the bone texts. Xiao Han spent a full 5 days before he was able to master these 10 movements. The surface of Xiao Han's body was glistening with a golden light, and rays of light bloomed. Mysterious and cryptic bone inscriptions were like clear streams flowing in the treasure light. Magical. The 51 to 60 movements of the indestructible golden body can reflect 10% of the enemy's attack when receiving an enemy's attack, causing damage to the enemy. The 41 to 50 movements of the indestructible golden body were to directly absorb a part of the enemy's attack and forcibly transform it into golden light and the power of the body. And the 51 to 60 movements were to absorb a part of the enemy's attack and transform it into the power of the body while also reflecting 10% of the enemy's attack. It was a bit like giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine. Great! The more I practice the indestructible golden body, the more interesting it becomes. The more I practice, the more magical it becomes. Reflecting attacks. I am afraid that most of the body-refining martial arts in the world cannot do this, right? Xiao Han was extremely excited. He practiced these 10 movements diligently and relentlessly. 5 days later, Xiao Han began to practice the follow-up martial arts of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. The 6th movement of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, broken rivers and mountains. This movement turned out to be a true qi cultivation technique. Using the first 5 movements, Sovereign's Descent, the Emperor's Robe, the Emperor's Wrath, the Emperor's Death, and the momentum created was directly broken. A type of true qi fragment was formed in the true acupoint. In order to practice this movement, broken rivers and mountains, Xiao Han first succeeded in practicing the second revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art. The second revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art opened the second wave of virtual true acupoints. It allowed Xiao Han to give up the spirit turtle true qi and the hornless dragon profound ice true qi to cultivate a third type of true qi. In 3 days, he cultivated the second wave of virtual true acupoints. Xiao Han transferred the spirit turtle true qi and profound ice true qi that filled his true acupoints to the virtual true acupoints. The 28 true acupoints in his body were now empty. The momentum of the Sovereign's Descent, shatter. The momentum of the Emperor's Robe, shatter. The momentum of the Emperor's Battle, shatter. The momentum of the Emperor's Wrath, shatter. The momentum of the Emperor's Death, shatter. In Xiao Han's true meridian, the fragmented energy formed modeled fragments of true qi, which looked almost hideous. Xiao Han placed a few dozen supreme-grade true qi spirit stones into his true acupoints and completely fused them with the true qi fragment. A few days later, Xiao Han's 28 true acupoints were filled with fragments of light. They were extremely resplendent and colorful. They were like gems, like stars, like amber and agate. They were pure and extremely condensed. Moreover, the aura contained in these true qi fragments possessed a kind of nobility that looked down on the world. It was cold and inviolable. It was the aura of a king. However, the true chi fragments could not be used in battle for now. These true chi fragments were formed from the momentum of the Emperor contained in the few forms of the Emperor's divine fist that I have practiced. They have also devoured a large number of supreme-grade true chi spirit stones, making them as bright as the stars. The quality of these true chi fragments is extremely high, far surpassing the spirit turtle true chi and the hornless dragon profound ice true chi. Moreover, they have traces and a taste of fusion. However, I have no idea what the true chi fragments can produce from the fusion. Perhaps I will only find out after I practice the 7th form of the Emperor's divine fist, which is also the last form. Whatever, let's not worry about this for now. Xiao Han moved the true chi fragments into the virtual true acupoints and converted the hornless dragon profound ice true chi. Roar! The 28 5-pointed star true acupoints in Xiao Han's body emitted tens of thousands of icy lights. The cold light lingered and froze hundreds of miles away. In the next moment, a giant hornless dragon that was more than 100 feet long appeared. It breathed clouds and breathed out mist. Its entire body was wrapped in thick frost and the temperature in all directions suddenly dropped. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of icy cold air, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard in the air. A large area of air was frozen and cracked, and ice crystals sprinkled down like a dense rain. Now that I have opened 28 true acupoints and transformed into a hornless dragon, the coldness and attack power are many times stronger than before. This hornless dragon profound ice true chi was discovered by senior brother Dongfang Qin in an ancient site. Its quality is very high. In fact, it is not inferior to the devil hero Nangong Ye's burning heaven great chi. In fact, it is even better. Xiao Han released the hornless dragon and circled around. The sky began to snow, causing the area dozens of miles away from the ancient village to be covered in ice. This was the most enjoyable moment. The hornless dragon disintegrated into icy lights and entered Xiao Han's true acupoints. He practiced his saber art for a while before returning to the ancient village with a clear mind. A full month later, Xiao Mingchu brought Xiao Han and was about to leave the ancient village. 17. You two stay in the ancient village for now. If I become a devil hero, I will immediately come to pick you up. Xiao Han smiled and said to Princess Mo Hen. Princess Mo Hen was reluctant to leave. In the ancient village, she had stayed with Xiao Han for nearly 2 years. They were together day and night, and they were intimate with each other. She would often feed Xiao Han with her own hands. At this moment, she had already secretly pledged her heart to Xiao Han. Her feelings were deeply rooted, and she was completely devoted to him. She really could not bear to leave Xiao Han for even a moment. However, she also did not want to be tied down by Xiao Han's side and affect his participation in the devil hero selection. Thus, she could only let Xiao Han leave the village. Alright, you two will stay in the ancient village. Originally, I only planned to let you stay for 2 years. However, the people of the ancient village seem to get along well with you. They have also built up a relationship with you too. Thus, I will allow you to continue to stay. Xiao Mingchu smiled. Although the ancient village is desolate, there is no worldly intrigue. It is a secluded paradise. You two can stay in peace. If Xiao Han becomes a devil hero, he will have enough ability to settle you too. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, let's return to the southern region. I have not returned to the Pure Rain sect for many years. I also miss the Pure Rain mountain range, the sect leader, and all the junior brothers. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Eldest senior brother, I also can't wait. I am eager to return. Let's go. Chapter 127. After settling Princess Mo Hen and the other family members, Xiao Han bid farewell to the people of the ancient village. After living in the ancient village for nearly 2 years, Xiao Han had established a deep relationship with the villagers. They parted reluctantly. I'll be back. Xiao Han rubbed the heads of the kids and left the ancient village with Xiao Mingchu. The villagers sent him far away like a swarm of bees. The little wimps were all crying with tears in their eyes. Princess Mo Hen also held back her tears. Outside the great wilderness, Xiao Mingchu's body emitted an endless amount of divine light and light, transforming into a divine bird that was dozens of acres in size. 5-colored divine light swirled around it, emitting an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu boarded the divine bird. Xiao Han, you must become a vigilante. Mo Hen will wait for you here day and night. On the ground, Princess Mo Hen summoned up her courage and shouted. Finally, the divine bird transformed into a beam of divine light and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Junior brother Xiao Han, that princess seems to be interested in you, hee hee. Xiao Mingchu winked at Xiao Han. What do you think? The princess is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. She is as beautiful as a fairy. I don't believe that you won't be moved by her. Xiao Han smiled embarrassedly and avoided answering. I still have a pair of sisters waiting for me in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. Eldest senior brother, the most important thing right now is to become a hero. I will never forget the bet between eldest senior brother and the great son of heaven. Xiao Han said excitedly. How can I let eldest senior brother lose to a hypocrite like the great son of heaven? Ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter. Junior brother Xiao Han, remember, you're only a teenager. Even if you can't win this year's Devil Hero trial, you'll still be able to win. Become the evil hero. He had to try his best to survive. You have every chance to participate in the next tournament. The bet between me and the crown prince of the Great Sun Dynasty. It's not worth mentioning. Xiao Mingchu smiled casually, extremely carefree and calm. The speed of the divine bird was extremely fast, several times faster than the speed of sound. In about 10 days, it would be able to return to the southern region and the cloud sect. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, I'm going to sleep for a while. Xiao Mingchu fell asleep immediately and started snoring not long after. Xiao Han was speechless. He sat cross-legged and quietly nurtured his genuine qi. He visualized the movements of the indestructible golden body and refined his saber will. The southern region. Proud Sun Empire. The solar divine palace was located at the peak of the lava of the volcano. The protection of the gods. The sun shone. A golden-robed young man with a face as hard as a rock stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A blazing sun floated above his head as he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His aura swept across the land and swallowed the 9 provinces. When his eyes opened and closed, a blazing golden light burst out. Melting gold and iron, ruling all living things. It was the son of the sun, Hong. Suddenly, a golden-haired youth walked out of the tumbling magma. His tall figure was like a jade, the ends of his hair still burning with raging flames. His white clothes were like snow, surging with divine flames. His eyes were also golden, with a kind of natural arrogance and indifference. It was as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. He was proud and aloof, and his temperament was like that of a god that had descended to the mortal world. My disciple Hualai. Emperor of the Great Sun raised his golden eyes that were intertwined with runes and looked at the youth who was bathed in fire. His eyes burst out with a rare look of admiration. Your natural fire attribute physique is most suitable to cultivate Master's Great Sun Heart Sutra. You are only 20 years old, and you have already opened 42 acupoints, true Qi level 5. You are as monstrous and heaven-defying as I was back then. In this year's Devil Hero selection, I hope that you can rise up and become a Devil Hero. With your achievements today, in the entire Proud Sun Empire's younger generation, you are as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Master's years of nurturing did not go to waste. Hualai, listen up, in the selection, if you meet a youth called Xiao Han from the Fire Beacon Empire's Pure Cloud sect, you must destroy his cultivation, capture him alive, and hand him over to Master, no mistakes. Pure Cloud sect? Xiao Han? The golden-haired youth muttered. Soon after, His golden eyes were filled with a violent battle intent that was almost bloodthirsty. Master, please rest assured, if I meet that youth Xiao Han, I will make him beg for death. Ha 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 ha. Master believes in you. Good disciple. Emperor of the Great Sun laughed maniacally. A large number of volcanoes erupted, and flames engulfed the entire sky. Xiao Mingchu. In this 1 year's time, I want to see how you train Xiao Han. That Xiao Han has fallen into the devil Dao, and will be doomed eternally. Ha 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 ha. What? Master? That Xiao Han has fallen into the devil Dao. Ah. The golden-haired youth's aura exploded, rising steadily, and his golden eyes instantly turned scarlet red. A blazing sun rose from behind him, and in the sun, a three-legged golden crow was hibernating. Burning mountains and boiling seas, all in a single thought. Bang! 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 The golden-haired youth's body was covered in flames, burning the volcanoes into nothingness. That's enough, Wuxia. When you were young, your village was raided by the demon clan. Your parents died in the mouths of the demon clan and were eaten alive. That's why you've spent your entire life killing the demon clan. Once the devil race is mentioned in front of you, you will be possessed and go crazy. Your battle prowess will soar. Keep your anger to yourself. Emperor of the Great Sun comforted. Southern Region. Fire Beacon Empire. Golden Throne Hall. The current emperor of Fire Beacon Empire was enraged, and the mountains and rivers changed color. Unexpected. That Xiao Han actually sneaked into the group where I married Imo Hen, killed Nan Gongyi, and took Imo Hen away. What a heinous crime. Even the 9 clans. Pass my imperial decree, that Xiao Han will be included in the list of the most wanted criminals of Fire Beacon Empire forever. Issue a bounty for Xiao Han in the entire southern region. There is no longer a place for him in the heavens and earth. Also, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find Imo Hen. Southern Region. **** Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountains, winding and circling, like a sleeping dragon. White clouds filled the air, and red mist lingered. Mountain peaks poked out of the clouds, like hibiscus coming out of the water. **** Hall. The sect master stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking far away. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling stood behind the sect master with worried expressions. Sect master, this year's Devil Hero trial competition will begin as scheduled. Junior brother Xiao Han is now wandering around the world, I don't know where he is now. Dongfang Qin sighed. Xiao Han is a very determined young man with good luck in his life. He doesn't seem to have the fate of dying young. Fang Ling thought for a moment. I just don't know. It's been nearly 2 years. To what extent has his cultivation improved? Is it enough to participate in this year's Devil Hero trial competition, which has the highest mortality rate and the most difficulty in history? I heard that those old antiques of Devil Hero region will also participate in this competition. The competition will be very fierce, and many young people will lose their lives. The young generation that came out of the Great Wilderness is not easy to deal with. It is said that in these few years, the Great Wilderness has a very strong luck. Its luck is very strong, and it has given birth to countless powerful youths. This time, it is like a dragon coming out of the deep sea. It will definitely stir up the mountains and rivers. Dongfang Qin also sighed. At this moment, the sect master's eyes that were full of anger suddenly shrank, and then he smiled slightly. Mingchu is back. With Xiao Han. It turns out that Xiao Han has been missing for 2 years. He was taken away by Mingchu, interesting. Eldest senior brother is back? Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were surprised and happy. Dongfang Qin's eyes flashed with hostility. Sect master. Last time in the Sunset Mountains, those foreign devil heroes were aggressive. If eldest senior brother was there, none of them would have survived. This time, eldest senior brother is back. Let's find them and kill them all. Dongfang, it has been so many years. Your murderous nature is still so strong. Restrain yourself. The sect master smiled lightly. High up in the sky of the great wilderness mountain range, a divine bird let out a bird cry, circled a few times, and then dived towards the great wilderness mountain range. Xiao Han stood up directly and looked at the great wilderness mountain range. He felt as if a lifetime had passed, and he couldn't help but roar. Great wilderness sect. I, Xiao Han, am back. Ha 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 ha. I, Xiao Han, am no longer running away, I am back openly. Ha 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 ha. Great wilderness sect. Outer sect mountain peak. Ah Cho was cultivating the withered tree collection in his courtyard. After cultivating for a while, he stopped. His eyes were filled with worry as he muttered to himself. I wonder how Xiao Han is now. I heard that he is wanted by the entire country. Everyone is coveting the secrets on him. Sigh. My good brother, you must hold on. Nothing must happen to you. Suddenly. I think I heard that kid's voice. Ah Cho was stunned. He immediately jumped up and looked around, then looked at the sky. Xiao, the divine bird, flew across the sky. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, my brother, just now, was it you who shouted? Are you back? Ah Cho shouted with a trembling voice. The divine bird landed on the great wilderness mountain range. Sect master, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as before. Xiao Mingchu was no longer lazy and indifferent. At this moment, when he saw the sect master, his eyes were filled with respect. Mingchu, you are back. These years, your cultivation has improved a lot. Stay for a few more days and give Dongfang and Fang Ling some pointers. The sect master smiled happily. Eldest senior brother. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling flashed over and gently hugged Xiao Mingchu. The three of them looked at each other and laughed, radiating a strong brotherly love. Eldest senior brother, you have been away from the great wilderness for so many years, but you are still the same as before. I miss eldest senior brother all the time and recall the time when eldest senior brother brought me to kill the demon emperor. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Qin was extremely excited. Then. Sect master, Dongfang senior brother, Fang Ling senior brother, Xiao Han is back. Xiao Han laughed at the side. Good boy. Dongfang Qin directly pounced over and gave Xiao Han a bear hug. I thought that you would be surrounded by countless demon heroes and die in such a bad situation. Unexpectedly, you are still alive. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. You have grown a lot taller. Fang Ling also walked over and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, you are very good. At this moment, Xiao Han was using the tortoise breathing style to completely seal his strength and aura. Even the aura of the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm was perfectly sealed. Thus, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling could not see through Xiao Han's current cultivation. Xiao Han. Sect master looked at Xiao Han with admiration. It seems that you have made a lot of progress after following Mingchu for the past 2 years. Looking at your spirit and bearing, your sharpness is restrained. Not bad. Alright, release your cultivation and let me have a look. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling also looked at Xiao Han curiously. Yes, sect master. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. In the next moment, all the sealed true acupoints were opened. Boom! Divine light radiated and 28 5-pointed stars shining with treasure light appeared from Xiao Han's body. They wandered around like a dream. It was a spectacular sight. Good boy. Peak of the 3rd level true qi. Dongfang Qin cried out involuntarily. Fang Ling's eyes also showed a strange light. Great progress. You have made tremendous progress. Ha 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 ha. There is something that will surprise you even more. All right. Junior brother Xiao Han, we are all on the same side. Don't hide it anymore. Completely release the seal on your body. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Yes. Xiao Han nodded. Gradually, an ancient aura began to spread out from Xiao Han's body. His hair fluttered without any wind. Wherever he stood, a hurricane swept up, sand and pebbles flew. His eyes were like a demon god's, tearing through the ages and thundering the 9 heavens. Kikik Dongfang Qin's throat made an owl-like sound, but he was choked and couldn't say anything. He looked at Xiao Han with a dumbfounded expression. This is... Fang Ling's expression instantly changed. The sect master's pupils contracted. This, interesting, very interesting, bang. Xiao Han finally released all the seals on his body. A loud sound was heard and the whole mountain seemed to shake. The terrifying aura of a humanoid beast burst out from Xiao Han's body. Crack crack crack, a fake mountain a few zhang away began to crack. It was shattered by Xiao Han's aura. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a good Xiao Han. The sect master's eyes were as bright as stars. His aura changed from calm to gorgeous. Good. This time, my Pure Rain sect will compete with the other sects and the young generation of the Great Wilderness. We may not lose to them. To be continued. Chapter 128. Xiao Han completely released the seal of the tortoise breathing style, displaying the power of his flesh shell and his true acupoints, directly causing a tremor. Xidongfang Qin and Fang Ling were dumbfounded, even the calm sect master was moved. A humanoid beast. Dongfang Qin exclaimed. Xiao. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are simply a humanoid beast. The power of your flesh shell is heaven-defying. You can almost be compared with the barbarians in the depths of the great wilderness who grew up drinking precious blood. That's great. In this case, even if it's the cruelest monster hero trial, junior brother Xiao Han is still very confident to stand out. Xiao Han. A few years ago, you were still a live target that was bullied and beaten by the disciples, but now, you've improved by leaps and bounds. You are the outstanding true disciple of our Pure Cloud sect. The world changes, nothing can surpass this. Fang Ling sighed repeatedly. Well, Xiao Han, seal your qi. The sect master's face was full of admiration. Yes. Xiao Han was not used to showing all his trump cards on the surface. He was becoming more and more fond of concealing his strength. Shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, the mist of the tortoise breathing style spread out and sealed the 28 true acupoints. The true qi rippled without a single leak. The power of the flesh shell and the violent qi of the great wilderness were also sealed well. Moreover, now that Xiao Han's true qi realm had improved, the quantity of true acupoints and true qi had also increased. The spirit turtle true qi became more and more proficient and profound. Even the demon god palm tattoo on his left arm was sealed tightly. The sect master looked at Xiao Han's left arm deeply and said indifferently. Not bad. Even the slightly throbbing demonic qi has been perfectly sealed. Heh. Xiao Han smiled. Suddenly, he thought of something. The sect master is very powerful and seems to be able to sense the demon god palm tattoo on my left arm, but if I seal it with the spirit turtle true qi, the sect master might not be able to sense it. As for the demon egg hibernating in my heart, my current spirit turtle true qi is not enough to seal it. But the sect master did not sense it. The demon egg was hidden very well. Even a powerful figure like the sect master could not sense it. Only the demon clan had the innate ability to sense the demon egg. As long as the demon egg isn't sensed or detected, then it's all good. At least it won't be coveted by the entire world. Xiao Han knew very well that the demon egg was his most precious secret. It was even more precious than the demon Thearka's palm tattoo. Come, Xiao Han. Ming Chu, you have been away from the sect for a long time, and I have often missed you. Come and sit with me for a while. The sect master's temperament was tranquil, and he did not put on any airs. He led Xiao Han and the others into a gazebo and sat down. Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling also sat down. A spirit crane carried an ancient tea set and steaming hot tea into the pavilion. Everyone took a cup of fragrant tea. Xiao Han took a sip of the tea and felt the fragrance filling his mouth, making him feel refreshed. Feeling extremely comfortable, Zhang Xian blurted out. "Grandmaster, this is really good tea. Heh, these are tea leaves that my sect has gathered in a mystic realm." He was usually reluctant to take it out to drink. Ha ha ha. The sect master laughed heartily. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. Early Ming. "Have you told Xiao Han about the hex trial?" The sect master took a sip of tea and asked. "Yes, I have already told junior brother Xiao Han about the general situation and information." "But sect master, you also know that in every hex hero tryouts, the hex hero will be the strongest. The topic is different. It has been many years since my time, and there is not much reference value." Xiao Mingchu replied. "Well." The sect master smiled and looked at Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, I don't know the topic of this time's test. It is a top secret in the hands of a few powerful figures of the Hex Hero Tower. However, since this hex trial is known as the most cruel and terrible in history, it must be very difficult. Combat power, realm, wisdom, keen insight into the demon clan, even teamwork ability, temperament, many aspects will definitely be involved. Xiao Han, your cultivation is not bad, but you must not take it lightly. This time, there will be some demons cultivated by the old antiques of the Hex Hero region, and there will also be the younger generation in the depths of the wilderness. It will not be easy to deal with." "I know," Xiao Han said solemnly. "I will not be arrogant and conceited, nor will I belittle myself." There was some indescribable calmness in Xiao Han's temperament. He had cultivated his momentum step by step, and his mental level had reached a certain height, which was very rare. "Well." The sect master nodded with satisfaction. "However, the quota for this time's hex trial has been announced." "Oh? The quota has been announced?" Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fong Ling all looked at the sect master curiously. After the selection of the preliminaries, there will be about 5,000 to 10,000 young talents who will finally enter the official hex trial. Of course, the main venue of the hex trial is in the Hex Hero region, but during the competition, some other venues will be involved. The sect master explained. There will be so many people participating in the official hex trial? Xiao Han was shocked. Ha! Junior brother Xiao Han, it's only 10,000 people, which is actually not a big deal. Don't be surprised. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Beacon Fire Empire has a population of more than 10 billion, and the Blazing Sun Empire, which is adjacent to the Beacon Fire Empire, has a population of more than 20 billion. The entire southern region has 7 empires, 27 medium-sized countries, and countless small countries. It is very difficult to count the population. But there are hundreds of billions. The western region and the northern region are very bitter and cold. The demon clan is very rampant, almost unscrupulous, and there are even demon emperors in these two regions. Therefore, even if the western region and the northern region have a territory far larger than the southern region, the total population of the two regions is definitely less than the southern region. Dongfang Qin continued. However, the total population of the western region and the northern region is more than 100 billion, which is not a problem. Moreover, the martial artists who grew up in the bitter and cold places have been tempered since young, struggling between life and death, and their combat power should not be underestimated. Fong Ling also interrupted. The most prosperous of the 4 regions is the eastern region. The eastern region is strong and prosperous, and the number of sects and population is several times that of the southern region. Xiao Han listened with his eyes wide open. This world was too big, and there were too many people. Speaking of which, the true Qi realm was a realm where one could ascend to the heavens in a single step, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. A large sect with tens of thousands of years of history, such as the Pure Rain sect, only had about 100 true disciples. Every true disciple was a treasure. But in the entire world, there were many true Qi realm experts. After all, the population was so terrifying. Junior brother Xiaohan, are you shocked? The total population of the 4 regions. That is frightening, as many as the eternal sands. But compared to the great wilderness, it is nothing. Xiao Mingqiu had been in the great wilderness for many years, so he was more familiar with the situation of the great wilderness. The Great Desolation's territory is many times larger than the other 4 realms combined. In the great wilderness, there are tribes with tens of millions of people. They only belong to small tribes, like sesame seeds or mung beans. Which of the truly powerful ancient tribes does not rule over tens of billions of people? It is equivalent to the empires of our 4 regions. Not to mention the ancient countries that stand in the great wilderness. I have heard of a Java country with about 50 million years of history. Junior brother Xiaohan, guess how many people there are now? This. Xiaohan's scalp was numb. 50 million years of civilization and history. My God, this population is probably more than 100 billion? More than 1 trillion. Xiao Mingqiu said with certainty. Definitely more than 1 trillion people. There are many ancient countries similar to Java country in the depths of the great wilderness. In that case, there are nearly 10,000 places in this year's Monster Hero trial. Not too much, but too little. Xiaohan finally realized what was going on. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. Dongfang Qin frowned. I remember that when I participated in the Monster Hero trial, there were about 50,000 people who entered the main competition. Of course. The quality was definitely not as good as this year. There was even a little guy at the first level of True Qi who participated, but he was killed in the first round. Sect Master, these places are allocated. How are they allocated? Fong Ling asked. The Sect Master nodded. 10,000 people participated in the official Monster Hero trial. But the number of people who signed up was far more than that. So before the main competition, there will be qualifiers. Compete for the main competition places. A total of 2,000 places were allocated in the 4 regions. The Monster Hero region has 100 places. The rest of the places were all won by the Great Wilderness. There are only 2,000 places in the 4 regions? Xiao Mingqiu was astonished. The Sect Master smiled indifferently. Yes, a total of 2,000 places. Among them, the East region has a vast territory with many sects and powerful empires. It has been recognized by the Monster Hero region and occupies 3/4 of the 2,000 places. In other words, the East region has 1,500 places. The remaining 500 places will be selected from the South, West, and North regions. This is too unreasonable. Dongfang Qin said indignantly. The East region monopolizes 1,500 places, and only 500 places are allocated to the other 3 regions. What is this? Dongfang, don't be anxious. In fact, the top management of the Monster Hero Tower, when deciding the places, went through a lot of consideration and evaluation. Indeed, the overall power of the East region is stronger than the other 3 regions. Historically speaking, the number of monster heroes born in the East region is also far greater than that of the other 3 regions. In addition, from a mysterious point of view, the luck of the East region is superior to that of the other 3 regions. Perhaps, in the future, the advantage of the East region will become greater and greater. This disciple admits that the East region is indeed strong, and that the Great Wilderness has obtained more than half of the places. It is really hard to understand. In the past, there were not many places in the Great Wilderness. Dongfang Qin muttered. In the past, the countries and clans of the Great Wilderness did not have much hope for the Monster Hero trial. They did not want to send their clansmen to die. But the peak of prosperity must fall, and the peak of decline must rise. In the past 5 years, there have been many talents in the Great Wilderness, and some young geniuses have emerged like mushrooms after the rain. The sect master smiled lightly. Some people say that the luck of the entire true martial continent has gradually approached the great wilderness. I heard a patriarch of the great wilderness say that this year's monster hero trial is exclusive to the children of the great wilderness. The younger generation of the great wilderness will monopolize all the winning places. Ha 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 ha. Sect master, this is too arrogant. Looking at our 4 regions as if nothing. Fong Ling said proudly, the barbarians of the great wilderness are indeed tyrannical, but their perception and use of true qi cultivation methods are not necessarily better than the people of our 4 regions. They are all monsters with simple brains and developed limbs. Dongfang Qin said disdainfully. Oh, for the time being, let's not comment on this. In short, there are too many people in the great wilderness. It is not surprising to give them the majority of the places. The sect master said lightly. Now, let's get to the point. The number of places allocated to the South region, North region, and West region is 500. Among them, the North region and the West region each occupy 100 places. The entire South region occupies 300 places. In other words, the South region has 7 empires, 27 medium-sized countries, countless small countries, and hundreds of sections. The various royal families and rogue cultivators of the Jianghu have at least tens of thousands of people who meet the conditions to compete for 300 places. This is the qualifier. Xiao Han, do you have the confidence to compete for one of the 300 places? The sect master looked at Xiao Han with a smile. Sect master, this is just the qualifier. If this disciple does not have the confidence, how can I talk about the main competition? Xiao Han was very calm. He listened to the sect master, Xiao Mingchu, and Dongfang Qin. After the conversation between Fong Ling and Fong Ling, he was a little surprised, but definitely not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit was rising and he was ready to make a move. The qualifier should not be a problem for junior brother Xiao Han. Get a place in the main competition. It is almost a done deal. Xiao Mingchu said seriously. However, only 10,000 people will enter the main competition. After passing the qualifier, the 10,000 geniuses will be born. They must be abnormal and cannot be measured by common sense. It is no exaggeration. Almost all the 10,000 contestants are geniuses. There will be no weaklings. This year's Hex qualifier is very valuable. Fong Ling said concisely. Then let junior brother Xiao Han warm up first. Participate in the qualifier. Dongfang Qin was also interested. Junior brother Xiao Han, in the South region qualifier. You will definitely shine. But remember to hold back, don't use all your trump cards. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Dongfang. I understand. Xiao Han smiled. Well, Xiao Han, in this year's Hex qualifier. Our pure cloud sect, apart from you. There were also 2 other true disciples participating in the battle. They are 28-year-old Han Shuitang and 24-year-old female disciple Huiyang. The 3 of you will represent pure cloud sect and participate in the South region qualifier first. The sect master said seriously. Xiao Han, listen, I don't expect all 3 of you to pass the qualifier and get a place in the main competition. But you have to work hard. Spread the name of pure cloud sect. As for Han Shuitang and Huiyang, they are both rebellious true disciples and geniuses. They have been practicing outside for years and have always had the upper hand. They have never suffered any setbacks, so it is inevitable that they are a little narcissistic. Xiao Han, you don't have to be friends with them, but don't stoop to their level. Do you understand? I still think the most highly of you, Xiao Han. Yes, sect master, I understand. Xiao Han nodded. He thought for a moment. Sect master, I will try not to hurt my fellow disciples. But I am a living target. Many disciples look down on me. If someone insults me again and again, I can't guarantee that I will be calm. This You decide and weigh it yourself. I will not restrict you. But it is best not to kill your fellow disciples. The sect master smiled lightly. There is nothing wrong with the physical body realm, but the true disciples should not kill each other. There will be one less true disciple dead. Above the pure cloud mountain range, a man sat cross-legged in a cloud. He had dark skin, sharp eyebrows, and a wide mouth. There was a sharpness in his eyes, as if he wanted to control everything. Light surged around him, and yellow sand swirled around him. These were not ordinary grains of sand. Each grain of sand weighed 1,000 pounds. A young man in a snow-white robe stood there as he spoke non-stop. Junior Brother Han, you are the most talented person among the younger generation of our Pure Cloud sect. This time, you will represent Pure Cloud sect in the Hex Hero qualifier. There is no doubt that you will pass the qualifier and get a place in the main competition. Heh. Junior Martial Brother Han, your current achievements are all because of your saber and spear. You are not like someone who deceives the world and relies on flattery to gain the trust of the sect master and eldest martial brother. The white-robed man was Ziyu. Oh. Senior Brother Ziyu, who are you talking about? The man sitting cross-legged frowned slightly. Who else could it be other than Xiao Han? Ziyu licked his lips. Junior Brother Han, this Xiao Han is a despicable person who has achieved success. He is rebellious and has some extremely important secrets. Also, the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire has issued a bounty for Xiao Han's capture. This. Junior Brother Han. The two of them whispered to each other in the clouds. I don't care what secrets he has, and I will not care about the Empire's bounty. The man sitting cross-legged waved his hand. However, I am already 28 years old. I cannot miss this year's Hex Hero qualifier. Otherwise, I will not have the chance to become a Hex Hero. I will regret it for the rest of my life. It is inevitable that I will get a place in the main competition. All of his competitors had to be eliminated, including my fellow disciples. That Xiao Han should keep a low profile and not jump around in front of me. That is fine, and I will not care about him. If he wants to rely on his connections and flattery to suppress me, then I will not tolerate him. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Flattery, and flattery to the sect master and eldest senior brother are not enough to get ahead. He is just a small fry. Senior Brother Ziyu, there is no need to say more. P.S. Thank you, He Meng, for your rewards and encouragement. Also thank you, brothers, for your support. Now, my monthly votes have exceeded 500, and I also owe some updates. Last night, He Meng's reward, I will add 3 chapters. In short, I will do my best to add on the basis of 2 chapters a day. This month, I will strive to make up for all the chapters 10. Let everyone enjoy watching. Chapter 129. Ziyu and Han Shuitang continued to talk in the clouds. Peime's sinister plot was brewing in Ziyu's eyes as he incited Han Shuitang to make a move and teach Xiao Han a ruthless lesson and humiliation. This Han Shuitang was not very old, only 28 years old, but he was a genius. His cultivation was a level higher than Ziyu's, and he had been training outside all year round, so his battle strength was not bad. In fact, in a sand ruin in the western regions, he discovered an extremely powerful true Qi divine art, the 10,000 miles yellow sand art. It refined the origin true Qi into yellow sand. Each grain of yellow sand weighed 500 kilograms, and when a single grain of sand was thrown out, corpses would be buried for thousands of miles. It was no trivial matter. Among the 93 true disciples of the Pure Rain sect, Han Shuitang's attack power could be ranked above average. He was proud and arrogant, and he was determined to win the Hex Hero trial. However, Han Shuitang did not seem to be keen on taking the initiative to suppress Xiao Han. A proud and aloof person like him would never be manipulated by you. This Han Shuitang is really stubborn. Ziyu was dissatisfied. However, he didn't dare to act out. He just kept criticizing Xiao Han in Han Shuitang's ears, vilifying Xiao Han, in the Hall of Love. All right, Xiao Han, go and prepare yourself. You can rest in peace for a few days and clear your mind. The Southern Territory preliminaries were held in the Blazing Sun Empire. By now, numerous sects and sects of the Southern Domain, enchanting beauties of the imperial family, and rogue cultivators of the Jianghu were all rushing toward the Empire of the Blazing Sun. I will personally bring you there. The sect master smiled and said. Blazing Sun Empire? Xiao Han frowned slightly. The Great Sun, Son of Heaven, is the famous fiend hero of the Blazing Sun Empire. When I was at the borders of the Blazing Sun Empire, I was once surrounded by the Great Sun, Son of Heaven. I'm afraid. It's fine. This time, I will accompany you to participate in the qualifiers. The Great Sun, Son of Heaven wouldn't dare to mess around. The sect master laughed. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'll be watching the preliminaries as well. No matter what happens, the entire Pure Cloud sect will support you. You just have to give it your all and get into the main competition. Xiao Mingchu yawned. All right. Xiao Han nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face turned slightly red. Sect Master, I wish to make a trip to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Oh. The Sect Master was stunned. Junior brother Xiao Han, why did you go to Medicine King Valley for no reason? Xiao Mingchu asked with a smile. Xiao Han was getting more and more embarrassed as he mumbled. There are some personal matters, ha 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 ha. Dongfang Qin, who was standing at the side, laughed out loud. Junior brother, I'm afraid it's something between a man and a woman, right? Ha 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 ha. Tell me, which female disciple of the Medicine King Valley caught your eye? This. Xiao Han's face turned red. Xiao Han. Martial artists did not bother with trifles. Go ahead. The sect leader smiled. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and said. Sect master, senior brothers, these are two female outer court disciples of Medicine King's Valley. He and Xiao Han were fated to meet before. The two female disciples who went to the Setting Sun Mountain Range last time were forced to marry into the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Later on, the two true Qi realm experts of Medicine King Valley agreed to give me 2 years. Within these 2 years, they would not marry Shi Rong and Yanxue into the royal family, giving me some face. Now, 2 years had passed. I am afraid that something will go wrong. I do not want Shi Rong and Yanxue to marry into the royal family, they are not willing. Shi Rong? Yanxue? The name is excellent. The sect master looked at Xiao Han with a smile that was not a smile. She should be a very beautiful woman. It's passable. Xiao Han chuckled. Good Xiao Han, flirting everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu joked. Little Princess Mo Hen is waiting for you in the ancient village. There is also a female disciple of Mingjian Villa in the Xiao family, I have seen her. Fang Ling also interrupted. Xiao Han, it seems that you have not only advanced by leaps and bounds in martial Dao, but also in other aspects. Not bad at all. Well, Xiao Han. You don't have to go to Medicine King Valley. Rest well. Medicine King Valley is also participating in this year's qualifier. Old Man Gong's son will personally bring his disciples to participate. At that time, I will arrange this marriage for you. The sect master smiled. Xiao Han, don't worry. I still have some face. However, Medicine King Valley has a great advantage in this matter. 2 female disciples of the outer sect will be matched with the youngest true Qi realm martial artist of our Pure Cloud sect, the future evil hero. Old Man Gong's son will wake up laughing even when he is asleep. The sect master also joked. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling laughed at the same time. Xiao Han was embarrassed and expectant at the same time. When he thought of Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, he felt sweet and indescribably comfortable. All right, you can all leave. The sect master smiled and waved his hand. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling left the Pure Cloud Palace while talking and laughing. The four of them flew to another mountain peak adjacent to the Pure Cloud Peak and were about to go their separate ways. At this time, high up in the sky, amidst the clouds and mist, Xiao Han is back. Ziyu glanced around and immediately found Xiao Han. He is still alive after being wanted by the whole country. What a good luck. However, in the past 2 years, his cultivation did not improve at all. A mediocre person will always be mediocre. Humph. Back then, this kid was lucky and had a fortuitous encounter. He was infused with vital energy by the ancient people. When he returned to the sect, he cheated and killed Xue Jianfeng. If Xue Jianfeng did not die, he would have reached the true Qi realm today. He would not be worse than Xiao Han. Xue Jianfeng was a genius who had comprehended sword intent. Once he stepped into the true Qi realm, he would have a bright future. He might even have a chance to participate in the Hex Hero trial. But he died in the hands of Xiao Han. Hateful. 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 He said, hateful, 3 times. Ziyu was enraged to the extreme. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Xue Jianfeng was Ziyu's trusted aide. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. He was about to reach the true Qi realm, but he was killed by Xiao Han. All his efforts were in vain. Ziyu could not swallow this anger and swore to take revenge. A super genius died early. A bootlicker is actually alive and kicking here. It's really unfair. Ziyu's face was completely gloomy. Look, junior brother Han. That's Xiao Han. He's walking with eldest senior brother and the rest. His aura is ordinary. I don't know how he managed to win over eldest senior brother, second senior brother and third senior brother. He's a complete villain. Oh. Han Shuitang, who was sitting cross-legged on the clouds. With a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he immediately saw through Xiao Han's condition. His expression changed instantly. This is Xiao Han. A complete good-for-nothing. A mediocre talent. Such a person is representing the Pure Cloud sect in the Hex Hero trial? Ridiculous. I heard from the sect leader that there are 3 people representing the Pure Cloud sect in the Southern Region qualifier. Besides she, there's also Hua Di. Hua Di is also quite a character. His battle strength is almost on par with mine. Who is the last one? Could it be this Xiao Han? How can such a mediocre person be on my team? Yes. He's just a mediocre person. Ziyu looked at Han Shuitang's expression and saw that she was furious. He was overjoyed. He egged him on. Let's go, junior brother Han. Let's go find him. With that, Ziyu's body glowed and he turned into a fire dragon, charging down. Han Shuitang's body moved slightly. Yellow sand spread for thousands of miles. Like rolling thunder, it also rushed down. Eldest senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fang. Then this little brother will temporarily part ways with the 3 big brothers. This little brother is going to make a trip to the outer sect mountain peak. My brother, Cho, is an outer sect disciple of the Pure Cloud sect. I haven't met up with senior brother Cho in a long time. I miss him a lot. I'll take this opportunity to play with senior brother Cho. Xiao Han looked relaxed. During the time when the qualifier was about to begin, Xiao Han wanted to relax as much as possible. He wanted to adjust his essence, qi, spirit and flesh to the best state. Alright, Xiao Han, you can go play by yourself. But don't leave the Pure Cloud mountain range. You have a big secret. Many Hex heroes are thinking about you and are wanted throughout the country, Xiao Mingchu said lazily. At this moment, Xiao Han. A loud roar was like thunder. In the next moment, Ziyu had already descended on this mountain peak. He looked at Xiao Han with a gloomy face. His eyes flickered with endless hatred and disgust. Xiao Han, you're really lucky. You're still alive. After saying that, his tone changed. He said to Xiao Mingchu in an ingratiating manner, eldest senior brother, you're back. I haven't seen you for so many years. You're still as elegant as ever. Ziyu? Xiao Mingchu was very lazy. It's been so many years, but you're still at the third stage of true qi. You haven't made any progress. Why? Is there a grudge between you and Xiao Han? Being ridiculed by Xiao Mingchu, Ziyu's face turned red. But he didn't dare to say anything. As a result, his anger was completely vented on Xiao Han. Eldest senior brother, Xiao Han is a despicable person. He killed an outer sect disciple that I nurtured in front of me. That outer sect disciple, Shui Jianfeng, if he didn't die, he should be participating in the Southern Region qualifier now. Damn it. You're Xiao Han. Han Shuitang also walked over with an extraordinary aura. He looked at Xiao Han with disdain and disdain. You're also a true disciple? But I can see that your foundation is ordinary. I don't know what you relied on to become a true disciple. But you must remember, in the world of martial artists, evil means will not work. If you don't have enough strength, you'll die sooner or later. This is my advice to you. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Mingchu. This is eldest senior brother, right? I'm Han Shuitang. When I became a true disciple, eldest senior brother was training outside. Thus, this is my first time meeting eldest senior brother. Nice to meet you, eldest senior brother. Nice to meet you, second senior brother, third senior brother. His tone did not seem very respectful towards Xiao Mingchu. Han Shuitang was only 28 years old this year. He only opened his true meridian 10 years ago and became a true disciple. At that time, Xiao Mingchu had already become famous. He left the sect to train in the great wilderness. Thus, Han Shuitang really did not know this eldest senior brother. He had never seen this eldest senior brother's domineering methods. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu suddenly laughed. Who is that? Han, what's his name? Eldest senior brother, this is junior brother Han Shuitang, a true disciple who rose after you went to the great wilderness. He's not even 30 years old and is considered a genius. He's participating in the Southern Region qualifier to compete for a place in the Hex Hero trial. Dongfang Qin explained. Immediately, Dongfang Qin said sternly. Junior brother Han Shuitang. You're usually arrogant and unruly. That's fine, but you're disrespectful to our eldest senior brother. Do you really think that you're someone important? All right, Dongfang, don't question him. Young people with some talent will naturally be frivolous. I was like that back then too. However, you need to have the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Mingchu's aura was not fierce. He looked at Han Shuitang lazily for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Han Shuitang's expression changed slightly as he cupped his hands. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, you're all Hex heroes with higher cultivation and combat strength than me. I respect you three senior brothers very much. However, the true age of the three senior brothers is already over 100 years old, and this little brother is only 28 years old. Speaking of which, the three senior brothers must not be angry. If this little brother had also cultivated to 100 years old, I might not necessarily lose to the three senior brothers. Sigh. I've been away from the sect for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that our Pure Rain sect would have such a character. Ha ha ha. There wasn't such an arrogant disciple in the past. Xiao Mingchu's eyes finally flashed with anger. He patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, I'm a little unhappy now. Do as you see fit. Eldest senior brother, but... Sect master said that harmony is the most important between true disciples. This. Xiao Han deliberately sighed. Xiao Han, I'm old. It's not right to fight with this kind of junior brother. You, Xiao Han, are different. You're only a teenager and are of the same generation as them. Xiao Mingqiu hugged Xiao Han's shoulder and whispered. Beat them up. Beat them to death or cripple them. If sect master asks, I'll take the blame for you. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. It seemed that eldest senior brother was really angry today. What kind of person was eldest senior brother? He sealed the demon emperor for 10 years with a single arrow and made the great son of heaven, a super demon, scram. If such a person was angry, the consequences would be very serious. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling looked at each other and laughed. Eldest senior brother's personality is indeed much gentler now. If it was more than 10 years ago, I'm afraid someone would have already seen blood. Dongfang Qin muttered. This Han Shuitang is very cunning. He first used words to mock us, saying that we're 100 years old so that we won't bully the young. Fang Ling's eyelids twitched slightly. That. Xiao Han took a step forward. Senior brother Ziyu, right? This is senior brother Han, right? We're all true disciples of the Pure Rain sect. Harmony is the most important. Xiao Han. You shut up. You're just a bootlicker. If it wasn't for sect master protecting you, you would have died in the Sunset Mountain Range. Someone like you dares to speak out? Oh, I saw that you came back with eldest senior brother. I know, you've been relying on eldest senior brother for the past 2 years. That's why you have the chance to be alive and kicking here. If it wasn't for eldest senior brother, your bones would have turned cold. Ziyu said sternly. Han Shuitang sneered. Xiao Han, you're also going to participate in the Southern Region qualifier? Yes, I want to go too. There's also senior sister Hua with senior brother Han, right? Xiao Han smiled innocently. You don't have to go. It'll be embarrassing if you go. Han Shuitang waved his hand. Go to the qualifier and fight against the geniuses of other sections. Swords have no eyes. At that time, sect master and eldest senior brother won't stand up for you. That's true. Xiao Han nodded seriously and immediately frowned. Senior brother Han, your aura is very sharp and your character is arrogant. It's fine if you insult me, Xiao Han, but how dare you jump around in front of eldest senior brother? You're courting death, do you know that? Eldest senior brother, you said that you'll help me, right? Xiao Han turned to look at Xiao Mingqiu. Of course. Xiao Mingqiu said impatiently. Clean up. Cripple them for me. Xiao Han nodded. He then said sternly. Kneel down now and apologize to eldest senior brother. Behave yourself in the Pure Rain sect. What genius. Bullsh *T. I'll crush you with one hand. Do you believe me? If it wasn't for sect master's reminder, do you think you can still stand here and talk? Chapter 130. Xiao Han cursed at Han Shuitang and Ziyu. He said that he would crush them with one hand. Boom! Han Shuitang and Ziyu's faces flushed red. All the blood in their bodies rushed to their faces. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they trembled madly, true qi surging through their bodies. If not for the fact that Xiao Mingqiu and the others were present and that the sect strictly forbade personal fights, the two of them would have rushed up and dismembered Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. His face was filled with arrogance and provocation, as well as deep disdain. Ziyu's body had 25 pentagonal true acupoints, each of which had the power to set a prairie ablaze. His realm was the same as Xiao Han's, level 3 true qi. But Xiao Han had opened 28 true acupoints and cultivated 2 true qi cultivation techniques. In terms of true qi realm, Ziyu was no match for Xiao Han. Moreover, Ziyu was no demon. He was just an ordinary true qi realm cultivator, not even worth mentioning. As for Han Shuitang, as the representative of Pure Cloud's sect to participate in the Southern Region qualifier, he was arrogant and condescending. Naturally, he had some ability. He had 32 true acupoints in his body, indicating that he was at level 4 true qi. The true qi divine art he cultivated was several times stronger than Ziyu's fire attribute true qi divine art. However, for the current Xiao Han, a person of this level was indeed not enough. Han Shuitang, right? Suddenly, Xiao Han looked at Han Shuitang seriously. With your cultivation level, you are indeed a genius in pure cloud sect. You are not even 30 years old and have reached level 4 true qi. Also, the true qi cultivation technique you cultivate makes me feel the aura of the desert. Uncanny craftsmanship. But you are not so arrogant and condescending, right? To put it bluntly, you might just be cannon fodder in the Southern Region qualifier. It's hard to say if you can even get a place in the main competition. Nonsense. Han Shuitang roared, his whole body trembling. His anger burned, and his aura filled the sky. Yellow sand surged up from his head and rolled around. Xiao Han, you are just relying on the power of eldest senior brother and the others. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? You are just a dog relying on its master's power. Xiao Han's expression changed. Looks like today, even if I have to risk being punished by the sect leader, I will still cripple you. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother, third senior brother. Xiao Han and I can be said to be irreconcilable. What do you say? You want to protect him? Han Shuitang gritted her teeth. Tsk tisk. Xiao Mingchu shook his head. Don't worry. Xiao Han is more than enough to deal with you. It's impossible for the three of us to act. All right. Since the three senior brothers didn't want to interfere, then everything would be fine. Xiao Han. Today, I want to teach you a lesson. Han Shuitang pointed at Xiao Han. Just then, what are you all arguing about here? A pleasant female voice rang out. A tall purple-robed lady with bright eyes and white teeth walked over. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She was very beautiful and had fair skin. It was so fragile. The tips of her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were valiant and formidable. The Jinshi behind him formed a continuous stretch of green mountains, towering and majestic. Oh. Eldest senior brother. Second brother, third brother, you're all here? Hua Fan greets the three senior brothers. The lady bowed slightly. Then she looked at Han Shuitang. Senior brother Han, senior brother Ziyu. You're here too. Senior brother Han, who are you arguing with? Finally. Hua Fan looked at Xiao Han's face. Her eyes moved slightly as she blurted out. Little junior brother, you're Xiao Han, right? The Xiao Han who was in the limelight at the setting sun mountain range and obtained the North Profound Demon Emperor crystal? Xiao Han said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Senior sister, this little brother is Xiao Han. Hua Wu nodded. Hello, junior brother Xiao Han. This time, we are going to the Blazing Sun Empire to participate in the Southern Region qualifiers and fight for a spot in the main competition. Other than me and senior brother Han, the last person is probably junior brother Xiao Han, right? In these 2 years, junior brother Xiao Han has been wanted in the Beacon Fire Empire and even the entire southern region. Countless demons have been dispatched to capture junior brother Xiao Han. But junior brother Xiao Han still returned to the sect unscathed. Just based on this point, Hua Fan was very impressed. Junior brother Xiao Han must have astonishing methods and wisdom. Only then can he contend with the demons of the world. Junior sister Hua, this kid isn't as powerful and extraordinary as you say. He's just a bootlicker who hid under eldest senior brother's wings for 2 years. Ziyu's face was gloomy. Hua Fan looked deeply at Xiao Han when she heard this. She realized that there was not a single trace of true qi in Xiao Han's body. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, unfathomable. For a moment, she was filled with suspicion and curiosity towards Xiao Han. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, not long after, a dozen or so true disciples sensed the tension and ran over to watch the show. Xiao Han realized that the middle-aged man who had led him into the outer sect was also here. His face was like jade and his temperament was noble. "Hi, senior brother." Xiao Han smiled and waved at the middle-aged man. "You still remember me, right?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han and said in surprise. "It's you? It's you? You're the Xiao Han who has been in the limelight in recent years? Unbelievable. I still remember that you were just a live target. You had a fortuitous encounter and consumed a red radish immortal fruit. That was how you were able to become an outer sect disciple. Now, you've become a true disciple. TSK. Impressive. Very impressive. Senior brother, you're also very impressive. You've opened 42 true acupoints and reached the 5th stage of true qi." Xiao Han was very polite to the middle-aged man. After all, he was Xiao Han's guide. Not long after, another dozen or so true disciples flew over. In an instant, the mountain was bustling with activity. After the true disciples saw Xiao Mingchu and the others, they began to discuss among themselves. "That's Xiao Han, the young man who was favored by the sect leader. His fortuitous encounter is no small matter. However, it seems to be nothing special at all. Last time, he tried to kill the North Mystic Demon Monarch at the Setting Sun Mountain Range, but he escaped with severe injuries. I didn't expect him to survive. Look, that's Han Shuitang. He's only 28 years old, but he's already developed a powerful aura. He might become another great hero of our sect in the future." There was a quarrel just now. It seems that Xiao Han had a quarrel with Han Shuitang. This Xiao Han is also a troublemaker. He's restless. As soon as he returned to the sect, he started a quarrel with Han Shuitang. I heard that Han Shuitang cultivates the 10,000 miles yellow sand technique. He can tear the sky apart with just a slight move. His aura can swallow mountains and rivers, and he can dominate the world. He's not to be underestimated. If they really fight, Xiao Han definitely can't defeat Han Shuitang. They can't fight. At most, they'll just quarrel. If true disciples want to kill each other, they must get the sect leader's permission." At this moment, Fang Ling suddenly said. "Xiao Han, Han Shuitang. If the two of you shed all pretense of cordiality and want to kill each other, you can't fight here." He had to ask the sect master for permission before he could decide the winner on the stage. However, the sect leader has been busy with the monster hero preliminaries these few days. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to care about this. Fortunately, eldest senior brother is here. In our sect, apart from the sect leader, eldest senior brother is the leader. Eldest senior brother's words are the same as the sect leader's. If you want to fight, ask for permission from eldest senior brother. After saying that, Fang Ling winked at Xiao Mingchu. Well, let's fight. Get in the arena. Xiao Mingchu said pretentiously. He then said to the many true disciples who were watching, junior brothers and junior sisters. Go and watch the fight. We haven't sparred with true disciples for a long time. Hehe, junior brother Xiao Han and Han Shuitang are the youngest true disciples of our Pure Cloud sect. Let's see who's better between them. Who's better? Hearing that Xiao Han and Han Shuitang were going to fight and that eldest senior brother had agreed, many true disciples cheered loudly. Xiao Han, get in the arena if you have the guts. Han Shuitang said with a sinister smile. Once you're in the arena, I want you to fall in a breath's time. I'm going to cripple you. Xiao Han also laughed. The atmosphere was tense. Therefore, the two of them were surrounded by a large group of true disciples and went to a nearby mountain with an arena. Ziyu smiled sinisterly at the back. Junior brother Fang, you want to give junior brother Xiao Han a chance to establish his dominance, right? Xiao Mingchu said with a smile as he walked. Yes. Eldest senior brother, ever since Xiao Han became a true disciple, he has been criticized by others for being a villain. In fact, among all the true disciples, besides the few of us, there seems to be no one else who recognizes Xiao Han. Xiao Han needs a chance to establish his dominance and gain everyone's recognition. Fang Ling said slowly. It's best to beat Han Shuitang up. Dong Fang Qin muttered at the side. Eldest senior brother, if you show up, the sect master will not be able to punish you. A large group of people came to a mountain with an arena. Xiao Han jumped onto the arena and stretched his muscles. Han Shuitang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He moved and was about to step onto the arena. Wait. Ziyu moved his body and blocked Han Shuitang. Junior brother Han, I have a feud with Xiao Han. This time, let me teach Xiao Han a lesson first. Don't worry, I will only teach this kid a lesson. Later, junior brother Han, you will deal a heavy blow and give him a memorable lesson. Han Shuitang's face was filled with displeasure, but he did not say much and waved his hand. Senior brother Ziyu, please. Remember, don't hurt him. Leave him to me. Today, we will take turns to humiliate this guy and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Boom. Ziyu jumped onto the arena. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling watched from below and did not stop him. Oh. Why did you come up here? Xiao Han was stunned. Xiao Han, we will settle the score with Shui Jianfeng today. Ziyu's eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent and resentment. Do you know how much energy I spent on Shui Jianfeng? You idiot. You actually destroyed Shui Jianfeng. You have angered me. Humph. Our Pure Rain sect has a rule that true disciples are not allowed to fight privately. Even going onto the arena requires the approval of the sect master and eldest senior brother. However, once you are on the arena, you will be beaten to death or crippled without mercy. You can only blame yourself for being inferior. Since eldest senior brother has personally agreed for you to go onto the arena, then I do not need to worry. Even if I cripple you, the sect master will not punish me. Ha 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 ha. Cut the crap. Since you want to humiliate yourself, then I will fulfill your wish. One move. Xiao Han sneered. What one move? Xiao Han, what nonsense are you talking about? Ziyu was stunned. I said to deal with people like you, one move is enough. Xiao Han licked his lips. As soon as he said that, a large group of true disciples who were watching the battle burst into laughter. Huiyang also smiled. Although Ziyu's cultivation was not good, it was not easy to defeat him in one move. Courting death. Ziyu was enraged. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in flames. He stretched out his right hand and spread open his 5 fingers. 5 raging flames shot out, causing the temperature of the entire arena to soar. These 5 flames could melt gold and iron, burn mountains, and boil seas. In an instant, they transformed into 5 roaring fire dragons. Each fire dragon was 10 feet long and spewed raging flames. These 5 fire dragons were formed from Ziyu's natal true qi, and their temperature could not be compared to ordinary flames. There were even faint traces of talismans in these flames, and the temperature was several times hotter than magma. The 5 fire dragons were about to entangle Xiao Han and burn him to ashes. 5 dragon divine fire kill. What? Ziyu is so ruthless. Did he use his trump card right from the start? Does he want to kill Xiao Han in one move? What kind of hatred do they have between them? There was discussion below the arena. Child's play. Xiao Han sneered. Suddenly, his whole body shone with golden light. Brilliant golden light spread out, covering a radius of several feet. Dense bone inscriptions flashed in the light, and obscure Sanskrit chants and Zen chants rang out. Xiao Han directly released half of his physical strength. He also used the indestructible golden body. In an instant, Xiao Han's aura rose steadily, covering the sky and earth. A strong will to fight and the conviction to win rolled out from Xiao Han's body like a tide. His hair moved without any wind. In the eyes of the audience, his body seemed to suddenly become larger, giving the illusion that he could cover the sky. He was like a demon god. It was like an ancient giant beast had awakened. With Xiao Han's body as the center, a series of terrifying tornadoes swept out, causing the 5 fire dragons to sway. His speed slowed down. Terrifying physical strength surged in Xiao Han's body, giving off the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses fighting on the battlefield, the sound of thousands of beasts galloping. The next moment, boom! Xiao Han's body moved, and in less than half a breath's time, he rushed in front of Ziyu, his right palm directly striking out. This palm seemed to even blow up the air around Ziyu's body. Like a meteor falling to the ground. Like a meteorite. Bang! Ziyu was slapped to the ground. His teeth were smashed into pieces, and half of his face was directly embedded in the arena. His whole body was twitching, spitting out blood, convulsing, and trembling. His feces and urine gushed out together. He's a complete piece of trash. You still dare to jump out and fight with me? Xiao Han sneered. In fact, the moment he hit Ziyu, Xiao Han had already retracted most of his strength, only causing Ziyu to faint. If he had attacked with all his strength, Ziyu would have exploded long ago. There was dead silence below the arena. Han Shuitang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he stared at Xiao Han. You come up. Xiao Han pointed at Han Shuitang, his face full of smiles. I said I would cripple you, and I will not go back on my word. Chapter 131. Xiao Han sent the arrogant Ziyu tumbling to the ground with a single slap. He then challenged Han Shuitang. The scene was instantly stunned. All the true disciples looked at each other in dismay. A strange light flashed across the female disciple Huo Wu's beautiful eyes as she looked at Xiao Han with disbelief and interest. She seemed to want to see through Xiao Han. This is the power of pure flesh. Xiao Han only used the power of his flesh to defeat Ziyu. He didn't even use a trace of true qi. His body is invincible. He is like a beast in human form, full of vigor and vitality. He is like a barbarian from the great wilderness. I don't know what bloodline this Xiao Han has. I'm afraid it's a special bloodline of an ancient species. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a strong body. Instead, his body will explode. What a freak. But on the path of martial arts, flesh is the end of the road. Cultivating true qi is the orthodox way. I'm afraid this Xiao Han has gone astray. He's neglecting the essentials. Tisk tsk, are you guys jealous? After the shock, there was a lot of discussion below the stage. Dongfang Qin grabbed Ziyu, who had fainted, from the arena. While treating Ziyu, he shook his head and laughed. Junior brother Xiao Han's flesh is really domineering. Eldest senior brother, it seems that you've brought junior brother Xiao Han to the great wilderness to temper himself. Ziyu has always been arrogant. After this setback, I hope he will restrain himself in the future. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Han showed mercy. Otherwise, how could Ziyu still be alive? Han Shuitang was shocked for a few breaths, but he quickly recovered from the panic. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times. He then walked directly to the stage. Han Shuitang had opened 32 acupoints and was at the 4th level of true qi. His realm was higher than Ziyu's, and the true qi cultivation technique he cultivated was the 10,000 miles yellow sand technique. It was very domineering and could subdue demons. It was a supreme true qi cultivation technique. As soon as he got on the stage, Han Shuitang pushed his aura to the peak. His whole body was rolling with true qi and yellow sand. As his body moved, the yellow sand formed a sand dragon. Sand tiger, sand dragon. Strange phenomena appeared, covering the sky. He could even create some mirages. Behind Han Shuitang, a sand sculpture that was several acres in size slowly rose up. It was a lion crouching in the void, but its head was a human face. The sound of a flute could be heard in the arena. Boundless air currents. The pressure bore down on Xiao Han. The air seemed to shrink, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the sun and moon seemed to dim. Pooh! Puff! Puff! Pft! Grains of yellow sand fell on the arena. Craters appeared on the ground. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with potholes. It was a horrifying sight. Xiao Han. Looks like I underestimated you. Senior brother Ziyu is spouting nonsense. Just tell me that you're just a bootlicker. It seemed that. Senior brother Ziyu was deceived by you. But it's nothing. Although your flesh shell is strong, it's useless against me. Even the barbarians who came from the depths of the great wilderness. Although he was born with a body of flesh, when he encountered a true Qi realm expert, it would also end with a grievance. Xiao Han, this is the end. Your arrogance will be completely obliterated by me. Han Shuitang looked at Xiao Han coldly. He was very confident in his true Qi cultivation method. You probably don't know, but when I roamed the Jianghu, I met a 5th level true Qi rogue cultivator in the western region, and he was instantly killed by me. Challenging someone of a higher level is very normal for me. Heh. Xiao Han grinned, his body did not move, and he did not release the seal on his true meridian. Rays of golden light flowed on every inch of his flesh, and profound bone texts were constantly rearranging themselves. Obliterate. Suddenly, Han Shuitang's body moved slightly, and a huge sandstorm directly erupted from his body. The sky turned dark, and the earth turned dark, ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. It rotated continuously, and in an instant, it moved in front of Xiao Han. This sandstorm was formed by countless tiny grains of sand, and every grain of sand was like a millstone, constantly crushing the air, making a ga-ga-ga sound. Moreover, as the sandstorm rotated, it produced a kind of strangling power, forcibly tearing apart the world, destroying all living things. It was extremely terrifying. In one move, Xiao Han was directly swallowed by this sandstorm. Swallowed. Xiao Han has been swallowed. His whole body was trapped in the sandstorm. This is extremely dangerous. Oh no. Why didn't Xiao Han dodge? This Han Shuitang is indeed good at scheming. As soon as he got on the stage, he chattered. In reality, he took advantage of the time he was talking to gather all the true Qi and cultivation method in his body, to the most intense and terrifying degree. The sandstorm instantly struck out, not giving Xiao Han any chance to react. Savage. Junior brother Han Shuitang is much stronger than junior brother Ziyu, worthy of being a talent that has been tempered in the Jianghu for a long time. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han's battle experience is too shallow, and gave Han Shuitang too many chances. He shouldn't have listened to so much nonsense from Han Shuitang. He should have attacked directly from the start. Goo 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 goo, the sandstorm raged wildly. The ground of the stage where Xiao Han was directly cracked, and huge rocks floated in the air, then were sucked in by the sandstorm and torn to pieces. In the sandstorm, one could vaguely see a sand dragon rolling, its aura sharp and fierce, shattering the sky. As for Xiao Han, there was no sound. Huo Wu frowned slightly. She thought to herself, senior brother Han's battle strength is indeed peerless. If it were me, this 10,000 miles yellow sand technique, it would be difficult for me to block it. Unless I directly use my trump card, then I might be able to resist it. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han's body can withstand it. Ha 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 ha. Grind you to death. My 10,000 miles yellow sand technique, every grain of sand has the force of 1,000 pounds. When millions of grains of sand grind together, no matter how strong the body is, it will be ground to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Even a high-level demon general can't withstand it. Han Shuitang finally laughed loudly, as if he was certain that he could defeat Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu lazily yawned and muttered. What is Xiao Han playing at? Is it very fun? Fang Ling said seriously. Eldest senior brother, Han Shuitang's 10,000 miles yellow sand technique is indeed an extremely high-quality true qi technique. However, he has only comprehended a small part of it. If a true expert were to execute this technique, it would have the power to destroy the world. At this moment, at the core of the sandstorm, Xiao Han did not move an inch. His entire body was emitting a golden light, and he released half of his physical strength while resisting the sandstorm's grinding. At the same time, he was savoring it. Bang! 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 The golden light emitted by the indestructible golden body and Xiao Han's pure body rubbed against the violent rotation of the sand, producing continuous explosions. The quality of this true qi technique is indeed not bad. Also, eldest senior brother had said that powerful true qi cultivation techniques could directly generate power. This Han Shuitang. Logically speaking, with 32 true acupoints opened, each true acupoint should be able to store around 1,000 ding of strength, which was the strength of his Shinqi. His true qi power is only tens of thousands ding. However, the power of this 10,000 miles yellow sand technique is far more than just tens of thousands ding. Xiao Han was neither fast nor slow. He was actually evaluating Han Shuitang's combat strength. I released half of my body's strength and it's just enough to withstand the sandstorm without being injured. However, it's still lacking a little to make the sandstorm collapse. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Add another 10% of my strength. Within a breath, Xiao Han's aura was rising. His body's strength reached 60%. As his body's strength increased, so did his indestructible golden body. Pft! 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 Tens of thousands of rays of golden light spread out. Wisps of golden clouds. They were like sharp swords that rolled like a dream and pierced through the sandstorm. Break! Xiao Han punched out. The pure body's strength produced an airflow that penetrated the entire arena. It was as if a heavenly demon was rampaging about, or a savage beast possessed. Their attacks caused the sand and soil to roll up, and pieces of sand were scattered and fell onto the arena like a plate of loose sand. Bang! 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 Xiao Han swung his fists continuously. Each punch exploded the air and produced the sound of a hammer hitting a steel plate. The sandstorm began to explode. What? Han Shuitang was stunned. Originally, his true energy sandstorm had completely trapped Xiao Han. As long as he continued to grind, sooner or later, Xiao Han's body's defense would be destroyed. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the true energy sandstorm became unstable and began to collapse. The next moment, bang! A gust of wind from his fist destroyed a large area of sand. Xiao Han stepped out from the sandstorm, tall and imposing. His aura was overflowing, and his entire body was shrouded in resplendent golden multicolored light. Dense and cryptic bone texts blossomed like lotus flowers, and ancient and desolate chanting resounded everywhere. It was like the sound of gods, dignified and mysterious. What? He's actually unscathed? Gasps could be heard from below the stage. In the blink of an eye. Piak! Xiao Han's body flickered and he directly jumped in front of Han Shuitang, slapping him. Wind and thunder rose. Bang! Han Shuitang's body was directly slapped into the air, somersaulted in mid-air, and fell heavily to the ground. Just like Sir Ziyu, his teeth were all broken, his face was swollen like a pig, and many bones in his body were broken. He crawled on the ground like a dead dog, trembling and convulsing. His mouth kept spitting out blood bubbles. Xiao Han stepped on Han Shuitang's face with his right foot, constantly grinding and humiliating him. With your cultivation, how dare you ignore eldest senior brother's dignity in front of him? Do you think that you can compete with eldest senior brother just because you've cultivated to 100 years old? What an idiot. Forget it, I'll teach you a lesson today. Be a reserved person in the future. We're from the same sect, and I can be merciful when we're sparring. But outside, with your character, you've already been killed many times. It's fine if you don't participate in today's hex trial, lest you embarrass our Pure Rain sect." With that, Xiao Han strode off the stage. The spectators below the arena saw that Xiao Han was clean and spotless, and did not look like he had just fought a fierce battle. Everyone could see that Han Shuitang's ultimate skill, the 1,000 miles yellow sand technique, did not even hurt a hair on Xiao Han's body. The disparity in strength between the two was too great. This Xiao Han, how could he be so powerful? He's completely not on the same level as an ordinary true Qi realm cultivator, yes, just like eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. This should be the peerless beauty that will become a hex hero. A genius. No wonder he's protected and appreciated by the sect master. I originally thought that people at Han Shuitang's level were already considered geniuses, but it seems that we're too short-sighted. After defeating Ziyu and Han Shuitang consecutively, many of the core disciples looked at Xiao Han with awe and respect. This was a world where strength mattered the most. Those who were strong were the masters, and combat strength was far more convincing than age and experience. This battle had also thoroughly established Xiao Han's prestige in the Pure Rain sect. Huo Wu's gaze towards Xiao Han was incomparably fiery, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be brewing something. "Junior brother Xiao Han." She walked over and called out to Xiao Han with her almond-shaped eyes. Junior brother Xiao Han's martial prowess is unparalleled. I'm ashamed. I just had some luck." Xiao Han gave a perfunctory reply and walked over to Xiao Mingchu's side. Huo Wu paused and looked at Xiao Han's back in disappointment, but the curiosity and fiery passion in her eyes became more and more intense. "Eldest senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fang, I've beaten up these two. I wonder if the sect master will punish me?" Xiao Han was still slightly nervous. "It's nothing. Xiao Han, you're much stronger than them. Teach them a lesson and kill their reputation, so that they won't be arrogant and go astray. The sect master will also be very pleased." Fang Ling revealed a rare smile. "You've shown mercy and didn't kill them. You've done a good job. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've built up your reputation among the true disciples of the Pure Rain sect. You're now ranked 4th among the true disciples. But you're still very young. Junior brother Fang Ling and I will definitely be surpassed by you in the future." Dongfang Qin laughed. There was no jealousy in his tone. Instead, he was very pleased. This was bearing. "It will take a long time for me to catch up with senior brother Dongfang and senior brother Fang." Xiao Han quickly said. "Junior brother Xiao Han, if you don't become the evil hero, it will indeed take a long time to catch up with junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fang. But everything will be different after you become the evil hero. A new world will open up to you, and endless brilliance and luck are waiting for you to explore." Xiao Mingchu said seriously. In short, the evil hero is on a different platform from ordinary martial artists in the true energy realm. Whether you can make rapid progress depends on whether junior brother Xiao Han can become the evil hero this time. "Well, Xiao Han, don't you have to go to the outer sect to find your brothers? You go. This time, you help me vent my disgust. Don't worry, I will repay you." Xiao Mingchu patted Xiao Han's shoulder. "Yes, 3 senior brothers. I will go find senior brother Ah Cho to catch up." Xiao Han bowed slightly, said goodbye to the senior brothers, and went straight to the outer sect mountain peak area. Xiao Han cast out a true energy light and flew in the air. Soon, he left the true inheritance mountain peak, crossed the inner sect mountain range, and saw the outer sect 10 peaks from afar. Xiao Han felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. And there was a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. The outer sect mountain peak where Xiao Han was previously. Peak. White Jade Square. The 3 masters were chatting. "Our peak, since Xiao Han reached the true energy realm, rose in status and became the top of the outer sect 10 peaks. Because of this, the three of us received some rewards. The sect master even personally rewarded us with some medicinal pills to extend our lifespan. All of this is Xiao Han's credit. Yes, we have been mediocre all our lives, but at least we discovered a genius like Xiao Han. It is enough to be gratifying. But I heard that Xiao Han committed a crime and is wanted by the entire country. I wonder if he is still alive. Sigh. I hope Xiao Han can turn misfortune into fortune and turn misfortune into fortune. This young genius should not die prematurely. Maybe he will become the new generation of evil hero of our pure rain sect. At this moment. There is a true energy wave coming? Which true inheritance disciple is coming? The three masters were shocked and looked up at the same time. Among the clouds, there was a flash of light and a white cloud split into two. A young man stepped on true energy and flew in the air. His clothes fluttered, and he looked indescribably cool and calm. It's Xiao Han. Heavens! It's Xiao Han. The three masters screamed at the same time, and their voices were almost choked. Quick! Gather all the outer sect disciples of our peak. Come and see Xiao Han. Quick! Chapter 132. Xiao Han landed on the white jade square on the peak. He was smiling. Xiao Han used to come to this white jade square frequently in the past, but at that time, he was an outer sect disciple. Now, he was a true disciple, and had reached the Jianghu realm. He had reached the heavens in a single step, and his level of existence had already completely surpassed the outer and inner sect disciples. Seeing the outer sect peak, which they had not seen in a long time, the three stewards felt a warmth in their hearts. They quickly walked over and smiled. Ha ha ha, three chiefs, disciple Xiao Han is back. Xiao Han, the three chiefs were very excited to see Xiao Han again, but they were also hesitant and nervous, even filled with fear. There was no other reason. Xiao Han was now in the true Qi realm, and they were only in the physical body realm. Xiao Han was a true disciple, and they were the outer sect chiefs. The difference in status was like the difference between heaven and earth. Logically speaking, the outer and inner sect disciples and chiefs should greet the true disciple after seeing him. Xiao Han observed his expression and immediately smiled. You don't have to be so polite. Then, Xiao Han activated the tortoise breathing technique and sealed the power of his acupoints in flesh, making him look like an ordinary martial artist in the physical body realm. Huh! The three directors abruptly sensed that the pressure from Xiao Han's true Qi realm had disappeared without a trace, and they felt a little more at ease. But they still treated Xiao Han with caution. Xiao Han, how have you been? I heard that you are wanted by the whole country and are being hunted. One of the chiefs asked carefully. Yes, but it is all thanks to you, eldest senior brother, who helped me out. Xiao Han grinned. Xiao Han, this time, you are going to represent the Pure Cloud sect to participate in the Hex Hero trial, right? Another chief couldn't help but ask. Yes. The Southern Mountain Range qualifiers are about to begin. It won't be long until then. In a few days, I will go to the Blazing Sun Empire with the sect master and fight with the beauties of the southern region. I will fight for one of the 300 spots in the main competition. Xiao Han did not put on any airs and answered every question. After a few words, everyone started chatting. The three masters were no longer as reserved as they were at the beginning. Soon, the outer disciples of the mountain swarmed into the white jade plaza at the top of the mountain. When they saw Xiao Han, they all bowed their heads and paid their respects. His eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Some of the female disciples admired Xiao Han very much. In front of Xiao Han, they were so nervous that their faces turned red, and they spoke incoherently. Her heart thumped wildly. Clean up the banquet. Quickly prepare the banquet. Today, let's go out together with the genius of our peak, Xiao Han, and drink till we're drunk. On the one hand, we welcome Xiao Han, and on the other hand, we wish Xiao Han will stand out in this year's hex contest and become a hex hero. The three managers hurriedly prepared the banquet. Senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Han saw Ah Cho quickly walking up the mountain, and immediately rushed over. He gave Ah Cho a bear hug. Senior brother Ah Cho, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Huh? Senior brother Ah Cho, you're starting to change blood? TSK. That's great. There's a chance to break through to the Jianghu realm. Xiao Han realized that in these 2 years, Ah Cho had changed a lot. His improvement was huge, from the marrow refining realm to the blood transformation realm. Xiao Han. You brat. Ah Cho and Xiao Han's reunion this time felt the same as before. There was a strong sense of friendship between the two of them, and there was no barrier at all. This caused Ah Cho's original worries to vanish. He was overjoyed and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, you haven't changed. You didn't become arrogant just because you broke through to the Jianghu realm. I just feel that you're still as easy to get along with as before. Hee, that's great. Oh right, Xiao Han, because of you, the 3 managers and even many inner sect elders took good care of me. Every month, they gave me a large amount of resources and precious medicine, allowing me to cultivate without worries. Now, I don't want to go back to the clan. I want to try and see if I can break through to the Jianghu realm. Ah Cho's mental state had also changed a little, and he wasn't as weak as before. Gradually, he had some ideas and pursuits. Or maybe he was influenced by Xiao Han. All right. Senior brother Ah Cho, cultivate well. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the blood transformation realm, I'll try and see if I can help you break through the barrier and break through the eternal chasm between heaven and man. Xiao Han said seriously. Senior brother Ah Cho, this time I'm going to participate in the Devil Hero selection competition. If I can become a Devil Hero, I can explore many mysterious worlds. Maybe I can find some precious medicine that can help a blood transformation realm martial artist transform and ascend to the Jianghu realm. At that time, I will help senior brother Ah Cho obtain the precious medicine no matter what. Ah Cho's face, which was full of red spots, shone brightly and said with a trembling voice. Brother, you said there's such a precious medicine? That's really heaven and earth's fortune. Senior brother Ah Cho, this world is very big. There are some places that only devil heroes can set foot in. Maybe there's such a precious medicine. Also, senior brother Ah Cho, I will think of a way to cure your face in the future. Xiao Han said seriously. Thank you, brother. Ah Cho suddenly shed tears. I didn't think that Ah Cho, who has been mediocre all my life, would be fortunate enough to meet such a powerful brother. Jianghu realm. If I can reach the Jianghu realm, I'll be willing to die. Soon, a banquet was set up on the mountain peak. Fine wine and delicacies were piled up like a mountain. Xiao Han entered the banquet and sat at the same table with the 3 principals, Cho, and a few core outer sect disciples. They drank and chatted merrily. They only rested at night. That night, Xiao Han stayed in the courtyard where he used to be an outer sect disciple. For a period of time, Xiao Han also stayed in the courtyard of the outer sect. He would look for Ah Cho every day and give pointers to Ah Cho's cultivation. A month's time passed just like that. In this month, Xiao Han was extremely relaxed and basically didn't cultivate. One had to know that with Xiao Han's current state, if he immersed himself in cultivation, he would no longer be able to achieve a breakthrough in transformation and improvement. He had to experience battles that hovered between life and death to sharpen his spirit or go on an adventure to obtain a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. Only in this way could he improve by leaps and bounds. But in this month, Xiao Han didn't have no gains. His spirit obtained sufficient rest, and his entire spirit level seemed to have some sublimation. His temperament was closer to the natural heavenly Tao. One day after a month. Junior brother Xiao Han, quickly go to the Great Hall. Xiao Mingchu's voice reverberated in the outer sect mountains. All right. I'm finally going to the Blazing Sun Empire to participate in the Southern Region qualifier. This year's Devil Hero selection has officially begun. Xiao Han's spirit was lifted, and he immediately bid farewell to Ah Cho and the three principals. Riding on a rainbow. Directly ascending the Great Hall and stepping into the Great Hall. Xiao Han. You will definitely become a devil hero. Ah Cho stood on the white jade square at the peak and waved at the white clouds in the sky. The three managers also prayed silently. The immortals have pity on Xiao Han. I hope that he can overcome all the obstacles in this year's Devil Hero selection competition, which is said to be the cruelest in history, and become the devil hero that is admired by millions of people. He must not die prematurely. Great Hall. The Great Hall was filled with a faint solemn atmosphere. At this time, the Great Hall was filled with a faint solemn atmosphere. Xiao Han strode into the Great Hall. He saw the sect master sitting high on a wooden chair. Below him stood a group of true disciples. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, the three devil heroes of the Great Hall, were the first to bear the brunt. In addition, there were dozens of true disciples. Xiao Han had seen some of them before, and some he had never seen before. Senior brother Xiao Han. At this time, a beautiful young woman bowed to Xiao Han respectfully. This young woman was one of the half-step true Qi cultivators who followed Xiao Han to the Sunset Mountains. Under the pressure of the golden-armored devil's murderous aura. In the end, she seized the opportunity and ascended to the true Qi realm. Other than this young woman, there were two other half-step true Qi cultivators who were also there. They ascended to the true Qi realm in one step. At this time, the three of them bowed to Xiao Han. They were forever grateful to Xiao Han. If not for Xiao Han's reminder, they would have died in the hands of the golden-armored devil, and would not have achieved what they have today. Oh. The three of you? Xiao Han smiled. I haven't seen you guys for the past few days. Senior brother Xiao Han. The three of us have only reached the true Qi realm for less than 2 years, and our foundations are not stable yet, so we went down the mountain to train and only returned to the sect yesterday. I heard that senior brother Xiao Han is going to participate in the Devil Hero trial. I wish senior brother Xiao Han good luck and become the 5th Devil Hero of our Pure Cloud sect. The young woman said sincerely. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Han nodded and stood properly. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're here. Huolan, with her bright eyes and white teeth, stood in front of Xiao Han and smiled charmingly at him, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. Senior sister Hua, hello. Han Shuitang didn't come? Xiao Han looked around and did not see Han Shuitang, who had been beaten up by him. Xiao Han. The sect master said. Han Shuitang won't be going to the southern region this time to participate in the trial. Xiao Han, you've beaten him up badly enough. You've even left a shadow of defeat and a flaw in his heart. If he doesn't recover in 3 years, he will be crippled. Xiao Han, what you've done is to destroy a beauty of our Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han observed the sect master's expression and noticed that although the sect master was reprimanding the sect master, he did not seem angry at all. He still had that tranquil expression, as if nothing was bothering him. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. Hee, sect master, I didn't mean any harm. It was just a normal spar. I was just a little too heavy. I have to punish you for this. The sect master smiled. You must pass the trial this time and obtain a place in the main competition. And you must survive in the main competition. Hearing this, the true disciples all smiled. It was obvious that the sect master was very protective of Xiao Han. Yes, disciple accepts the punishment. Xiao Han smiled. All right, let's go. This time, I will personally bring you to the Sunset Mountain of the Blazing Sun Empire. The sect master stood up. Xiao Han, Huolan. The sect master said loudly. Yes, disciple. Xiao Han and Huolan walked out. The two of you are the most outstanding true disciples of our Pure Cloud sect under the age of 30. You have the qualifications to compete in the trial of the devil hero. In the past 100 years, our Pure Cloud sect's young talents have withered, unlike the other sects in the southern region that have seen a surge of talents. But it doesn't matter. The world changes. Back in the day, our Pure Cloud sect also had its heyday with many talents. Perhaps this is a natural phenomenon. The sect master said seriously, which was rare for him. Although only the two of you are representing Pure Cloud sect, you must remember to not lose to the other sects and the Empire's royal family in terms of momentum. This time, I wish that the two of you will be able to obtain a place in the main competition as you wish. Yes. Xiao Han and Huolan said loudly. The other true disciples will also go to watch the trial and cheer for our sects Xiao Han and Huolan. The sect master looked at Xiao Mingchu and the others. Yes, sect master. Sect master. The group of true disciples replied loudly. Sect master, don't worry. Although our Pure Cloud sect has fewer people, our momentum is not weak. Junior brother Xiao Han's combat strength is outstanding. He will definitely beat the crap out of those young geniuses from the other sects. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'll say one more thing here. Once you're in the arena, you must be ruthless. You must not be soft-hearted. Do you understand? Let's show them how vicious the disciples of our Pure Cloud sect are. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed loudly. The true disciples also laughed when they heard their eldest senior brother's words. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han licked his lips. He discovered that his life had already climbed to an intense peak at this moment. All right, enough nonsense. Let's go. The sect master strode out of the Pure Cloud sect hall. The true disciples crowded around Xiao Han and Huolan and surged out. Let's go. The sect master smiled faintly. Suddenly, he grabbed with his right hand. Dozens of white clouds in the sky were pulled down. He strolled leisurely and stepped onto one of the white clouds. The other true disciples followed suit and jumped onto the white clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of white clouds floated out of the Pure Cloud mountain range and toward the proud Sun Empire. Chapter 133. The group of people from the Lei Feng sect rode on the clouds and rose into the sky. Under the gentle breeze, they floated towards the direction of the blazing Sun Empire. These clouds are so mysterious. They are not formed from true energy, but real clouds. They are under the influence and control of the sect master's mind. Xiao Han sat on a cloud and praised in his heart. When he looked up, he saw the sect master standing proudly with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being. No true energy could be felt from his body, but he was able to control these clouds. His methods were indeed heaven-defying. Unfathomable. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Hua Deng was actually riding on the same cloud as Xiao Han. She smiled sweetly and said, Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han, you have a much higher chance of getting a spot in the southern region's qualifiers than Hua Deng, not necessarily. Xiao Han casually said. I heard that there are 7 empires in the southern region, 27 mid-sized countries, and countless small countries. There are thousands of enchanting people participating in the qualifiers. There are only 300 spots. This is very difficult. It's just a matter of time. You just have to do your best. Hua Deng looked deeply at Xiao Han. Her eyes rippled as she said softly, Please take care of me, Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Xiao Han did not want to talk to Huo Wu anymore. He closed his eyes and said indifferently, Senior Martial Sister Huo, rest well. When we reach the blazing Sun Empire, we will face a tough battle. After speaking, Xiao Han sat down and meditated. It was obvious that he did not want to talk to Huo Wu anymore. Xiao Han did not know why, but he felt that this girl was a little scheming and had ulterior motives. She was not as pure and cute as Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxue, and Princess Mo Hen. Wuxia looked at Xiao Han with some resentment, then smiled bitterly. She shook her head and also closed her eyes to rest. The speed of the clouds was not slower than the true energy divine bird formed by Xiao Mingchu's true energy. In fact, it was almost twice as fast. Soon, the group had completely left the Lei Feng mountain range and crossed the vast territory of the Fire Beacon Empire. At this moment, boom! A ray of heavenly fire rolled over from the northwest. The blazing red light covered the sky and earth. An ancient Sanskrit voice sounded in the sky. Xiao Han opened his eyes. In the heavenly fire that was the size of dozens of acres of land. It enveloped a large group of people. The leader was a muscular middle-aged man. His hair was as red as fire, and his eyebrows were also red. His eyes were burning with fire. The runes were densely packed, and the pressure that was as exuberant as the sea was simply about to overturn the sky. This sturdy middle-aged man was born with a very powerful aura, as if he could control everything at any time. He was as motionless as a mountain. Heavenly flames were rolling on every inch of his skin. His entire body gave off the scent of the flaming heavenly kingdom. It was as if he could communicate with the flaming heavenly world with just a slight movement of his body. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was a terrifying scene of fire crows, fire wands, and fire dragons dancing wildly. A terrifying aura swept across Xiao Han. The Supreme Headmaster casually waved his hand. A gust of wind swept by and dissipated the pressure. The sect master smiled faintly. Yan Qimei. You're also bringing your disciples to the Blazing Sun Empire? Good, very good. The disciples under your sect are all very good. It seems that the Raging Inferno sect has been very lucky these years and has been doing very well. So it's one of the top 5 sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Raging Inferno sect. They aren't any weaker than our Lust sect. That muscular man with red eyebrows is the Supreme Headmaster of the Raging Inferno sect. He's indeed extraordinary. He's a big shot. I wonder who's stronger between him and our Supreme Headmaster. Xiao Han's heart trembled. He looked at the members of the Raging Inferno sect. Each of them had a fiery aura and looked like they were going to win if not me. Heh, Wu Lei, don't be so sarcastic. We're from the same batch of Yao heroes, and we've never gotten along. When we were young, we fought many times. Our Raging Inferno sect isn't very lucky. We only have 5 disciples participating in the preliminaries. How about your Lust sect? The Supreme Headmaster of the Raging Inferno sect, Yan Qimei, looked at the Supreme Headmaster of the Lust sect, Wu Lei. Wu Lei shook his head slightly. My Lust sect only has 2 youths participating in the preliminaries. Sigh, we can't compare to your Raging Inferno sect. We really can't compare. Although he said they couldn't compare, his expression was very arrogant. He wasn't willing to lose at all. Ha ha ha, 2 youths. Wu Lei, your Lust sect's talents are declining. Ah ha 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 ha. It's very difficult for 2 disciples to get a spot in the main competition. I'm afraid your Lust sect will only be accompanying the Crown Prince this time. What a waste of effort. Yan Qimei laughed without any trace of politeness. After pausing for a while, he changed the topic. Where's the young man from your Lust sect, Xiao Han? At this time, a young man standing beside Yan Qimei was surrounded by flames. Above his head, there was 9-fold true fire, and his aura was unparalleled. He leaned over and whispered a few words in Yan Qimei's ear. Xiao Han had seen this young man before during the setting Sun Mountain Range's encirclement of the North Mystic Demon Emperor. He was a true energy realm cultivator from the Raging Inferno sect, Qiu Hensong. At that time, he had forced and threatened Xiao Han to hand over the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal. Xiao Han still remembered this person. Sovereign, this is Xiao Han. Qiu Hensong extended his finger and pointed at Xiao Han. Yan Qimei's eyes were as deep as the sea. He stared at Xiao Han, and a strong aura enveloped Xiao Han's head. You are Xiao Han? I heard that in the setting sun mountain range, my disciples killed the North Mystic Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor crystal was taken by you? You have the secrets of the demon race? Your lust sect has become more and more ridiculous in recent years. You actually took in a monster as your disciple. Wu Lei, you are really daring. Under Yan Qimei's piercing gaze, Xiao Han remained calm. He sat cross-legged and activated the indestructible golden body slightly. Golden light surrounded his body to resist the aura of this ancient giant. What? Yan Qimei, you are already so old, but you still want to bully the young and humiliate my disciple? You are getting older and older, aren't you? Wu Lei's left eye was cloudy, and his right eye was filled with rain. He glanced at Yan Qimei and cut off the aura of Yan Qimei. Wu Lei, I will give you a piece of advice. If you bind this young man, Xiao Han, to the Demon Hero Tower, you may be forgiven. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the crime of taking in the demon race. Yan Qimei said sternly. Nonsense. When I, Wu Lei, take in a disciple, I don't need you to criticize me. Whether Xiao Han is a demon or not, there will be a public opinion. You are on your own now. I think that the 5 young disciples of your Raging Inferno sect won't even get a spot in the main competition. Bullshit. Fine. Wu Lei, I won't talk to you anymore. See you in the preliminaries. Yan Qimei suddenly cursed. He looked very vulgar and ungentlemanly. He gave Xiao Han a deep look. Everyone has the right to kill a monster. You are on your own now. Boom! The Raging Inferno sect's members were enveloped in heavenly fire and fled at the speed of light. This Yan Qimei has been fighting with me for hundreds of years, and he is always at a disadvantage. This time, he will not be able to get away with it. Wu Lei said indifferently to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you don't have to worry. Just focus on the competition. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Remember, fight for our sect's honor. If you meet the disciples of the Raging Inferno sect in the preliminaries, don't show mercy. Sect Master, this disciple understands. Xiao Han licked his lips. Sect Master, this Yan Qimei's ranking has always been lower than yours. He is just jealous of you. He wants to fight with you everywhere. Xiao Mingchu said with a smile on another cloud. Not long after, a majestic sword aura descended from the sky. This sword aura was the size of 12 acres, and it was simply tearing the sky apart. It could cut through time and destroy everything. Wherever the sword aura went, the crystal walls would crack, and an ethereal river of stars would appear. It pierced through the sword aura. A middle-aged man in white stood in the sword aura. He was full of arrogance as he looked around. He was like a lonely swordsman standing on the peak of a mountain, looking around with his sword drawn. He couldn't find an opponent. His eyes were empty, and there was the intent of 10,000 swords returning to their origin in the depths of his eyes. The sword merged with the body merged with the Tao merged with the heavens, and the heavens merged with fate. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. A sword that defied the heavens could kill everything, and only he was supreme. Behind the middle-aged man in white stood a large group of true Qi realm sword cultivators. Each of them was a peerless swordsman. Some of the female sword cultivators were playing Suona, Pipa, Guzheng, Pipa, and Piccolo. There were also some female sword cultivators boiling water and making tea. Xiao Han glanced around and saw Xiao Yinrong standing in the sword aura. Xiao Yinrong had opened 17 true Qi acupoints, and her true Qi was at the 2nd level. Her sharp aura was restrained, and there was a sword aura in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that she had made great progress in the past 2 years, and she had cultivated the demeanor and bearing of an expert. Xiao Han also saw Lu Feng, who was beaten by him before, among them. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes also happened to look at Xiao Han. Their eyes met, and Lu Feng's face suddenly changed. Deep hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. They are from the Mingjian Mountain Villa. Another giant in the Fenghua Empire, one of the top 5 sections. Xiao Han knew. Hello, sword god Shimen Piaoxue. Wu Feng smiled and greeted the middle-aged man in white. Brother Wu, how have you been? The middle-aged man in white also smiled, but his smile was very cold. Not only did it not give people a feeling of friendliness, but it also gave people a feeling of pity and charity. I heard that a young genius has appeared in the Lei Feng sect, and his name is Xiao Han. In the battle at the Setting Sun Mountain Range, he beat up our Mingjian Mountain Villa's true Qi realm youth, Lu Feng. It's normal for children to play around. Wu Feng smiled. Good, very good. Wu Feng, you are famous for protecting your own, but I, Shimen Piaoxue, am also famous for protecting my own. Let's wait and see. He glanced around, and a peerless sword aura flashed in his eyes. When it swept across the disciples of the Lei Feng sect, it was cold. The disciples with low cultivation immediately felt a sharp pain, and it was very uncomfortable. Xiao Yinrong also saw Xiao Han at this time. She secretly smiled at Xiao Han, and it could be considered as a greeting. Let's go. Shimen Piaoxue coldly shouted. The thick sword light was like a dragon, flashing across the sky. In the next few days, Xiao Han saw many extraordinary people along the way. All of them looked down on the world. They were all strange and unruly, like gods descending to the mortal world. Junior brother Xiao Han, we haven't reached the Sunset Mountain yet, but you have already seen so many supreme experts. Are you nervous? Xiao Mingchu said with a smile. Heh. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said seriously. Eldest senior brother, I'm not nervous, I'm just a little excited. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling couldn't help but laugh. The next day, a towering mountain range appeared in the vision of Xiao Han and the others. That mountain range was more than 10,000 feet tall, and the peaks were shining brightly, making the whole mountain look very beautiful and magnificent. It was like a divine mountain. At this time, streaks of true Qi light shot into the mountain. Or there were true Qi transformed into azure dragons, white tigers, flood dragons, great phoenixes, black tortoises, Pishio, Bai and. They climbed up the mountain one after another. There were also ancient chariots, 7-colored ships, and clouds. Streaks of supreme auras pierced through heaven and earth. The densely packed runes encircled the treasure mountain of multicolored light. Some of the auras were so powerful that they could make heaven and earth tremble. From time to time, the roars of ancient mammoths, the cries of great wild phoenixes, and the roars of tigers and dragons could be heard from the mountain. This scene was like the clouds moving in all directions, and the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huameng, we've arrived. This is the Sunset Mountain in the Empire of Blazing Sunday. It's a sacred place. It's very famous in the entire southern region. This time, the two of you will be exchanging blows with the most powerful of the younger generation in the southern region at Sunset Mountain. Xiao Mingchu's usually frivolous face was strangely solemn. I feel that there are some young people who are stronger than I expected. All the enchanting geniuses in the southern region have gathered here. Fang Ling sighed. An unprecedented grand occasion. Enter the Sunset Mountain. Sovereign Wuda said indifferently. After a pause, a smile appeared on his face. I feel the auras of many old friends. Of course, there are also the auras of many old enemies. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting grand occasion. Xiao Han, Huameng, don't embarrass our sect this time. Chapter 134. They were finally about to arrive at the Sunset Mountain located in the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han's blood was boiling with excitement. He could feel that there were too many terrifying auras being emitted from the inside and outside of the Sunset Mountain. It was a gathering of powerful experts. The entire southern region has a population of hundreds of billions. There should be at least tens of billions of martial artists, right? Among the tens of billions of martial artists, the most outstanding, the most legendary, and the most outstanding ones are currently gathered at the Sunset Mountain. I, Xiao Han, was once a living target that was in danger. Today, I, Xiao Han, will also compete with these beautiful and shocking geniuses. No matter what, I, Xiao Han, will not lose to anyone. Xiao Han's heart began to surge with battle intent. His eyes were like stars. Whoosh whoosh, the crow beast controlled the clouds and a dozen white clouds began to float towards the Sunset Mountain. The Sunset Mountain was extremely huge. It seemed to be very close, but with the speed of the white clouds, it would take them a few hours to reach it. At this moment, all the true disciples of the Pure Cloud sect stood up and looked at the Sunset Mountain with great interest. It's so beautiful. It's as if the sunset will never wither. It has a transcendent beauty that surpasses the mortal world, Hua Fan exclaimed. What Xiao Han was concerned about was not the beauty of the Sunset Mountain. It was the size of the Sunset Mountain. As they flew closer, the Sunset Mountain became bigger and bigger in Xiao Han's vision. After flying on the white cloud for 2 hours, the mountain blocked Xiao Han's line of sight. Looking up, apart from the mountain, he could not see anything else. Xiao Han estimated that the width of the mountain was at least several tens of thousands of zhang. Entering the Sunset Mountain alone was as insignificant as an ant and a speck of dust. How can there be such a huge mountain in this world? Even in the outer region of the Great Wilderness, I have never seen such a majestic and huge mountain. It's like a monster that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Xiao Han murmured to himself. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Blazing Sun Empire is much stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. It's not unreasonable. Look at this Sunset Mountain. It's impossible for there to be such a divine mountain in the Beacon Fire Empire. According to the ancient legends, this Sunset Mountain descended from the heavens and carried a very strong luck. This mountain suppressed hundreds of spirit veins. Every year, it produces countless top-grade true Qi spirit stones, which are supplied to all the sects and the imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Mingqiu explained from the side. Pausing for a moment, he smiled. However, the southern region was never as prosperous as the eastern region. There were more than 10 divine mountains like Sunset Mountain in the eastern region. They allowed the eastern region's luck to flourish and never fall. Junior brother Xiao Han, there will be opportunities in the future. Now that you've become a fiend hero, you can travel to the east region. It's quite interesting. Yes, eldest senior brother, now that I've become a demon hero, I'm going to explore the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness. Heh, just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Han rubbed his hands and said. Right at this moment, Hong, a powerful aura was closing in on the Pure Rain sect. Xiao Han glanced sideways. He saw 2 people walking over in the air. The leader was an old man in a black robe. He was tall and thin, and his aura was extremely cold. It was to the extent where demonic energy surged, sun, moon, and stars appearing in his eyes. His beard and hair shone, black symbols surging around his body. His entire being was almost demonic. He casually walked in the air, bringing about the withering of all living things. The withering of life force. Everywhere he passed, even the air seemed to be corroded and obliterated. The surrounding people hurriedly avoided the old man, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Behind the old man was a tall and slender woman with a body like that of a fiend. Her hair was silky and her skin was smooth. Her facial features were breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were like a fairy's, an angel's, and a fiend's temperament. She was dressed in purple, but her arms were bare like tender lotuses. There were tattoos on her arms, and she wore a few exquisite silver rings. As she walked, the silver rings collided with each other, producing a pleasant sound like wind chimes. This sound was decadent, like the voice of a demon. Just listening to it would make one's soul go numb and soft. Everyone, don't panic. This is the heavenly devil old man, the sect master's close friend. Although he's both good and evil, he and the sect master have been through life and death together. He would not do anything to harm the pure rain sect's disciples, Xiao Mingqiu hurriedly reminded. Deep fear also appeared in his usually frivolous eyes at this moment. Xiao Han whispered to Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, this old man seems to be very powerful. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han. This is the sect master of the number 1 sect in the Dark Shadow Empire, the Heavenly Devil sect. He is an older generation demon hero, and his ranking on the demon hero ranking is about the same as our sect master. He is very surly and temperamental. Once his Heavenly Devil Great World is activated, he can instantly destroy a medium-sized country. Xiao Mingqiu said in a low voice. Junior brother, this is an ancient giant. Ha 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 ha. Brother Wu. Ha 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 ha. The old man walked to Wu Yu's side and laughed heartily. Old friend. It's been many years since we last met. It seems like it's been more than 100 years. Wu Yu's eyes also revealed a strong sense of friendship. Heavenly Devil old man, I see that your life force is becoming more and more exuberant. I'm afraid that you have already comprehended the Heavenly Devil Great World to the Great Perfection Realm, right? Heh heh heh. The Heavenly Devil old man smiled noncommittally. In his devilish eyes, an expression of reminiscence appeared. Back then, we were a group of old comrades and besieged a demon race emperor. In the end, only the 2 of us survived. Sigh. If those old brothers didn't die, we could get together. That would be great. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Wu, we are all old and have become less active in recent years. We rarely have the chance to personally hunt the demon race. Who are the talents under Brother Wu's sect participating in the demon hero selection this time? There are 2 useless disciples. Wu Yu smiled modestly. He then said to Xiao Han and Huo Wu. Xiao Han, Huo Wu, come and greet the Heavenly Devil old man, my close friend. Senior Heavenly Devil, hello. Huo Wu bowed deeply. The Heavenly Devil old man glanced at Huo Wu indifferently and smiled. Not bad. Xiao Han also hurriedly stood up. Senior Heavenly Devil, Xiao Han greets you. The Heavenly Devil old man looked at Xiao Han. Suddenly, the runes in his eyes appeared slightly, and he looked at Xiao Han deeply for more than 10 breaths. Heh. Heavenly Devil old man, what do you think of my disciple Xiao Han? Wu Yu smiled faintly. Interesting, very interesting. The Heavenly Devil old man still looked at Xiao Han and nodded repeatedly. Brother Wu, this young man is too interesting. You can bring him to the Heavenly Devil sect to play with me. After a pause, he actually spoke directly to Xiao Han. Young man, this time's demon hero selection, compete well. You are very interesting. This old man has not seen such an interesting young man like you for a long time. The demon race's secret technique, just use it well. He actually saw through Xiao Han's demon race's secret technique at a glance. Xiao Han's heart trembled. Just now, under the Heavenly Devil old man's observation, Xiao Han only felt that the seal of the spirit turtle true chi was almost penetrated. The demon egg in many seals in the heart stopped beating. It stopped throbbing and condensed into a speck of dust, hiding itself deeply. However, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm seemed to have been found. This Heavenly Devil old man is really scary. Xiao Han was nervous. Heh. Heavenly Devil old man. You saw through it? Wu Yu smiled faintly. A little. This young man has hidden himself very well. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how he will amaze the world in this selection. Although many young geniuses of the southern region will participate this time, Brother Wu, this disciple of yours is not inferior to anyone. Ha ha ha. However, Brother Wu, this old man will not let you have all the glory. Qing Tong, come and greet Sect Master Wu of the Pure Cloud Sect. The heavenly devil old man said to the woman behind him. The woman said softly. Mo Qingtong greets Sect Master Wu. Her voice was sluggish. It was like a devil's voice. With just a slight word, it seemed to be able to pull people into the devil realm and the abyss. Oh. Wu Yu's pupils slightly contracted as he stared at Mo Qingtong. After a few dozen breaths, he nodded and said. Very good. At such a young age, he has already cultivated the heavenly devil great world and has some attainments. Heavenly devil old man. Your disciple. Ha ha ha, now. What I don't want to see the most is Xiao Han and your disciple meeting in the selection. This old man thinks so too. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Brother Wu, this old man will bring Qingtong first. After you settle down your disciple, come find me directly. The heavenly devil old man laughed and was about to leave with Mo Qingtong. Suddenly, Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han. Her devilish eyes shone brightly as she smiled. Brother Xiao, if Brother Xiao and Qingtong meet in the selection, I hope Brother Xiao will show mercy. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. Soon, the heavenly devil old man and Mo Qingtong disappeared and went straight into Sunset Mountain. Let's hurry into Sunset Mountain. There are too many people today. Once we reach Sunset Mountain, we will need some time to settle down. Wu Yu controlled the white cloud and sped up towards Sunset Mountain. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong is very strong. This sect does not wish for you to meet her in the selection. That is very dangerous. Suddenly, Wu Yu said seriously. It's not because this sect has a close relationship with the heavenly devil old man that I don't wish for our disciples to fight and kill each other. It's because this woman is very talented and not easy to deal with. Sect master, if I meet her, I will try to be careful. But I don't need to be afraid of her. Xiao Han smiled and whispered. Sect master, the heavenly devil old man is very powerful. It seems that he can even see through my spirit turtle true chi and see some of my true state. The heavenly devil old man is one of the top 10 existences in the entire southern region. Wu Yu didn't say much. Alright, Xiao Han, don't ask too much. You don't need to know too much about the heavenly devil old man. Soon, the group finally arrived at Sunset Mountain. The Sunset Mountain was divided into 1,000 layers. Each layer had a large number of ancient palaces built on it, all of which were richly ornamented. Under Wu Yu's lead, the group of the Pure Cloud sect landed on one of the levels in the middle of the mountain. As soon as they landed, a few young men in the True Chi realm in white clothes walked over quickly. It's you from the Pure Cloud sect. Please, this way. One of the young men walked over quickly and bowed respectfully. This is Sect Master Wu. What an imposing and majestic man. You're too kind, Wu Yu said indifferently. Come, please don't worry. I'll take care of you. The young men led the group into one of the palaces on this level. Xiao Han looked around and saw that there was still a large number of people who had landed on this level. However, there were over 100 people on this level, so nothing went wrong. Everything was in order. In the end, the group of people from the Pure Cloud sect were settled in a simple, glorious palace. The palace was extremely well built. It was filled with abundant and ethereal spiritual chi. There was a garden, a study, a pavilion, rocks, and so on. All of them formed their own courtyards. The group of several dozen people from the Pure Cloud sect did not seem crowded at all. After settling down the disciples, Wu Yu gave a simple explanation. Mingqiu, Dongfang, Fangling, don't run around. Wait here with your juniors. I'll go register Xiao Han and Huafan. Also, learn about the rules of the selection. With that, Wu Yu left the palace. Xiao Han didn't run out of the palace area to take a stroll. He stayed obediently in a side hall and even slept for a while to drive away the dust from his journey. Several hours later, Wu Yu returned to the palace. In the main hall, Xiao Han and Huafan were summoned. Xiao Mingqiu and the other true disciples were also gathered. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, I've already registered you too. Also, I've learned about the rules of the selection. The Southern Territory preliminaries will officially begin in 7 days, Wu Yu said solemnly. The younger generation participating in the Southern region selection includes all members of the royal families of the 7 empires, 27 mid-sized countries, and 101 small countries. There are over 100 sects and countless wandering cultivators. A total of 33,974 true Qi realm cultivators under 30 will participate in the selection to compete for 300 spots in the main competition. Hiss. That is to say, only 1 spot will be available for the main competition out of 100 people. 1 in 100. A true disciple cried out. Yes, 1 in 100. Wu Yu tapped his fingers on the armrest of the wooden chair. Next, I'll tell you the rules of the selection. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, listen carefully. Don't miss anything. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han and Hua Fan held their breaths and listened carefully. Chapter 135. Wu Yu was telling Xiao Han and Hua Yang the rules of the Southern region selection. 30,000 people will compete for the 300 spots in the main competition through a ring battle. Wu Yu said in a deep voice. Ring battle? Xiao Han frowned. Sect Master, 30,000 people fighting in the ring? How spectacular would that be? Wu Yu said with a faint smile. Of course we can't let 30,000 people fight at the same time. That would be extremely chaotic and out of control. The Monster Hero Pagoda has stipulated that the 30,000 geniuses in the southern region will be divided into 100 batches. Each batch will have 300 people and 3 spots will be decided. Oh. Xiao Han and Hua Yang looked at each other subconsciously. Xiao Mingchu and the other true disciples immediately understood and nodded. Simply put, it's 300 people fighting for 3 spots. Wu Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the wooden chair. Xiao Han, Hua Yang, listen carefully. The 30,000 people will be divided into 100 groups with 300 people in each group. 3 spots will be decided through the ring battle. There will be a total of 300 spots in 100 groups. Among them, there are no seated contestants in each group. They are randomly grouped. In other words, there is a certain element of luck in this grouping. Yes, if there is no seated contestant, then it is possible that the strongest part of the 30,000 people will be divided into the same group. This kind of group is truly a group of death. Sect Master, there is a chance of forming a group of death. Xiao Mingchu thought for a moment. The key now is to know which of the 30,000 geniuses can pose a threat to junior brother Xiao Han. Mo Qingtong of the Sky Demon Sect is a ruthless character. Oh yes, I also heard that the famous monster hero of the Blazing Sun Empire, Great Sun Emperor, has a disciple called Prince Wu'Lai. At the age of 20, he opened 42 acupoints and reached the peak of the 5th level of true Qi. He also received the inheritance of the Great Sun Emperor and cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. It is no small matter. I personally think that Prince Wu'Lai is a hot young man in the southern region recently. In terms of battle strength, he may not be below Mo Qingtong. He is also a terrifying opponent that can cause trouble for junior brother Xiao Han. Fong Ling said. I also know one person. He is also from the Beacon Fire Empire. He's Xiafeng from Mingjian Villa, 25 years old this year. Dongfang Qin blurted out. Xiafeng. I know, Fong Ling immediately replied. Before the age of 20, this person is considered mediocre. In fact, he was still stuck at the physical body realm. He was not valued by Mingjian Villa. He's basically an ordinary outer sect disciple that has been eliminated and neglected. What? Senior brother Fong Ling is still stuck at the physical body realm at the age of 20? He was 25 years old this year, which meant in 5 years, he had risen like a comet? Was it because he had been accumulating for a long time, or was he suddenly enlightened? Or did he run into some fortuitous encounter? Xiao Han was surprised. Yes. At the age of 21, Xiafeng fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 4 years. He didn't wake up in between, Fang Ling said. This? Xiao Han thought to himself. Sleeping for several years, this should be the symptoms of brain death and vegetative state, right? 4 years later, Xiafeng woke up. His swordsmanship cultivation was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and his realm rose steadily. Within a year, he had advanced from the physical body realm to the Zhenqi realm. Dredging acupoints was like eating and drinking. Moreover, he has comprehended the sword intent that can only be encountered by luck and not sought. Fang Ling said leisurely. He became the #1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of the famous sword villa. In his hands, any sword technique could be transformed into something magical. He was called Sword God Possession. Or he may become the future master of the famous sword villa. This year's Monster Hero Trial. He is determined to win. This can't be a sudden enlightenment, he must have been possessed by the remnant soul of some ancient sword god. Dongfang Qin asserted. Xiafeng's situation. It's also recorded in ancient books. Occasionally, some mortals suddenly fell into a deep sleep and woke up a few years later, or even more than a decade later. Cultivating martial arts was as easy as picking up grass. It may be that the inheritance in his bloodline has been awakened. This kind of thing is very strange and can't be speculated. But according to my knowledge, the ancestor of Xiafeng may have given birth to a super sword cultivator. His deep sleep may be the inheritance factor contained in his genes, which awakened accidentally and wanted to merge with his memory, forcing him to sleep. After waking up, his root bone and talent inherited the ancestor's inheritance and completely changed his fate. This kind of person is very difficult to deal with. In his memory, he may have awakened the swordsmanship cultivation method of his ancestor. Ancient swordsmanship is the most powerful cultivation method that can kill and destroy a country. Wu Qin said indifferently. It seems that this Xiafeng is the most difficult one among the talents of the famous sword villa to participate in the Monster Hero Trial. How about this? Xiao Mingqiu said directly. Junior brother Dongfang, junior brother Fang, the three of us are all swordsmen. Among the countless swordsmen who have come to the southern domain, there are also some who are our best friends. The three of us are responsible for helping Xiao Han and Huo Wu find out which of the 30,000 geniuses participating in the preliminaries is the strongest. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Sort out the clues for junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huiyang, at least know which young people have the battle strength of the seeded players. In this way, once the groups are divided, we can roughly find out the gap between the strong and the weak in this group. Okay, let's use our connections. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling said in unison. Wu Qin also nodded. I will also personally inquire about the information. Xiao Han, Huiyang, you stay in this palace and don't wander around. After 5 days, there will be a grouping ceremony. More than 30,000 people will be divided into 100 groups. At that time, you will know what kind of group you will be in. I also hope that your grouping will be better, and not be divided into the group of death that is likely to happen. Especially Huiyang, your battle strength and talent, compared to the entire young generation of the southern region, can only be considered average. If you want to get a place in the main competition, you can only hope to be in a weaker group. Yes, Sect Master, Huiyang knows his own strength. But even if there is a glimmer of hope, Huiyang will fight desperately for it. Huiyang's eyes flashed with determination. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. He suddenly felt that Huiyang attached great importance to this monster hero qualifier. In fact, Xiao Han could even keenly sense that there was a hint of a death wish on Huiyang's body. As if it was either success or death. Why is she so determined? With her strength, she should know that it will be difficult for her to pass the qualifier and get a place in the main competition. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Wu Qin took a deep look at Huiyang and seemed to have noticed something, but he did not ask further. He smiled lightly. Okay, in 5 days, the results will be out. Of course, there may not be a group of death. At this moment, Brother Wu, how have you been? Mo Chen is here to pay a visit. A powerful voice sounded outside the hall. This voice was extremely dignified. It was obviously the voice of a leader who had been giving orders for a long time. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire is here. Wu Qin shook his head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, follow me out to deal with this. Last time, you were escaping from being hunted. You sneaked into the wedding procession of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. It seems that you kidnapped the princess and killed a monster hero of the royal family, Nangong Yi. Is this true? Ahem. Sect Master, I had no choice. As for the princess, I did not do anything wrong. Xiao Han laughed dryly. Okay. Now that the old emperor is here, go and deal with him. Wu Qin did not seem to care about the majesty of the emperor and led Xiao Han out with a smile. Xiao Mingchu and the other true disciples smiled and followed behind to watch the show. Outside the palace. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire was wearing a dragon robe and a crown. He stood in the garden outside the palace with a gloomy face. His whole body surged with endless auspicious clouds. Auspicious air, precious clouds, and light. Mountains and rivers flashed in his eyes, and the sky was full. He casually stood there, and there was silence in all directions. His every movement was full of majesty. Behind the emperor, there stood a young man in a royal robe, about 25 years old. Around 6 years old, his appearance was somewhat similar to the emperor's. This young man's aura was extremely strong, cold, proud, and overlooking the world. Around his body, streams of air rolled and condensed into the shape of a dragon, making an old dragon roar. It seemed that every true chi could turn into a dragon, suppress the ages, sweep the sun and moon, and sweep the universe. His body slightly moved, and suddenly the wind and clouds surged. The wind and thunder of heaven and earth, the dragon, tiger, and black tortoise all appeared. Xiao Han and Wu Qin had just left the palace when the emperor and the young man in the royal robe looked at Xiao Han at the same time. The emperor's pressure directly shrouded over Xiao Han. The emperor's dragon face was furious. You are Xiao Han? Good. You are very good. You dared to kidnap my daughter, Mo Hen. You have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Also, my beloved general, Nangong Yi, died in your hands, right? How dare you? You have committed a heinous crime. As soon as they met, the emperor pinned many crimes on Xiao Han's head. In his rage, he seemed to want to immediately execute Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han had cultivated the Son of Heaven's divine fist and was about to reach perfection. His temperament contained the power of the emperor, the power of an emperor. Therefore, facing the emperor's pressure, not only was Xiao Han not afraid, but he also felt contempt. The emperor's aura was far less noble than the aura of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Mo Chen, you are shouting here. Do you think my pure cloud sect is nothing? Wu Qin smiled. Put away your emperor's prestige. It is useless in front of me. Humph. Wu Qin. I knew you would protect him. However, this Xiao Han deserves to die. I advise you to hand him over to me. Otherwise, your pure cloud sect and I will not let this matter rest. The emperor roared angrily. However, his eyes were still filled with fear when facing Wu Qin. Mo Chen, I have already given you enough face by coming to see you. That's enough. Leave this place at once. Xiao Han is a disciple of the Pure Cloud sect. He is not bound by the laws of the mortal world. Put away your prestige, Wu Qin said impatiently. You! The emperor's aura surged. In his rage, a pitch-black hand appeared above his head. It covered the mountains, rivers, and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Ha 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 ha. Mo Chen, you? You still want to fight? Wu Qin laughed as if he had seen something funny. That's enough, father. Don't be angry. It's not worth it. The young man in the royal robe took a step forward. He was very calm and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, where is my sister Mo Hen now? Tell me. I don't know. Xiao Han shrugged. Oh. The young man in the royal robe's eyes narrowed. Xiao Han, you probably think that with sect leader Wu protecting you, you'll be so arrogant and complacent, right? But you have to know that sect leader Wu can't protect you forever. Fine, it's fine if you don't say it. One day, you will fall into this crown prince's hands. At that time, this crown prince has at least 100 kinds of torture to make you tell the truth. Oh right, you are here to participate in the preliminaries, right? And I hope that in 5 days, this crown prince can be in the same group as you. This crown prince will make you regret being born in this world. His words were like a monarch descending from the heavens, with a sense of victory from 1,000 miles away. Get lost. Xiao Han smiled. There's nothing to brag about. Since you said so, I really hope to be in the same group as you. N. Sect leader, is it allowed to kill on the stage in the preliminaries? Yes. Wu Qin nodded. Light as water. Swords have no eyes. Life and death are up to fate. Good. This disciple understands. Xiao Han looked at the young man in the royal robe deeply and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Father, let's go. The young man in the royal robe looked at Xiao Han and left with the emperor. This crown prince does have some strength. He is not a spoiled brat of the royal family. Suddenly, Wu Qin smiled. Xiao Han, this crown prince has a special physique. He cultivates 2 types of qi at the same time. Furthermore, he has opened 39 acupoints and is at the peak of the 4th level. If you really are in the same group as him, be careful. He should be one of the seeded contestants for the Southern Region preliminaries. This disciple understands. Xiao Han nodded. This disciple has no fear. On the contrary, this disciple hopes to be in the group of death. Oh. Wu Qin smiled at Xiao Han. Air. Sect leader, this disciple's cultivation and various martial techniques seem to have reached a bottleneck. I need a fierce battle to break through the bottleneck. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with battle intent. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Let's see the groups in 5 days. Wu Qin smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 136. Xiao Han completely understood the rules of the Southern Region qualifier. 5 days later, it was time for the groups. After the groups were formed, it was time for the arena fights. All the geniuses of the Southern Region would fight fiercely for the limited spots in the main competition. It would be an extremely tragic and cruel battle. During these 5 days, Xiao Han did not wander outside the palace. During this period of time, he needed to be extremely quiet and maintain a calm state of mind. Only then would he be able to perform at his best in the upcoming arena fights. In these few days, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling and even the sect master were busy using their connections to collect information for Xiao Han and Huashou. They tried their best to obtain information about the geniuses among the 30,000 contestants. On the 4th day, the sect master Wu Yu summoned Xiao Han and Huashou to the main hall to discuss the grouping for the next day. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling also brought the information they had collected over the past few days. Mingchu, tell Xiao Han and Huashou the useful information. Wu Yu said to Xiao Mingchu. Okay. Xiao Mingchu nodded. He looked at Xiao Han and Huashou. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huashou, we have gained some information these few days. Now, I will tell you some useful information. Listen carefully. Eldest senior brother, don't tell me you found out the combat strength of the 30,000 participants? Xiao Han looked at Xiao Mingchu in surprise. It has only been a few days, Xiao Mingchu laughed involuntarily. Junior brother Xiao Han, in fact, it is not only our Pure Rains sect that is collecting information. Almost everyone is doing this. Therefore, it seems that the 30,000 contestants have to be checked one by one. It is a very tedious and lengthy matter that is almost impossible to complete. But when everyone gathers together and exchanges information, it will be quite beneficial. There are many powerful youths in the southern region this time, so I will not introduce them one by one. I will tell you the 10 strongest people. Xiao Mingqiu organized his thoughts and said slowly. Among the 30,000 contestants, there might be some who are hiding their strength. But on the surface, everyone knows that there are a total of 10 extremely powerful people. They are known as the top 10 seeded contestants by busybodies, and they are practically guaranteed to get into the main competition. The 10 strongest? Xiao Han and Hua Deng both held their breaths and pricked up their ears. You should know. To be selected as one of the 10 seeded contestants out of over 30,000 was no easy feat. Moreover, the 10 seeded contestants were selected after being evaluated by many monsters, so they were definitely not fake. Strength was strength. His reputation was well deserved. Within the borders of Beacon Fire Empire, Xiafeng of Mingjian Villa, 25 years old. He had dreamt for 4 years and awakened various sword Dao profoundness after waking up. He had comprehended the sword intent that sword cultivators yearn for. Moreover, his sword intent had reached the middle stage, and his sword intent had defied the heavens. One sword to break through the void, one sword to destroy a city. This kid. One of the 10 seeded contestants, there's no doubt about it. Blazing Sun Empire. Disciple of the Great Sun Son of Heaven, Crown Prince Hualai, 20 years old, True Qi Level 5, cultivates in the Great Sun Heart Sutra, born with a fire attribute physique, and has an extremely cruel temperament. It is fine when he does not make a move, but when he does, he will kill. This kid is one of the 10 seeded contestants. Blazing Sun Empire, Star Hall, Zhou Feng, 27 years old, talented since young, using starlight to refine his body, known as the strongest body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. The strength of his body is extremely violent, able to tear apart a great luan with his bare hands. Moreover, he cultivates the star refining demon slaying blade, refining starlight into blade energy, the blade light traversing tens of miles, killing people and ghosts, extremely sharp. Although he has not comprehended blade intent, the quality of the starlight blade energy is many times stronger than normal blade energy. Moreover, he is a strong body cultivator, invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to all arts. He is definitely a seeded contestant. Blazing Sun Empire, Vagrant Cultivator, Qing Feng, 29 years old, identity unknown, cultivates demonic arts. He had cultivated a unique type of true qi, the Devil Flame Palm. It is said that this true qi was imparted to him by an immortal in his dreams when he was young, using 27 types of demon flowers and 33 types of wild beast blood to refine it into the source of true qi. Once it is used, black blood rain will fall from the sky, and ghostly shadows will appear, covering the stars and moon, destroying all living things. This Qing Feng has another identity. He is a gold medal assassin of an assassin organization in the Blazing Sun Empire. He is known as the 1,000 Killer, and he never misses. His body is full of blood and evil, and those without a strong will fight with him will be overwhelmed by his murderous aura. Dark Shadow Empire, head disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, favorite disciple of the Heavenly Demon Old Man, Mo Qingtong, 19 years old girl, cultivates the Heavenly Demon Great World. The Heavenly Demon Great World is a mystical art. Once it is used, it will produce a Heavenly Demon force field, distorting light, destroying all matter, absorbing all attacks, and causing the enemy to fall into the Heavenly Demon world, creating mental illusions, and even committing suicide. Luoyue Empire. Luoyue Sect, Royal Sect of the Luoyue Empire, medium country of the southern region. The number 1 expert, Qin Zhu, became the number 1 expert of the Luoyue Empire, a medium country with a population of 2 billion at the age of 26. No one can surpass her. Peak of the 4th level true qi. True Qi is released in the form of music, and is known as the nine-fingered zither demon. He had once single-handedly killed 5 experts in the 5th stage of True Qi, and his name rose to fame. When killing, she is known for her elegance, and likes to compose poems for the enemies she killed. Soul Mountain Empire, eldest daughter of the Ji clan, the #1 aristocratic family. Ji Rushui, 29 years old, has already given birth to 3 sons and 3 daughters. This woman has a gentle personality, but her cultivation base is tyrannical. She cultivates an ancient True Qi art, the wordless heavenly book. Her True Qi is formed into a heavenly book, containing all kinds of killing formations, spirit gathering formation, water dividing formation, 5 elements defense formation, 7 stars Big Dipper formation, endless sword formation, 10,000 killing formation. Junior brother Xiao Han, you better pray that you are not in the same group as this young woman, Ji Rushui. Otherwise, you will have a headache when all kinds of formations are used to suppress you. From what I have seen, this woman is the most difficult to deal with among the top 10 seeded contestants. Soul Mountain Empire, Soul Mountain Crown Prince, 26 years old, true dragon bloodline, fell into the ancient giant dragon's blood pool, and obtained a heaven-defying encounter. He has dragon chi, and his chi can swallow mountains and rivers, sweep through the wilderness, and rule the world. Sea God Empire, Ocean Emperor Sect, Tian Yuan, 25 years old, cultivates the Ocean Emperor Heart Sutra, can suppress an ocean storm with 1 finger. Li Ziki, wandering cultivator of the pugilistic world, but rumor has it that he is a descendant of an ancient aristocratic family, 21 years old, cultivates flying daggers, 3rd stage True Qi. This kid's realm is not high, but his flying daggers are like ghosts, like flying meteors, never missing their target. It is said that he never needs a second flying dagger to kill someone. Xiao Han, this kid. You better not encounter him. He is known as the most terrifying assassin of the younger generation in the southern region. No one has ever seen what his flying daggers look like, because those who have seen them are all dead. This kind of person doesn't make a move, but once he does, he will definitely kill. Xiao Mingchu told Xiao Han and Huiyang the basic information about the top 10 seeded contestants. These 10 people are the strongest in the southern region below the age of 30, and all of them are rare geniuses. Of course, junior brother Xiao Han. You are good at hiding, and you have just returned from the great wilderness, so other than a few people from our Cloud sect, no one knows your true strength. If they knew your background, others would definitely not know your true strength. Otherwise, you would be one of the top 10 seeded contestants. But, it is difficult to squeeze out any one of the top 10. Or maybe, you will be on par with them. That's right, those are the 11 seeded contestants. Xiao Mingchu laughed. I also did not expect that there would be so many geniuses in the southern region in recent years. Junior brother Xiao Han. There are only 3 spots in each group. Although I am very confident in you, it is best to avoid the top 10. Otherwise, even if you win, you will need to expose a lot of your trump cards, and even use your demonic techniques in exchange for a Pyrrhic victory. The qualifiers are just the beginning. Once you enter the main competition, it will be more intense and cruel. Exposing all your trump cards. This is extremely dangerous. Apart from the top 10 seeded contestants, there are many other strong people. For example, Prince Mo Jin of the Beacon Fire Empire, who cultivates 2 types of True Qi techniques, and the strongest genius of the Medicine King Valley, Si Kongji, who can refine 6 secret medicines, including some that can suddenly increase one's fighting strength. There are many young people in the second echelon, so I will not go into details. Dongfang Qin said. That is to say, as long as 3 or more of the top 10 seeded contestants are in a group, it will become a group of death. But the possibility of this is not high. After all, there are 100 groups. It will not be so coincidental that these seeded contestants will be squeezed together. But it is not certain. Anything can happen if they are randomly grouped. Fang Ling said in a deep voice. I can only say that these top 10 seeded contestants are qualified to enter the main competition. But it is still too early to say whether they will become devil heroes. Wu Ling remained calm. Xiao Han, Huiyang, you have to look far ahead. This is only the strongest young people in the southern region. If you enter the main competition, you will encounter the northern region, the western region, the eastern region, the great wilderness, many strong and abnormal little guys. In fact, according to the previous Hex trials, the top 10 seeded players are all likely to become Hex heroes. But this time, it's not necessarily so. This time, it's a very high chance of winning, and anything can happen. Junior brother Xiao Han, what do you think now? After Xiao Mingchu finished the information, he immediately sat on the chair lazily, picked up a pot of wine and drank leisurely. I think it doesn't matter. Xiao Han licked his lips. It doesn't matter? Fang Ling and Dong Fang Qin frowned at the same time. Well, senior brothers, sect master, no matter how we are grouped, we will have to face these people when we enter the main competition. So, even if we meet them in advance in the preliminaries, it doesn't matter. Xiao Han was extremely calm, his mind was clear, and his thoughts were clear. Good, Xiao Han, it is rare for you to maintain such a calm state of mind. This is the best state before the big battle. The sect master praised. Well, tomorrow, we will be grouped and all the answers will be revealed. The next day. The day of grouping. This grouping wasn't something that just anyone could observe. Only Wu Ling, who was in charge of a region, could be present. Xiao Han, Huiyang, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other true disciples stayed in the palace, waiting for Wu Ling to bring back the news of the grouping. Huiyang paced back and forth in the main hall, looking very anxious and nervous. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was sitting in the main hall, drinking tea and chatting with Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling. In the afternoon, Wu Ling returned with a slightly solemn expression. Sect master, how is the grouping? Xiao Mingchu was the first to ask. Huiyang's grouping is better. There are not many experts in that group. Wu Ling sat down and frowned slightly. But Xiao Han is in the group of death. Almost everyone thought that it was unlikely that there would be a group of death among the 100 groups. But in fact, there was no absolute in this world. As soon as the grouping was announced, many people exclaimed on the spot. Well, there is a group of death. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned and immediately asked. Sect master, this disciple is in the group of death? It is truly the group of death. After knowing the result, I was stunned for a few breaths. The sect master said. Then which seated contestants are I in the same group as? Xiao Han hurriedly asked. Chapter 137. Sect Master Wu Chu brought back the news of the groups. Xiao Han was placed in the group of death. Huiyang's group was more optimistic. Sect Master, who are the strong people in my group? Since it's called the group of death, there must be more than 3 seated contestants. Xiao Han's expression did not seem too panicked. He had gradually formed his own style, vaguely having the aura of a general. My old friend, Heavenly Devil Old Man's proudest disciple, Mo Qingtong, will be in your group. Sect Master looked at Xiao Han. This girl is strong. Dongfang Qin blurted out. Even among the top 10 seated contestants, Mo Qingtong is ranked at the top. Take the Great Demon World for example. If 10,000 people practice it, 9,990 people won't be able to master it, and there's a possibility of chi deviation. But once it's mastered, one's battle power will not be as simple as doubling. Mo Qingtong has already mastered the Great Demon World. Xiao Mingchu said concisely. Sect Master, who else is in this group? Fang Ling whispered. Blazing Sun Empire, Star Hall's Zhou Feng. True Qi 4th level. Known as the strongest body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. Starlight refines his body, his flesh is like a mountain, comparable to the strong barbarians in the depths of the wilderness. He also cultivates the star-refining demon-slaying blade, his blade qi can travel tens of miles. Blazing Sun Empire, Sun Emperor's disciple, Prince Huolai. Sun Emperor is a proud person, and has always been harsh in choosing disciples. To be chosen and nurtured by him is very rare. Prince Huolai, True Qi 5th level, born with a fire attribute physique. Mingjian Villa's Xia Feng, suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sword god, his bloodline awakening, one sword against the heavens, one sword to slay immortals. 41 true acupoints opened. True Qi 5th level. Luoyue Kingdom's number 1 expert, Qin Zhu. Peak of True Qi 4th level. Turning True Qi into music, a unique path. People call her Nine-Fingered Zither Demon. Soul Mountain Empire's young woman, Ji Rushui. Her realm is similar to Prince Huolai, 42 true acupoints opened, True Qi 5th level. Her True Qi cultivation method is suspected to be a remnant left behind by ancient immortals. The wordless heavenly tome contained many great arrays that combined offense and defense into one, and could refine living people alive. Originally, this woman stayed at home to serve her husband and teach her children. She had no desires, but recently, it was said that her husband was killed by the demon clan and his brain was devoured. This caused the woman's temperament to change greatly. She vowed to become a demon hero and exterminate all the demon clan in the world. Xiao Han. I agree with Ming Chu that Ji Rushui is definitely the most terrifying of the 10 seated contestants. Even more terrifying than Mo Qingtong. The group of death includes the 6 seated contestants. Every single one of them is a genius that leaves others speechless. In the future, he might even become a hero of the southern region, a cornerstone figure. The sect master laughed involuntarily. And now, these 6 people are in the same group, competing for the limited number of 3 spots. It was truly fate that made fools of people. In addition to these 6 masters, there were also a few other existences, such as Crown Prince Mo Jin of the Beacon Fire Empire. Medicine King Valley's current strongest genius, Si Kongji. This type of existence might not be as eye-catching as the 10-seated players. However, his potential is extraordinary, and he will become a dragon in one day. Xiao Han, do you know what to do now? Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han. A total of 6 seated contestants. Xiao Han touched his nose. Sect Master, I understand. I will definitely be careful. Well, Xiao Han, you are not timid. This is very good. Wu Yu showed a look of admiration. Difficult, really difficult. Xiao Mingchu stretched his body. Junior brother Xiao Han, the southern region is so big. The strongest young people are in this group. You just had to meet them in the preliminaries. We will not say any more superfluous words. Prepare yourself well. There are still 2 days left. Of course, junior brother Xiao Han, I do not think that you are weaker than them. The special training in the ancient village has already made you reborn, and you have the capital to compete with the current generation of demons. However, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling looked a little worried. Wu Yu regained his calm. Xiao Han, Huiyang, prepare yourself well. The battle will start in 2 days at the peak. At that time, there will be many heroes and old antiques present to watch the battle. Perform well. Also, the arena battle this time does not care about life and death. Therefore, if you meet an opponent that you cannot defeat, you can directly admit defeat and avoid being killed. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han and Huiyang nodded. Then, the 2 left and returned to their respective side halls to recuperate. They were making final preparations for the upcoming battle of life and death. After Xiao Han and Huiyang left, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and Dongfang Qin still stayed in the main hall and chatted with each other. What do you 3 think? The sect master asked with a smile. Sect master, with all due respect, it is very difficult for junior brother Xiao Han to stand out from the group of death. There are 3 places in the group of death. I think that the most likely to advance are Ji Rushui, Mo Qingtong, and Prince Huolai. Although junior brother Xiao Han had many fortuitous encounters, the time he rose up was too short. It was only in these 2 years. Whether it is combat experience or qi cultivation method, he is still lacking. He only has a strong body. But sometimes, when a strong body fights against a magical qi cultivation method, he will often be at a disadvantage, restrained, or even destroyed. Dongfang Qin's face was full of worry and cautiousness. Now, the only hope is that junior brother Xiao Han can avoid the above 3 people. Moreover, the above 3 people will encounter each other and advance and kill each other. Yes, during the battle, if junior brother Xiao Han is lucky enough to avoid these people, he still has a high chance of getting a place in the main competition. Also, junior brother Xiao Han knows some secret techniques of the demon race, such as the North Mystic Demon Monarch's illusory movement. If he uses the secret technique of the demon race, he will have a higher chance of winning. Let's see if junior brother Xiao Han dares to use it. Fang Ling said in a deep voice. Mingchu, what do you think? Wu Yu looked at Xiao Mingchu. How should I put it? The situation is indeed very serious. Originally, with junior brother Xiao Han's strength, he can definitely get a place in the main competition, but it was such a coincidence that he was actually assigned to the group of death. But for junior brother Xiao Han, he has 2 advantages. Xiao Mingchu smiled. The others looked at Xiao Mingchu. First of all, junior brother Xiao Han keeps a low profile. There aren't a lot of people who know his true battle prowess. His spirit turtle's true qi is skilled in disguise and concealment, which makes most people view him as a weakling, which is why they underestimate him. This allows junior brother Xiao Han to have the prerequisites for sudden attacks. This is a huge advantage. The enemy is out in the open, and he is in the dark. Secondly, even I can't see through junior brother Xiao Han. He seems to be hiding some unknown secrets. Unfathomable. Heh. I can't see through this kid either. Ha 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 ha. Forget it, let him train well. If he can walk out of the group of death today, his future will be bright. A jade that is not carved is worthless. Wu Yu also laughed. Xiao Han and Huolan left the main hall and returned to the side halls. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are really unlucky. Huolan sighed, as if feeling sorry for Xiao Han. It's nothing. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Oh right, senior sister Hua. Your group this time is very good. It seems that you have a high chance of getting a spot in the main competition. If I was in junior brother Xiao Han's group, would indeed have no hope at all. Now, there might be a chance. I will fight for it with all my might. Huolan's watery eyes flashed with determination. Junior brother Xiao Han. I hope that we can both get a spot in the main competition. This way, we can take care of each other when we enter the main competition. And, let's all work hard. Xiao Han smiled. The 2 returned to the side halls. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed and guarded his mind. Golden light shone from his body. His bones were destroyed. He began to visualize the indestructible golden body. The opponent is indeed strong. However, I am not afraid. I hope that I can break through the 230th true meridian through this cruel battle and reach the peak of the 3rd level. If I can break through the bottleneck of the 31st true meridian. If I can break through the bottleneck of the 31st true meridian, then my battle strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Han looked inside. Other than the flesh shell of the wild beast of the great wilderness, Xiao Han's true meridian was already filled with the spirit turtle true qi. Hornless dragon profound ice true qi. In addition, after the emperor's great power was shattered, the true qi fragments that were born were like gems and stars. Once he comprehended the 7th style of the emperor's divine fist, these high-quality true qi fragments would be reborn. What kind of true qi divine art would be born? In a group of palaces on the huge Sunset Mountain. The people who lived here were the people of the Ji clan, the number 1 clan of the Spirit Mountain Empire. After coaxing the children to sleep, a young woman in mourning clothes walked out to the garden outside with light steps. She had a beautiful face, but the corners of her eyes were filled with sadness and haggard, making her look pitiful. A middle-aged man walked over quickly. His aura was strong, and there were runes interweaving in his eyes. It was as if he could shatter the air with a casual breath. "Daughter, you have lost weight again." The middle-aged man was the young woman's father. "Ah. Xiao Xian is really arrogant. He wanted to kill the demon emperor with just a few demon heroes, but I didn't expect." "Ah, let's not talk about this. Father, my husband was a demon hero when he was alive, and I was proud of it. But now, Rushui and my husband are different. Father, I must become a demon hero this time to complete the great dream that my husband didn't have time to complete before he was alive. Kill the demon emperor. Kill all the demons in the world." That young woman was one of the top 10 seeded contestants, Ji Rushui. "Daughter, you were amazing in the past. In terms of talent and strength, you were not inferior to Xiao Xian. But that year, you gave up the demon hero trial and stayed at home to take care of your husband and children. Now, you are almost 30 years old and can only participate in this year's demon hero trial. But you are very unlucky. This year's demon hero trial is known as the most terrible and cruel one in history. Just the preliminary competition alone is full of difficulties. Daughter, you are divided into the so-called group of death today. Father, no need to say more. No matter what group it is, those who stop Rushui from becoming a demon hero will all die." Suddenly, Ji Rushui's eyes glowed with misty light. A heavenly book the size of an acre slowly rose from the top of her head. The entire area of the palace was filled with lightning and thunder, wind and rain, and the shadows of swords. The air became extremely heavy and oppressive. Sunset Mountain. Another group of palaces. In this group of palaces, golden light shone brightly, as if the whole place was paved with gold. In the main hall, the great Sun Emperor sat at the top. Below him stood the arrogant Crown Prince Huolai. "Huolai, the groups have been decided. It is the group of death," the great Sun Emperor said calmly. "However, I believe that you will be able to stand out in the group of death. No one can stop you from becoming a demon hero. A general success is built on thousands of bones. Huolai, go and fight hard. Also, that youth of Pure Rain sect, Xiao Han, will be in the same group as you. I have a bet with that idiot Xiao Mingqiu. N. Huolai, my disciple, you should know what to do, right? Ha 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 ha. Disciple knows. That Xiao Han has willingly fallen and entered the demon Dao. If disciple meets him, I will tear him into pieces and burn him to ashes. Extract his soul." Huolai said coldly. Boom. 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 Behind Huolai, a large amount of blazing true fire appeared. Within the flames, a few human figures could be seen struggling and wailing, begging for mercy, looking extremely miserable. The Heaven's Devil Old Man was filled with devil chi. "Qing Tong, the groups have been decided. You are in the group of death. However, to you, any group is the same. Remember, spread the name of my Heaven's Devil sect. You must be the first in the group of death and obtain a spot in the main competition. No one can stop you, Qing Tong." The Heaven's Devil Old Man's eyes gave birth to the Heaven's Devil Great World. Qing Tong obeys. Mo Qing Tong smiled. The silver rings on her arm clashed with each other, letting out a decadent sound. It was as if the Heaven's Devil was singing, causing people to fall into eternal damnation. 2 days passed by in a flash. Dong dong dong, from the peak of Sunset Peak came the melodious sound of a bell. In the palace where Xiao Han and the rest lived. "Xiao Han, Huiyang, the preliminaries will begin today. Every group will fight on the arena at the peak. All of you, follow me." Wu Yu stood in the garden outside the main hall. Xiao Han, Huiyang, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest of the core disciples walked out of the palace and into the huge garden. Xiao xiao xiao, a huge, soft, and pure white cotton cloud in the sky was directly grabbed by Wu Lu, and everyone leaped onto the white cloud. The white cloud slowly rose to the peak. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, are you ready? Xiao Mingchu asked loudly. Although he was not the one participating, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Eldest senior brother, I have adjusted my condition to the best. At this moment, I only want to fight. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. Huiyang also nodded. She clenched her fists tightly. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge arena in the shape of a lotus platform. On each lotus leaf, there was an arena. It was immeasurable. The lotus platform was about 100 layers high, and there were tens of thousands of arenas. Rays of light and clouds lingered around the lotus platform. It was a spectacular sight. The lotus platform was surrounded by spectator seats. Moreover, in the void, there seemed to be some temporary spaces. There were some powerful figures with blazing and terrifying auras hiding inside, quietly watching the lotus platform. They did not reveal their real bodies. At this moment, there were already countless people sitting in the spectator seats around the lotus platform, waiting to see. Some powerful figures flew into the temporary spaces in the void. Xiao Han saw that the heavenly devil old man also entered the void, hiding and silently watching the battle. A blazing sun escaped into the void. It was the great Sun Emperor. Xiao Han's pupils shrank. Mingchu, follow me into the void spectator seats. Wu Yu said to Xiao Mingchu. It seemed that Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were not qualified to enter the temporary spaces in the void. They could only sit in the spectator seats around the lotus platform and watch the battle. Junior brother Xiao Han, the battle is about to begin. You are ready to fight. The sect master and I will cheer for you. Xiao Mingchu patted Xiao Han's shoulder heavily. Yes. Xiao Han replied. Geniuses of the southern region, I, Xiao Han, am coming. Xiao Han's heart was filled with rising fighting spirit. Chapter 138. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, let's find a place to sit. Dongfang Qin called the people of the Pure Rain sect to find an empty corner in the large spectator stand and sat down. Xiao Han looked around and saw more and more martial artists entering the spectator stand and sat down in an orderly manner. Some supreme experts with powerful auras and talisman symbols turned into flowing light and shot into the void spectator stand. There were too many people. It was dazzling. At least 100,000 people had entered. Xiao Han was overwhelmed. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze. Although there were a lot of people, it was orderly. All forces occupied a corner of the spectator stand and did not cross the boundary or cause trouble. An obscure pressure suddenly radiated from the void spectator stand and shocked the scene. There was silence everywhere. 1 hour later, participants, please enter the east spectator stand. Divide into groups and sit down. An old voice came from the void and penetrated the entire mountain peak. This voice gave people a feeling of invincibility and no one could disobey it. Junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, go ahead. Don't be nervous. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling said seriously. The other true disciples of the Pure Rain sect all encouraged them. Xiao Han stood up. Huiyang also stood up with a nervous expression. There was a large empty spectator stand on the east side, but at this moment, young men and women jumped into the east spectator stand and divided into 100 groups and sat down. Let's go. Xiao Han slightly opened a few true acupoints and released a few wisps of true chi light. His figure swayed and arrived at the east spectator stand in a breath. The group of death that Xiao Han was in was the 77th group. On the spectator stand, there were numbers. Xiao Han found the seat of the 77th group and sat down. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people sitting here. At a glance, some of these people looked like devil gods, some were calm, some looked disdainful, some were fierce, some were elegant, but no one made a noise. Xiao Han also saw the crown prince of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Zhen, who came to find trouble a few days ago. He wore an imperial robe and sat as steady as a mountain, surrounded by a faint dragon-shaped true qi. As his eyes turned, he also saw Xiao Han, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a sinister smile. His eyes were full of mockery and ridicule, but he did not say anything. Aha! Everyone, it is fate that we are assigned to the group of death. This little brother is Blazing Sun Empire's giant sword sex Zhu Hu. People call me Fatty Zhu. I hope everyone will take good care of me. Ha ha ha. A fat man who looked like a meatball, wearing an extremely eye-catching red robe, stood up and bowed in all directions. Sit down. Or scram to the side. Sitting next to the fatty was a white-clothed woman with a cold aura. His eyes were like a snake's as he scolded coldly. This. All right. Fatty Zhu, I can't afford to offend you. Why are you being so fierce? The fatty had a fearful expression. He walked to Crown Prince Mo Zhen's side and said, Are you Crown Prince Mo Zhen of the Beacon Fire Empire? Fatty. Get lost. The corner of Crown Prince Mo Zhen's mouth twitched as his killing intent surged. Fatty Zhu jumped in fright, but he didn't dare say anything. Go away quickly. Ding ding, with the sound of the silver ring, Mo Qingtong gracefully walked into the stands. Her devilish figure and angelic face immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a dark purple robe and her fair arms were exposed. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind. She was cold and elegant, but there was a kind of charm that could captivate one's soul. She ignored everyone's gaze and walked to Xiao Han's side. Ah, Brother Xiao, I didn't expect that we would be assigned to the same group. Brother Xiao, can Qingtong sit next to you? Xiao Han was stunned and immediately shrugged his shoulders. Please take a seat. N. Sitting on the left was a white-clothed man with a cyan steel sword on his back. His clothes were simple, but his aura was sharp. His sword qi soared to the sky, and his whole body was like a peerless sword that could kill everything. At such a young age, he already had the bearing of a sword Dao grandmaster. He opened his eyes and looked at Mo Qingtong, then immediately closed them again. Mo Qingtong seemed to feel the gaze of the white-clothed swordsman. She glanced sideways and pursed her lips into a smile, not saying anything. Crown Prince Wuxia seemed to live alone in the highest row. His eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and he kept smiling. Behind his smile, there was a hidden killing intent. The area where he sat was extremely hot, as if it was going to melt the seats. Thus, no one dared to sit there. An elegant young woman in plain clothes walked over with a face full of worry. She looked around and immediately sat on the right side of Xiao Han without saying a word. Her aura was not very sharp, but her every move gave people an unfathomable feeling. Mo Qingtong's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at the young woman from the corner of her eyes. Xiao Han also turned his head and looked over. That young woman also happened to look at Xiao Han. Their eyes met, and the young woman smiled gently and whispered. Hello. Brother Xiao, this is Widow Ji Rushui. Mo Qingtong smiled beside Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han turned his head and murmured to himself. She is very powerful. Isn't that right? Mo Qingtong smiled. Her smile contained an almost bewitching charm that made people willing to do anything for her. I heard that Mo Qingtong cultivates the Great Sky Devil World, which belongs to the spiritual level. Her every smile, every frown, and every move is charming, looking for flaws in people's hearts, or forcibly creating flaws in people's hearts. Xiao Han did not think that Mo Qingtong's smile was beautiful. On the contrary, it was extremely dangerous and fatal. Brother Xiao is also a powerful person. Mo Qingtong said softly. Me? I am just a nobody. Xiao Han quickly said. Brother Xiao, you are the only person in this group that Qingtong cannot see through. Brother Xiao, please do not be modest. Mo Qingtong said with a serious expression. Miss Mo, a man in a yellow shirt walked over. He had an imposing appearance, a jade-like face, and a strong medicinal fragrance was emitting from his body. He looked at Mo Qingtong eagerly. Miss Mo, Sikongji misses you very much after we parted at Myriad Flower Tower. I wonder if Miss Mo has considered Sikongji's request in the past. Heh. Sikongji, if you want to stay by my side day and night, that's fine too. Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. Ah. Really? Sikongji said with a trembling voice. So Miss Mo agrees? Pfft. Sikongji, if you die and your body is buried in the Heavenly Devil sect, won't you stay by my side day and night? Mo Qingtong smiled very charmingly, but her eyes were cold and distant. This. Miss Mo. You are joking again. Sikongji's face was bitter. He looked around and saw Xiao Han sitting with Mo Qingtong as if nothing had happened. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He glanced at Xiao Han coldly and walked away. At this moment, Fatty Zhu strolled around and finally walked to Xiao Han's side, stammering as he spoke. Friend, Fatty. Can Fatty sit by your side? Xiao Han looked up and saw Fatty Zhu's chubby face. His expression was one of fear and cowardice. His body, however, had 37 pentagram true acupoints flashing. He was a person at the 4th level of true qi. It doesn't matter. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Ah. Thank you. Thank you. Friend, you are really righteous. You are in a difficult situation. Fatty Zhu quickly sat down as if he was afraid that Xiao Han would go back on his words. I am Fatty Zhu from the Giant Sword sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. Please take care of me, take care of me. Hello, Fatty. Mo Qingtong looked at Fatty Zhu with her devil eyes and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across her eyes. She immediately smiled charmingly. Ah. Heavenly Devil Sex Miss Mo Qingtong? You must not smile at Fatty. Our sect master said that Miss Mo's smile is very dangerous. Furthermore, our sect master said that Miss Mo's smile is very dangerous. In the group of death, Miss Mo is one of the most difficult to deal with. If Fatty meets Miss Mo, he will not say a word. Hurry up and admit defeat, Fatty Zhu chuckled. When Xiao Han heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhu, it seems that you really are a wonderful person. Hee hee, well said, well said. Fatty Zhu's face was flushed red. He suddenly moved his mouth to Xiao Han's ear and whispered. Friend, it's best if you don't get too close to the people of the Heavenly Devil sect. They are all devils who kill without blinking an eye. Back then, the Heavenly Devil old man, Fatty, are you saying bad things about me? Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. I don't dare, I don't dare. Fatty Zhu immediately shut up and sat properly. Mo Qingtong also moved her mouth to Xiao Han's ear. Brother Xiao, you have to be careful with this Fatty. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Her breath smelled like orchids and her voice was numb. There was a sense of decadence and lingering in it. Hearing it, Xiao Han's pores opened up and he almost lost his mind. Not long after, the 30,000 participants had all taken their seats on the east viewing platform. They were divided into 100 groups and sat down. The scene quietened down. Everyone turned to look at the void. All right, all the participants are here. In the void, the old and invincible voice slowly said. Then, this year's Devil Hero Tryouts, the Southern Region Tryouts, has officially begun. The rules of the competition are very simple. Every participant will have a number plate. At this point, a gap was suddenly torn open in the void. Blazing rays of light surged. In the next moment, rays of light shot towards the east viewing platform. Xiao Han grabbed a ray of light that shot towards him and found that it was a palm-sized number plate. There were a few lines of words written neatly on it. Xiao Han. Cloud Sect. Number 25987. Not only Xiao Han, but every participant sitting on the east viewing platform grabbed a number plate that belonged to them. These number plates, as if they had a mind of their own, accurately found each person. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement as they looked into the void. Participants, enter the arena with your number plate. This year's preliminaries are very interesting. A so-called group of death has been born. Therefore, the matches of the other groups will begin at the same time. The matches of the group of death will be held separately. Well, let the matches begin. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of crimson light directly rushed into the arena. In an instant, every single lotus leaf arena on the lotus platform had a number on it. Arena 1. Arena 2. Arena 3. Arena 1297. Immediately after, the number plate in the hands of the participants on the east viewing platform actually made a sound. Participant number 12, Nong Yan of Mingjian Villa of Beacon Fire Empire, versus participant number 38, Zhou Guangxing of Evil Monarch Manor of Dark Shadow Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 77. Participant number 412, Rogue Cultivator Su Dingfei, versus participant number 661, Feng Junzi of Fengxing Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 234. Participant number 1769, Lan Yuti of Thousand Flower Valley of Lingshan Empire, versus participant number 2013, Hu Chunxing of Blazing Flame Sect of Beacon Fire Empire. Both parties, please enter Arena 877. Every participant who entered the arena had a voice prompt on their number plate, and they all jumped into their respective arenas. In an instant, thousands of participants had entered the Lotus Platform arena and started fighting each other. In an instant, every arena was filled with the sound of wind, shadows of fists, flashes of saber light, sword chi, and all kinds of beasts formed from true chi. The scene suddenly turned from dull to dazzling. The spectators on the other viewing platforms all cheered for their disciples, juniors, and friends. Because Xiao Han didn't know any of the thousands of people who went up to fight, he casually watched the battles on a few arenas. As expected of the most outstanding batch of youths in the southern region. Their battles were very methodical, experienced, and steady. Their battles were intense and varied. The first round of battles on the various arenas ended one by one. The victors left the arena, while the losers were either injured or dead. However, the death rate wasn't high. After all, this was only the preliminaries. If there was no enmity between the two sides, the victors wouldn't be so ruthless. After quickly cleaning up the arena, the thousands of people for the second round of battles jumped into their respective arenas. This time, there were two familiar faces of Xiao Han on the arena. One was Hua Gang of the Pure Rain Sect, and the other was Xiao Yunrong of Mingjian Villa. Xiao Han ignored the battles on the other arenas, and his attention was completely focused on the battle between Hua Gang and Xiao Yunrong. Chapter 139. 2 years ago, Xiao Yunrong was chased by the golden-armored demon. Her mind was shaken and she finally broke through the shackles and ascended to the true Qi realm. She was a peerless sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. Thus, she was valued and nurtured by the Mingjian Villa. At this moment, Xiao Yunrong had opened 17 true acupoints and was at the second level of true Qi. Her limpid eyes were filled with sword Qi, as if she could produce a sword intent that could destroy the void at any time. Her opponent was a wandering cultivator in his 20s. He was empty-handed, skinny and ferocious. He had opened 26 true acupoints and was at the third level of true Qi. Xiao Yunrong appeared very calm when facing an opponent whose cultivation was one level higher than hers. She held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. Her slightly curly golden hair fluttered without any wind, giving off the feeling of an immortal descending to the mortal world. Girl, I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Ha ha ha, lie down. Bone Dragon Claw. The rogue cultivator of the Jianghu lashed out with his claw, and whirlpools appeared everywhere. His true chi condensed into a claw that was several acres in size. It was bony, and it tore the air into pieces. There was a feeling of ripples for hundreds of miles and penetrating through mountains. Break. Great Maha Demon subduing sword art. Xiao Yinrong did not move at all. Sword light burst out. A door-sized sword chi crushed the air, rolling and boiling, directly crushing the ferocious bone claw. Pfft. The wandering cultivator was sent flying by the sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily. Thanks for letting me win. Xiao Yinrong was emotionless as she held her sword and left the arena. It was clear that he still had the strength to spare. Yinrong is getting stronger. Xiao Han nodded secretly. On the other side, Hua Fan's opponent was a young talent from the only sect in a small country in the southern region. Hua Fan's opponent was relatively weak. She raised her right hand and a green light seeped out of her palm. In an instant, the green light expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a small mountain that was more than 100 feet tall. It was verdant and towering, simple and imposing with great power. It directly crushed the opponent's true chi into a giant wolf, forcing the opponent to admit defeat. Phew, Hua Fan won the first round. She held her chest with her right hand and let out a long sigh. He. Friend, your name is Xiao Han, right? Fatty Zhu laughed wretchedly in Xiao Han's ear. The matches of the other groups. Up until now, there hasn't been much to see. It's just average, unless those seeded players appear. Xiao Han smiled and said nothing. Fatty Zhu suddenly thumped his chest and stamped his feet. Why is Fatty's luck so bad? He just had to be assigned to this group of death. Fatty must have already won one round. Sigh. Don't fight against the seeded contestants of this group later. That's right, Brother Xiao, if you encounter Fatty, you have to be merciful and take care of Fatty. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Brother Zhu, how can I take care of him? Could it be? You want me to admit defeat? That's not what I meant either. Fatty Zhu smiled in an extremely honest manner. In short, Brother Xiao, don't kill me. This Fatty still wants to live for a few more years. Go ahead. Fatty. Continue to pretend. Mo Qingtong sneered. Fatty Zhu of the Blazing Sun Empire's giant sword sect. If Qingtong remembers correctly, he should be the son of the current giant sword sect master. Right? Damn Fatty. Hee. This. You even know this. Fatty Zhu laughed awkwardly. At this moment, he suddenly pointed to the stage. There's a good show to watch this round. The supreme experts of the other groups have all gone up. After the battle between Hua Fan and Xiao Yinrong. In the new round of fierce battles, a few seeded contestants finally appeared. Xiao Han's gaze focused. He thought to himself, I have to carefully watch and study the battles of the seeded contestants. Xiao Han first saw one of the arenas, the battle of the seeded contestant, Qing Feng. This was an instant kill. Qing Feng's opponent was also a powerful sect disciple who had reached the 4th level of true qi. However, Qing Feng immediately used his ultimate technique, the Great Devil Flame Palm Print. A large area of space immediately darkened. The killing was intense, and in an instant, a deep pit the size of several acres was formed on the stage. His opponent was beaten into a meat patty. This Qing Feng was indeed worthy of being a rogue cultivator who loved to kill. In a single exchange, he killed a person and let out a heart-wrenching laughter that made everyone's hair stand on end. Next was another seeded contestant, the Crown Prince of Lingshan Empire. His true qi directly turned into a dragon and crushed his opponent's attack, causing him to kneel and beg for mercy. Tian Yuan of the Ocean Emperor sect of the Ocean God Empire pointed a finger, and an endless ocean storm swept out, annihilating his opponent's tide-like attack in an instant. He had no choice but to admit defeat. The most stunning was none other than Li Ziqi. This Li Ziqi had only opened 24 true acupoints, and was only at the 3rd level of true qi. His opponent had opened 39 true acupoints, and was at the peak of the 4th level of true qi. However, as soon as Li Ziqi went up the stage, his entire body's essence, qi, and spirit instantly rose, forming a starry sky above his head. He stepped on a planet and slowly rose into the sky. With a wave of his right hand, a ray of light that was far more beautiful than the mundane world pierced his opponent's throat at an indescribable speed. His opponent actually died without a single drop of blood. It was a flying dagger. Li Ziqi's dagger directly surpassed his cultivation level to instantly kill. It forcefully defied the heavens, extinguishing all life and cutting off everything, not giving his opponent any hope. It was a killing move that could not be matched in the heavens and earth. The entire audience was silent as they watched Li Ziqi elegantly leave the stage. Up until now, the most stunning person in the competition was none other than Li Ziqi. His limelight had overshadowed the other seated contestants who had already appeared. Even some of the seated contestants in the group of death had expressions of fear and contemplation in their eyes. They seemed to be thinking about how they would block such an invulnerable flying dagger if it were them. "This flying dagger is powerful," Xiao Han murmured. "Heh." Mo Qingtong smiled but did not say anything. Fatty Zhu said, "Brother Xiao, in fact, this Li Ziqi's flying dagger is too extreme. It focuses on killing in one strike, raising his essence, qi, spirit, and life potential to the peak. If he can't kill in one strike, then he'll be in danger." "Oh. It seems that Brother Zhu is quite insightful." Xiao Han looked at Fatty Zhu. "It's just a so-so." Fatty Zhu laughed foolishly. "If I were to meet this Li Ziqi, I would either attack him before he does, or I would defend to the death and dodge his first strike. If it wasn't an arena, it would be even easier. I could just find a group of people to surround and attack him." Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, his silly laughter changed and became extremely wretched. After a few rounds of competition, apart from the group of death, the contestants of the other groups had all appeared on stage and their respective victors and defeats had been decided. Apart from a few seated contestants, there were also some young people with great potential who attracted the cheers of the audience. Next, it was the turn of the group of death. According to the rules, the matches of the other groups would be held together at the same time. As for the matches of the group of death, they would be held one by one. After all, the contestants of the group of death were too valuable. It was inevitable that the audience would miss those classic duels if they were to compete together. "It's our turn." Fatty Zhu's face was flushed and the fat on his face trembled. Mo Qingtong still had that charming and cold look on her face as she played with the number plate in her hand with a smile. As for the other people in the audience, they turned their gazes to the seats of the group of death on the east platform. They knew that the main event was about to begin. The entire arena became very quiet. Finally, the first round of the group of death. Contestant number 25987, Beacon Fire Empire's Pure Cloud Sect Disciple Xiao Han, versus contestant number 26002, Blazing Sun Empire's Xian Heaven Sect Disciple Jun Wuhua. Both parties, please enter arena number 1000. The number plate in Xiao Han's hand sent out a voice notification. In the seats a few rows above Xiao Han, a man's number plate also sent out a voice notification. He also sent out a voice notification. It was Xiao Han's opponent. Blazing Sun Empire's Xian Heaven Sect Disciple Jun Wuhua. That person immediately stood up. Xiao Han stood up and looked back. Jun Wuhua was about 25 or 26 years old. His temperament was like that of a demon king descending to the world. The purplish-red rusty gold robe on his body was spotless, with a long silver cloak draped over him and a 3-inch wide belt around his waist. It was studded with jewels. His whole body was like a tide of true light, with 33 five-pointed star acupoints in his body. He was a person at the 4th level of true Qi. Kid, come on up. I can't wait any longer. Jianghu sneered. His figure turned into a stream of light and flashed directly into arena number 1000. Brother Xiao, you're really lucky to be the first to fight in the group of death. Moreover, you didn't meet any seated contestants. Fatty Zhu smiled innocently. He then said in a low voice. I've heard of this Jianghu before. He's one of the few geniuses among the younger generation of the Xian Heaven sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. He's very arrogant and cultivates the 9 Heavens whirlwind technique. He's quite powerful. Brother Xiao, be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhu. Xiao Han also stood up, slightly stretched his body and directly flashed into arena number 1000. At this time, in the Pure Cloud Sect's camp, senior brother Xiao Han is fighting. The young woman who was at the True Qi realm clenched her fists nervously. Senior brother Xiao Han's first opponent is at the 4th level of True Qi. It seems that his aura is very strong. He's not a weakling. Everyone, don't make a sound and watch carefully. Dongfang Qin said in a low voice. The Void Viewing Platform. This was a temporary space that was very magical. In this Void Viewing Platform, there were hundreds of experts with blazing auras. Each of their eyes had terrifying runes flashing. Every one of them was either a famous tycoon or a top-notch disciple of a sect. Wu Bai, Xiao Mingqiu, and the Heaven's Devil Old Man sat together. Junior brother Xiao Han is the first to fight in the group of death. Xiao Mingqiu was originally sitting lazily, but now he sat up straight. Heaven's Devil Old Man, look at my disciple's performance. Wu Bai smiled. This young man is not ordinary. This old man wants to take a closer look. The Heaven's Devil Old Man's beard glowed and his eyes were filled with demonic aura. This young man has sealed his aura very tightly. Ha ha ha, interesting. At this time, the Great Sun Emperor opened his eyes. Xiao Mingqiu, our bet can take effect now. Wu Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Sure. Let's begin. I bet that junior brother Xiao Han will become the evil hero. Xiao Mingqiu looked at the Great Sun Emperor. Then, what are we betting? Ha 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 ha. Although Xiao Han had some fortuitous encounters, it is not enough for him to appear in the group of death. Not to mention becoming the evil hero, he can't even get a place in the main competition. My disciple, Huolai, is also in the group of death. If he encounters Xiao Han, he will be killed immediately. Xiao Mingqiu, listen carefully. Whoever loses will go and kill Demon Emperor Qinglin. With his Demon Emperor crystal as the wager. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Do you dare to kill Demon Emperor Qinglin? Heh, Great Sun Emperor, you dare to kill Demon Emperor Qinglin? I am afraid that you won't have the Demon Emperor crystal to compensate me if you lose. Xiao Mingqiu smiled. Xiao Mingqiu, you don't have to worry about this. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade beside the Great Sun Emperor said coldly. I'll bet. Why wouldn't I dare? Let's bet Demon Emperor Qinglin's Demon Emperor crystal. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Humph. Xiao Mingqiu, don't be so confident. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade sneered. Let's not talk about whether Xiao Han can become the evil hero. His opponent in the first round of the preliminaries, Jianghu, is not someone that Xiao Han can easily deal with. He might even be killed by Jianghu. T. Xiao Mingqiu stretched his body. Arena number 1000. Xiao Han and his opponent, Jianghu, stood opposite each other. Xiao Han's body was as calm as an ancient well. The power of his flesh shell and true meridians were sealed tightly. He was like an ordinary martial artist of the physical body realm. As for Jianghu, the true energy in his entire body was surging like a tidal wave. His 33 pentagram true acupoints were sparkling and translucent, and they were releasing hurricanes. One after another, huge torrents of water flowed around the arena, scraping the ground and leaving cracks on it. Xiao Han, don't try to be mysterious. Maybe you took some elixir to seal your qi. Who are you trying to fool? It's useless. In the face of absolute strength, your tricks will only become a joke. Lose. Jun Wuhua said sternly. The first opponent is quite weak. Xiao Han smiled. Chapter 140. The matches in the group of death were especially well attended. Every match was held separately. This allowed the spectators and the almighties in the void spectator stands to carefully savor the process of every match in this group with the highest value. The first match of the group of death, Xiao Han against Jun Wuhua. Jun Wuhua was a famous young genius in the small circles of the Blazing Sun Empire. He cultivated the Nine Heavens whirlwind technique, and his qi could turn into a hurricane that could tear apart giant beasts. Xiao Han was also somewhat famous in the Fire Beacon Empire. He was once wanted by the Fire Beacon Empire. Moreover, a large number of monsters had personally chased after him, but he managed to escape for 2 whole years. Not only did he not die, he even came back to participate in the preliminaries. He was quite a weirdo. However, Xiao Han made many of the audience speechless. There was not a single trace of qi in his body. Even his spirit and aura were extremely weak, like a martial artist of the physique realm. Woo 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 woo. On the stage, the hurricane wreaked havoc everywhere, causing the entire stage to shake. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, giving people the illusion that the sky was dark. Xiao Han still stood in the same place. He was like a small boat in the raging waves, and could be destroyed at any time. I have to say, my luck is not bad. In the first round of the group of death, I met a piece of trash like you. This will allow me to smoothly enter the next round. Moreover, it will allow me to complete my warm-up, which will be very beneficial for the following tough battles. Jun Wuhua grinned. The next moment, die. Nine Heavens whirlwind technique. Great whirlwind. Boom. On the stage, the hurricanes instantly merged, forming a giant whirlwind that was dozens of feet tall and several feet wide. It suddenly enveloped and swallowed Xiao Han. This giant whirlwind was going to destroy Xiao Han. Your strength is about the same as Han Shuitang's. 60% flesh shell power, break for me. Xiao Han released his spirit turtle qi, releasing 60% of his flesh shell power. Pooh. 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 Tens of thousands of golden lights pierced through the hurricane like arrows piercing through the clouds. Each golden light had profound and cryptic bone texts flashing and blossoming like flowers. The next moment, bang! The giant whirlwind exploded and shattered into pieces. Xiao Han walked out from within, pointing at the sky and stomping on the ground. His aura surged like the tide, and he was wrapped in a golden light. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, or a savage beast descending to the mortal world. Get lost. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and the pure power of his flesh tore through the air. In less than half a breath's time, he flashed directly in front of Jun Wuhua, and slapped out. Pa! Jun Wuhua was thrown more than 10 meters high. His body tumbled in the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Poochie! 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 His robes and cloak had been reduced to ashes. Bang! It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Instant kill. After defeating Jun Wuhua, Xiao Han retreated from the ring expressionlessly and channeled his spirit turtle true qi again, sealing up all of his presence. From the looks of it, he was just a young man with a low aptitude in the physical body realm. The audience was silent. After a short while, no way. Such a tyrannical body? Unbelievable. It's like an ancient mammoth running out of the wasteland. Too savage. His body could even withstand Jun Wuhua's true qi attack. Investigate this Xiao Han's background. I suspect that he is the descendant of some powerful tribe in the wasteland, and has inherited the bloodline of the barbarians. He did not even emit the slightest bit of true qi. Could it be that this guy only cultivates his body and not his true qi? Cloud Sex Camp. Senior brother Xiao Han is so strong. Instant kill. The young woman in the true qi realm had a flushed face, and her eyes were filled with admiration. This is just the beginning. The stronger part is yet to come. Fong Ling's expression was calm. On the void platform. What? In 2 years, he managed to cultivate such an immortal body, and his body emitted a strong golden light. The Emperor of the Great Sun was slightly moved. Well done, Xiao Mingchu. Did you find some kind of precious medicine or the precious blood of an ancient species to nourish Xiao Han's body? You really put in a lot of effort. But it's useless. I've seen too many physical body cultivators. I've also seen those who are stronger than Xiao Han. When they met with true Qi realm experts, all of them ended up dead. Xiao Mingchu smiled without saying a word. Some of the experts present began to whisper and re-evaluate Xiao Han's battle strength. Xiao Han returned to the death group. He sat next to Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu. Brother Xiao, so you're a physical body cultivator. Your body is as strong as the sea, and you have hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of pure strength. Amazing, truly amazing. Fatty Zhu gave him a thumbs up. Mo Qingtong gently brushed her waterfall-like hair and said with a faint smile. Congratulations to Brother Xiao for your victory. However, Brother Xiao still has a trump card, right? Heh. Xiao Han deliberately smiled foolishly. I only have this much strength, there's nothing to hide. Only a ghost would believe you. Fatty Zhu was the first to speak. At this moment, a young man sitting a few rows above Xiao Han had starlight rolling around his body. His skin was a jade-like color, flowing with a soft and smooth luster. Even under his skin, there were faintly discernible runes and the word treasure. From inside out, he emitted a domineering and proud vitality. His blood qi was not inferior to the people of the great wilderness. He sneered and said provocatively. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to be a physical body cultivator. Very good, very good. I, Zhou Feng, want to fight with you in the next round. Let's see who is the strongest physical body cultivator in this southern region qualifier. It was Zhou Feng from the Starry Hall. His body was tempered by starlight and he was at the 4th level of true qi. He was one of the top 10 seeded contestants. Xiao Han ignored him. He silently watched the battle. Xiao Han knew that there were a total of 340 contestants in the death group. They would fight each other in pairs and the winner would enter the next round. In other words, after defeating Jun Wuhua, Xiao Han had become one of the 170 winners in the first round. Next, the contestants of the death group went up to the arena to fight. The gold content of this group was indeed high, and some of the more classic battles had appeared. Not long after, it was the turn of the seeded contestant, Mo Qingtong. Mo Qingtong's first opponent was a youth from the Lingshan Empire who was at the peak of the 3rd level of true qi. The youth did not choose to admit defeat directly. Instead, he wanted to fight with his life on the line. He even used a special technique to burn his true qi, hoping to defeat Mo Qingtong and create the first big upset in this qualifier. But Mo Qingtong's strength was too strong, much stronger than anyone had imagined. She just hit the silver rings on her arms and made a decadent sound, the heavenly devil sound, which instantly made her opponent hallucinate and cut off his left hand. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. The battles of the other seeded contestants of the death group also went on without any suspense. All of them killed their opponents in seconds. They did not even have the chance to show their real combat strength. Their opponents were too weak. No, to be precise, they were too strong. The son of Dao pointed with one finger and countless flames appeared in the void, burning his opponent to ashes. Xia Feng of Mingjian Villa shot out a sword qi from his right index finger. It distorted the space and easily shattered his opponent's true chi, forcing him to admit defeat willingly. Zhou Feng of Starry Hall used the same fighting style as Xiao Han. He threw his opponent out of the arena with pure physical strength. Qin Zhu, the nine-fingered zither devil, plucked the string slightly and played a note. The beautiful note was like a sledgehammer, powerful and heavy, hammering his opponent into minced meat. The young woman, Ji Ruxue, took out the wordless heavenly book and struck down a rock array. Not only did it trap her opponent, but the boulders also tumbled and destroyed her opponent's true chi. She almost died from the bombardment of the rocks. Fatty Zhu's opponent was a sect disciple at the 4th level of true chi. This fatty's fighting style was very wretched. His meatball-like body was as agile as an ape, rolling and jumping all over the arena to avoid his opponent's attacks. Suddenly, an obscure pressure came down from the sky above the arena. The next moment, a huge sword that was 60 feet long and several feet wide fell from the sky. Like a guillotine, it crushed his opponent into a bloody mist, leaving no bones behind. This made Fatty Zhu the strongest dark horse of the death group. Even the mighty figures in the void hurriedly re-evaluated Fatty Zhu's combat strength. After Fatty Zhu won, he returned to his seat with a silly smile. "Brother Zhu, so you're actually so fierce?" The more Xiao Han looked, the more he felt that this Fatty Zhu was wretched. Furthermore, he had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, his combat strength was extremely shocking. His attacks were also incomparably ruthless, not giving his opponent a way out. He directly crushed them with the huge sword. "Brother Xiao, this fatty is just trying to make a living. If I meet Brother Xiao in the next round, I hope that Brother Xiao will show mercy and give this fatty a way out." Fatty Zhu laughed like a stupid pig. The first round of the death group competition had ended, producing 170 victors. After the next round, there would be 85 victors. This would continue until there were 3 spots for the main competition. Without a doubt, the more the death group competition progressed, the more likely it was that there would be a classic battle between the seeded contestants. It was the turn of the other groups. Thousands of people swarmed onto the arena. Xiao Han saw Lu Feng, who had been beaten up by him, being defeated by a bladesman in this round. His left arm was chopped off and blood was flowing out. In this round, Xiao Yunrong's opponent was relatively difficult to deal with. She used her sword intent to win without any mishaps and entered the next round. Hui Yang's opponent was still relatively weak. After a few rounds, Hui Yang won and also entered the next round. Soon, it was the turn of the death group competition again. In this round, the first to fight was still Xiao Han. And Xiao Han's opponent. Medicine King Valley's current strongest genius, Si Kongji. This Si Kongji was also not to be underestimated, bright and enchanting. He could refine 6 of the top 10 secret medicines of Medicine King Valley. He could be said to be a genius. Some of them could instantly increase one's combat strength, stimulate one's potential in all aspects, and transcend the mortal realm. Xiao Han against Si Kongji. There was a commotion in the audience seats. In the Pure Rain sect camp, Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling looked at each other. Junior brother Xiao Han finally encountered a strong opponent. This Si Kongji is only a little weaker than the seeded contestants. In Medicine King Valley, he is regarded as a genius. It's nothing. In short, he will encounter a strong opponent. He can't keep fighting the weak. Sooner or later, just watch the competition. Let's see how junior brother Xiao Han deals with it. In the void stands. Ha 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 ha. Ji is going to fight. An old man with white hair and a youthful face, with skin as tender as a baby's, purple clouds rolling above his head, and runes flashing in his eyes, smiled proudly. "Wu, I'm sorry, the young man under your sect, Xiao Han, is going to fail and be eliminated by Ji. However, Ji has always disliked killing, so Xiao Han can live and won't die in the arena." Ha ha ha, old man Gongsun, it's still unknown who will win. Wu smiled faintly, and immediately said, Old man Gongsun, Wu, am here to propose a marriage for you. Xiao Han has some emotional entanglements with the two female disciples of Medicine King Valley. After this preliminaries, let the two female disciples marry into the Pure Rain sect, and be with Xiao Han. Oh. The old man was stunned, and then immediately waved his hand. Let's talk about it after this battle. Sect leader Wu, after this battle, Xiao Han will lose face. What right does he have to propose marriage to the female disciples of Medicine King Valley? The Emperor of Great Sun said sarcastically. A piece of trash who fights by swallowing pills, junior brother Xiao Han doesn't care about them, Xiao Mingchu said lazily. What genius. In the end, I'm afraid he will die from taking pills. In the arena, Xiao Han and Si Kongji faced off. Si Kongji was wearing a light yellow robe, and his face was like jade. He was very handsome, and there was a look of arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Han sideways, and his tone sounded like he was giving alms. You are Xiao Han of the Pure Rain sect? What is your relationship with Qingtong? Do you know how rude you are? How dare you sit next to Qingtong so casually? This makes me very angry, do you know? I, Si Kongji, have always been kind and don't like to kill people. But this matter is enough for me to kill you. I have to say, I don't like you. Ha. Xiao Han laughed awkwardly. You might be stronger than the one just now. However, you better put away your sense of superiority. I also want to say something. I also don't like the look of you. You're like a pile of stinky dog shit. To be continued, you're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.